Chapter 1754. Outside the gate of the ruined sky, Gu Fei fought against the ancient star saint and broke through the sky. A starry sky appeared. The ancient star saint was very powerful. He actually attracted the power of the stars from outer space and turned it into a star's shadow that completely engulfed Gu Fei. Rumble, countless stars exploded as if real stars were collapsing. A terrifying destructive power swept out. If it wasn't for the protection of the ancient Four Spirits formation, the gate of the ruined sky would have been destroyed. Humph, what martial body. In the face of absolute power, you still have to die. The ancient star saint sneered. Gu Fei was only a peak expert. If Gu Fei was a half-saint, he would have turned around and left without any hesitation. No one knew better than the ancient star sage how terrifying a martial artist could be. This was a frightening existence that was invincible in the same realm. Invincible in the same realm was not a lie. Boss, in the distant sky, He Tian couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. Gu Fei really couldn't defeat the ancient star saint. How was this possible? That was Gu Fei. Gu Fei had an invincible heart. He was an unyielding cultivator. How could he be defeated so easily? At this moment, the golden blood mist in the distance had completely disappeared. It had all fused into a golden light. A figure could be faintly seen in the golden light. That is, his flesh and blood were regenerated. His bones and tendons were reconstructed. His soul had returned. He really didn't die and was recovering rapidly. This was simply a fight against the heavens. Gu Zhong used the Heaven Ascension secret technique. He was about to reappear in front of the world. His flesh and bones were reconstructed. His life aura was gradually becoming stronger. It's not that easy to reconstruct a body. The half-saint, who had been sent flying by Gu Fei's roar, had barely recovered. When he saw that Gu Zhong really didn't die, he immediately rushed towards the golden divine light. You're courting death. Just when the half-saint was about to attack, a loud shout came from the distant sky. Then, a black and white divine light rushed over. The energy of yin and yang interweaved, and then a figure appeared in front of the ball of golden light and intercepted the half-saint. At the same time, countless array patterns rushed out from the man's body, imprinting themselves into the void. A powerful force was rapidly gathering. Creating a formation out of thin air? You are. The semi-sage realm expert from the primordial Zhao clan had a good eye for recognizing He Tian's technique. After all, there was only one formation grandmaster in the entire mortal world who could form a formation out of thin air, and that person was none other than He Tian. Boom! Just at this moment, countless array patterns that were imprinted into the void surged out, densely packed together. Up in the sky and down on the ground, as long as one's eyes could see, there would be array patterns. Just like that, the half-saint was trapped at the center of the formation. What? The half-saint from the primordial Zhao clan was truly shocked. His opponent's technique was too strange and terrifying. In just an instant, he had laid down a killing formation. The runes of the array interweaved and the power of the surrounding heaven and earth was stirred up. A shocking killing intent erupted as the killing array that He Tian had set up began to operate. Roar! The half-saint from the primordial Zhao clan was in big trouble. The power of the killing array was coming at him from all directions, causing him to feel a great sense of danger. He roared and spat out a bronze bell that smashed towards the runes in front of him. It was an immortal bell with thousands of immortal lights swimming around it. Bam! The bronze bell smashed against the runes in front of him. Immortal light burst out and the runes flickered, blocking the attack. This caused the half-saint to be extremely shocked. Half-saint, you're a half-saint as well. The half-saint from the primordial Zhao clan knew that he had met his match this time. His opponent's cultivation and combat prowess were not any weaker than his. Furthermore, his opponent was a formation grandmaster. Humph, He Tian sneered. He did not say anything. Instead, he strode forward within the killing formation. Inextinguishable runes bloomed from his body as he perfected this killing formation. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. They didn't expect that apart from Gu Fei, He Tian was here as well. He Tian was not a good person. There was a period of time when he and the old tortoise had harmed many people, causing many forces to hate and fear them. Especially the Buddhist disciples of the Western Buddhist land. They had long regarded He Tian and the old tortoise as great devils that they had to suppress. Swish. Lines of runes spread out from beneath my Tian's feet in all directions. The terrifying killing intent kept rising, and the killing intent within the great formation seemed to have taken on a physical form. The sky changed color and the sun and moon lost their light. Destructive divine lights kept appearing within the killing formation, tearing through the void. This scene was even more terrifying than when Gu Zhong was undergoing his heavenly tribulation. This move of He Tian had shocked everyone present. This was the terror of a formation grandmaster. He Tian pointed his finger out, and the dozens of beams of destructive light around him immediately pierced through the half-step saint trapped in the formation. Clang! The bronze bell rang, and a transparent ripple spread out from it. The powerful sound wave turned into a sound-killing technique, blocking the dozens of divine lights that pierced through the bell. However, the formation immediately changed. Countless runes produced divine fire, turning the entire killing formation into a fire formation that burned the void and burned towards the half-saint. The half-saint from the primeval Zhao clan was shocked, and he hurriedly enveloped himself with the bell. Countless divine markings of the immortal Tao appeared on the surface of the bell, and it kept the surging divine flames at bay. The half-saint from the primordial Zhao clan was extremely powerful. Although He Tian had the advantage of time and place, he couldn't break through the bell in a short amount of time. At this time, in another direction, Gu Fei charged out from the shattered void like a reincarnated god of war. The billions of starlight couldn't harm him at all. Alright, if this is all you've got, then it's too boring. The ancient stellar half-saint's battle intent was like a rainbow as he charged towards Gu Fei, who was charging out from the shattered void. The starry sky around him trembled with every step he took. Very well, you're a pretty good whetstone. Gu Fei's eyes lit up. The stronger the ancient stellar half-saint was, the higher his fighting spirit would be. Only in a life and death battle would one's potential be stimulated. Whetstone. The ancient stellar half-saint couldn't help but be enraged. This guy is using me as a whetstone. How arrogant. Kill. Without saying anything else, the ancient star sage used his killing technique right away. Every star in the starry sky around him seemed to have been set ablaze. A peerlessly terrifying fluctuation burst out from the body of the ancient star sage. Interesting. Let's end the warm-up here. A shocking aura surged from Gu Fei's body as he confronted the ancient stellar half-saint. Sparks flew between the two, causing the entire world to shake. A great battle was about to break out. Everyone was extremely nervous. Chapter 1755. Gu Fei and the star ancient sage-to-be were confronting each other. This was the first time he had fought against an ancient sage-to-be without any external help. A peak almighty could fight against a sage-to-be. However, this ancient star saint was not an ordinary ancient star saint. He was a super expert who had lived for countless years. Martial body's blood, the ancient star saint's eyes were brighter than real stars. He knew very well that this martial cultivator in front of him was like a human-shaped divine medicine. Martial cultivators only cultivated martial bodies. They didn't cultivate magical techniques or divine abilities. They wouldn't spend any effort to refine divine weapons because their martial bodies were the most powerful divine weapons. A martial cultivator's bones and flesh had been refined by endless essence qi. The essence qi contained in them was absolutely unimaginable. If it could be refined, it would be even more useful than a real divine medicine. Kill. The ancient star saint's aura instantly soared to its peak. Then, he made his move. He flicked his 10 fingers and 10 balls of starlight flew out from his hands. Rumble, every ball of starlight was like a real star. The power they emitted shook the heavens and the earth. Even the stars in the sky paled in comparison. Heaven-covering palm. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He threw out a palm. The violent palm energy caused a gust of wind to rise in the surrounding area. The huge palm covered the sky and blocked all 10 balls of starlight. Boom! The 10 balls of starlight collided with Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm. Then, the two of them soared into the sky and attacked each other. Everyone who witnessed this scene was extremely nervous. A great battle had broken out. This was a battle between ancient star saints. The 10 balls of starlight exploded under Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm. The destructive power directly shattered Gu Fei's huge palm. The two forces turned into a destructive energy storm that swept out in all directions. The area around the gate of the void sky became dark. The heaven and earth shook as if doomsday had arrived. Too powerful, the experts of the major forces who were watching the battle were secretly shocked. The destructive power was enough to kill an ordinary ancient star saint. Everyone hid far away. Master, at this moment, Gu Zhong's flesh and blood had already been reborn. His muscles and bones had been reconstructed. However, he had exhausted too much of his yuan qi during the tribulation. Just as he condensed his martial body, he stirred up the spiritual energy from all directions. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth frantically gathered towards Gu Zhong and entered his body, replenishing his empty martial body. "Ha, nephew, you finally succeeded." In another direction, He Tian's hearty voice resounded from a grand formation that was brimming with killing intent. He was fighting with the half-saint from the primordial Zhao clan. Clang! The divine bell rang. The Zhao clan's half-sage used the sound-killing technique. The sound of the bell rang out from the killing formation. Even though everyone was very far away, they could still feel the buzzing in their ears. They felt very annoyed. Martial Uncle He, when Gu Zhong saw this scene, how could he not know what was going on? It seemed like someone had tried to kill him while he was weak, but his master and Uncle Master He Tian had stopped them. Boom! Bang! Huge and shocking sounds of collisions rang out continuously. Gu Fei and the ancient stellar half-sage kept clashing. The starry sky trembled and resonated with the real starry sky in the sky. The ancient stellar half-sage attracted the power of the stars in the sky and added it to his body. Endless starlight sprinkled down from the depths of the sky and endlessly entered the starry sky, around the ancient stellar half-sage. The entire starry sky seemed to have appeared around him. "Gu Fei, you're not my match." The ancient stellar half-sage was very confident. Even when they were fighting, he still spoke. The aura of a saint lingered on his body and stars seemed to be descending in his eyes. "Humph, if you could beat me, you would have killed me long ago. There's no need for you to talk nonsense here." Gu Fei smiled disdainfully. This old antique was trying to use words to disturb his mind. Such a trick was simply insignificant in front of him. "I've cultivated for a much longer time than you and was once a saint. Why are you trying to fight me?" The ancient stellar half-sage continued to speak. At the same time, he waved his hands and divine patterns of the great path flew out from his hands and were imprinted in the void. Rumble, the starry sky around the ancient stellar half-sage was shaking. The entire starry sky was extremely dazzling. He was like an invincible god of war in the starry sky. Every move he made contained great power. Ridiculous. Gu Fei said these two words and did not say anything else. He punched out again and again and there were constantly stars shattered under his fists. Stars shift. The ancient stellar half-sage used a great technique. The stars around him rotated rapidly and formed a terrifying nebula with him as the center. A great suction force pulled Gu Fei towards the center of the nebula. That was the place where the power of the stars was the most concentrated in the entire starry sky. The ancient stellar half-sage wanted to destroy Gu Fei completely in body and soul. It would be useless even if he cultivated the secret technique of the legends. Chaotic reversal. Gu Fei roared, and a strange ripple charged out from his body. Then, the orbit of the starry sky immediately changed. Rumble, the stars moved and the ancient stellar half-sage soon discovered to his shock that he and Gu Fei had switched places. He was at the center of the nebula vortex and the destructive power was coming at him from all directions. How is this possible? The ancient stellar half-sage was truly shocked. His great technique was actually reversed by his opponent. Could this be one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path? Roar! The ancient stellar half-sage roared furiously. His long hair danced in the wind. You're trying to kill me with my great technique? How despicable! Boom! An item rushed out of the ancient star sage's body. As soon as this item appeared, the star power of the entire starry sky was immediately triggered by the power emitted from this item. The power of the stars that was going to destroy the ancient stellar half-sage was completely devoured by the item. Bzz, it was an ancient halberd with stars twinkling on it. A powerful aura of the divine Tao spread out from it, causing the world to dim. This is, Gu Fei's eyes narrowed when he saw the halberd. That antique was finally going to use his holy weapon. The terrifying power of the stars was completely devoured by the halberd in just a few breaths' time. One after another, the stars flew towards the halberd and merged into it. The starry sky around the ancient stellar half-sage disappeared, devoured by the halberd in his hand. Stars began to descend on the halberd after devouring the vast power of the stars. You're quite something to be able to die to my astral halberd. The ancient stellar half-sage gripped the halberd and emitted the aura of a saint. It was as if he'd once again stepped into a realm where he could look down on all living beings. These guys, Gu Fei was shocked when he sensed how powerful the ancient stellar half-sage was. These antiques who'd once been saints were truly difficult to deal with. They had all sorts of methods to temporarily raise their cultivation to the saint realm. Although the ancient star saint's cultivation realm had fallen from the sage stage, he could temporarily return his cultivation base to its peak state in the past. How was he supposed to fight them? Sages were definitely the strongest existences in the ancient times. Only extreme supremes or human emperors could suppress such existences. In today's world, sages were extinct. Once the ancient star sage recovered to his former peak state, he would be invincible in the human realm. Unless an existence like Ghost Emperor Fundu came, no one would be his opponent. It's that halberd. Gu Fei sensed that the ancient stellar half-sage seemed to have fused with the halberd in his hand. He was borrowing the power of the halberd to temporarily restore his invincible cultivation. Die! At this moment, the ancient stellar half-sage shook the halberd in his hand. Terrifying spatial cracks immediately spread out with the ancient stellar half-sage as the center. The terrifying power of the stars pressed down on Gu Fei. The starry sky in the sky trembled. It was the real starry sky, not the one created by the ancient stellar half-sage. Master, in the sky, Gu Zhong was shocked to see this scene. He had yet to recover his battle strength. He was heavily injured during the heavenly tribulation and almost died. It was still difficult for him to use the power of a great expert at this moment. Whoosh! The halberd fell and Gu Fei was reduced to dust. Not even a mist of blood was left behind. What? The ancient stellar half-sage was stunned. He never thought that he would be able to kill his opponent so easily. It was too easy, making him feel uneasy. Roar! Gu Zhong roared in sorrow. A terrifying murderous aura rushed out from his body. His gaze was like a divine weapon as he looked at the ancient stellar half-sage in the sky. Do you want to die? I'll fulfill your wish. The ancient stellar half-sage had temporarily returned to his peak state. At this moment, he was invincible. Who could fight against him? He could even fight against a true saint. Just when the ancient stellar half-sage was about to make his move, a fist silently came from the back of his head. Bam! The ancient stellar half-sage only felt a pain at the back of his head. He felt dizzy and his entire body was sent flying. He was punched by someone. The punch was so powerful that it almost shattered his head. Roar! The ancient stellar half-sage was enraged. He swept the halberd in his hand behind him. A large area of the void was destroyed. However, his attack did not hit anything. What? The ancient stellar half-sage was shocked and furious. Who could have such a technique to sneak behind him and attack him before retreating quietly? Swoosh! Far in the sky, a figure walked out from the void and appeared beside Gu Zhong. This person was Gu Fei, who was turned into dust by the ancient stellar half-sage's halberd. Chapter 1756. With the help of the halberd, the ancient star half-step saint had temporarily recovered his peak cultivation. Terrifying fluctuations of the martial sage level emanated from his body. The power of the martial sage level was too great. A single attack from the ancient star half-step saint was enough to turn Gu Fei into ashes. However, just as the ancient star half-step saint was about to attack Gu Zhong, someone suddenly sent the ancient star half-step saint flying with a punch. That person was none other than Gu Fei. What? How is this possible? The ancient star half-step saint could not believe his eyes when he saw Gu Fei appear next to Gu Zhong. How could the person he just killed be? You'll have to be a true sage to kill me. Gu Fei wore a disdainful expression. It was a close call just now. The one that the ancient star half-step saint turned into ashes was only his clone. One of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, the 3 pure ones, allowed Gu Fei to create 3 clones that were no weaker than his main body. Each clone was almost as powerful as his main body. At this time, even the cultivators who were watching the battle from afar were dumbfounded. The powerful pressure of the sage level almost suffocated everyone. The ancient star half-step saint was too terrifying. He actually had the means to restore himself to his peak state. Right now, he was like a saint. Damn it. The ancient star half-step saint was furious. Gu Fei deserved to die for challenging his sage might again and again. Moreover, Gu Fei's punch just now almost blew up his head. If the ancient star half-step saint hadn't recovered to his peak state, Gu Fei would have beaten him half to death with that punch. The head was where the spirit resided, and the spirit resided in the Mud Pill Palace. If the head was blown up, the Mud Pill Palace was destroyed, and the spirit was crushed, even a true sage would die. There were no exceptions. Of course, the ancient star half-step saint's spirit was already extremely powerful. It was very difficult to destroy it. Even if Gu Fei managed to sneak up on him, he might not be able to kill the ancient star half-step saint. That was your doppelganger. The ancient star sage was both shocked and furious. Didn't cultivators not cultivate divine abilities and magical arts? How could this guy be able to create a clone? This was beyond the understanding of the ancient star semi-saint. Martial artists walked the path of proving their Tao through strength. The more successful a martial artist was, the more they disdained to waste time and effort on practicing magical powers and spells. However, Gu Fei's performance just now broke everyone's inherent understanding. Martial artists cultivate supernatural powers. Could it be? The ancient star sage's expression changed as if he had thought of something. Boom! Just then, a loud explosion boomed out from the skies above. The entire world shook for a moment as the killing formation that He Tian had laid down exploded. The killing formation collapsed and a terrifying destructive force erupted. This force was too powerful. The half-saint who was trapped in the formation let out a shrill cry as the divine bell shattered. After that, the half-saint was killed in both body and soul. The powerful body of a half-step saint was directly torn apart by this burst of power. He Tian, martial uncle He, seeing this scene, even someone as determined as Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. He Tian was going to perish together with his opponent. This wasn't He Tian's style. The power of the killing formation's collapse was too strong. It swept through a radius of 100 miles and almost destroyed everything. It even enveloped the gate of the void sky. However, the gate of the void sky was protected by the ancient four spirits formation and was difficult to destroy. Amidst the chaotic energy storm, a figure rushed out. Countless array runes danced around the figure, interweaving into a profound array diagram, condensing into a power that completely blocked the destructive power outside the figure's body. I was wondering why this guy would perish together with his opponent. Seeing the person who rushed out from the energy storm, Gu Fei and Gu Zhong heaved a sigh of relief. He Tian was fine. Only the half-saint from the primordial Zhao family died. All of you will die. The ancient star half-saint with the halberd roared. The power of a sage surged out from his body and shook the heavens. The terrifying pressure caused the heavens and earth to tremble. Let's go. Gu Fei knew that it would be difficult to fight against the ancient star half-saint even if he used the supreme divine weapon. Moreover, it would take time to use the supreme divine weapon. Buzz. The void trembled. At this moment, the ancient star half-saint had already swung the halberd in his hand and swept it towards Gu Fei and Gu Zhong. He did not use any divine ability or magical art. It was just a simple sweep. However, it was such a simple attack that destroyed the void and displayed great might. Humph, Gu Fei snorted coldly. With a thought, an ancient cauldron flew out from his dantian. The ancient cauldron rapidly expanded and collided with the incoming halberd. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The halberd that had collided with the ancient cauldron was repelled. The ancient star half-saint was pushed back by a few 100 feet. His hands that were holding the halberd were trembling. Both of his wrists split open and blood seeped out. He found it hard to believe that there was still something that could block his attack even though he had temporarily returned to his peak state. Buzz! The ancient cauldron shook. The power of the ancient star half-saint's attack was too strong. The ancient cauldron was sent flying thousands of feet away and fell to the ground. At this moment, Gu Fei pulled Gu Zhong up and used the universal void steps. With a single step, they arrived next to the ancient cauldron. Gu Fei held the ancient cauldron with one hand and took out the formation platform. He jumped onto the formation platform with Gu Zhong and the formation platform immediately emitted a dazzling divine light. Trying to escape. When the ancient star sage saint saw this, he wanted to make a move. However, the sharp pain in his hands caused his movements to slow down for a moment. In that short moment, the formation platform, Gu Fei, and Gu Zhong directly entered the void and disappeared. What? The ancient star half-saint was shocked and furious. Gu Fei was definitely a huge problem. If he was not killed now, the Dongfang family would be in trouble in the future. It was not a good thing to be targeted by such an enemy. At this moment, He Tian also activated the formation platform and disappeared into the void. Roar! The ancient star half-saint roared in anger. His hair was dancing in the wind. He was furious. The three of them actually escaped. The Dongfang family had suffered a huge loss in this battle. The disciples of the three great families were almost all killed by the heaven's retribution. Those who survived were those with low cultivation. Because the heaven's retribution was difficult to trigger, they survived. Is that ancient cauldron the mountain and river cauldron? The ancient star sage Tubi's eyes shone with a cold light. Chapter 1757. Ancient star saint had temporarily recovered to his former peak state. This was equivalent to a real saint appearing in the world. His saintly might was enough to shock the world. It was too powerful. This wasn't just the power of a sage, but a living saint. The rule of the great path of a saint had reappeared in the body of ancient star saint. Of course, this state couldn't last long, but as long as it lasted for a while, ancient star saint would be able to kill all of Gu Fei and the others. Even if he had a supreme divine weapon, it would be useless. A real saint had a nearly complete rule of the great path. Even the heavenly Tao couldn't suppress him. Unless Gu Fei could completely revive the mountain and river cauldron or the purple gold divine sword, there was no chance at all. However, it was impossible to completely revive the supreme divine weapon. Gu Fei and the others could only retreat. No one could contend against a real saint. Roar! Ancient star saint roared furiously outside the gate of the void sky. The whole world shook. The starry sky above trembled, and the stars in the sky seemed to fall. All the cultivators in the surrounding area were terrified. The supreme saintly might made them unable to resist at all. In front of a saint, even a quasi-saint was just an ant. Ancient star saints were really terrifying and powerful, especially those who used to be saints. These existences could use special means to restore their cultivation to their former peak state. For example, ancient star Saint Joyo could completely activate the human emperor bloodline in his body and restore the human emperor of the past. Of course, this state was difficult to maintain and couldn't last long. However, even if this invincible state couldn't be maintained for long, it was enough. As powerful as a saint, he could even kill all the cultivators outside the gate of the void sky within a breath's time. Of course, Ancient Star Saint wasn't that crazy. After all, the cultivators outside the gate of the void sky came from various forces in the human world. Some of the forces behind them weren't necessarily weaker than the Dongfang clan. Some of the super forces even had stronger foundations than the Dongfang clan. Boom! Just as Ancient Star Saint was soaring in the sky, a loud noise suddenly came from the virtual sky world. Then, a powerful existence rushed out of the virtual sky world. These people were the real experts from various big forces who took the risk to stay in the virtual sky world. Such a powerful person was actually running for his life at this time. A shocking aura burst out from the depths of the virtual sky world as if an unknown powerful existence had awakened. Rumble, the entire virtual sky world was shaking. Hundreds of millions of creatures were howling. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Huge primal chaos cracks appeared on the ground. The earth split open, and earth, water, fire, and wind gushed out from the cracks. This was a sign that this part of the world was about to collapse. The battle in the depths of the primal chaos awakened a supreme existence sleeping in the virtual sky world. The earth collapsed, and endless elements of earth, water, wind, and fire surged out. A huge figure appeared in this part of the world. This was a figure that was completely formed from the four primordial powers of earth, water, fire, and wind. This figure was extremely huge. Its head reached the sky, and its feet stood on the ground. The so-called 10,000 zhang tall mountain couldn't even reach its heel. It was too big, like a celestial being. The four primitive forces of earth, water, fire, and wind were wreaking havoc. A powerful divine comprehension emanated from the giant and instantly enveloped the entire virtual sky world. What's this? Everyone was extremely shocked. No one could have imagined that there was such a powerful existence sleeping under the earth of the virtual sky world. A powerful sage-to-be was like an ant in front of this giant. A celestial being. Outside the gate of the void sky, Ancient Star Half-Sage's expression changed when he sensed the violent and powerful fluctuations. This existence was extraordinary. It was comparable to a sage. Swish. The giant condensed from the four forces of earth, water, fire, and wind, stretched out his hand and directly grabbed at the gate of the void sky. He wanted to smash the exit of this part of the world. What? Ancient Star Half-Sage couldn't help but be shocked. After all, Ancient Nine Nether Half-Sage and Dongfang Clan's Human Emperor's Divine Weapon and Human Emperor's Seal were still inside. The Human Emperor's Divine Weapon couldn't be lost. It should be noted that it was Dongfang Clan's biggest reliance. Once it was lost, Dongfang Clan's status among the major forces would immediately be lowered. Everyone was stunned by the change in the virtual sky world. The people inside were all fleeing. However, the giant was really too powerful. The terrifying fluctuations it emitted almost made the virtual sky world collapse. It was really peerlessly terrifying. The giant's hand grabbed at the gate of the void sky. Wherever it passed, the void was shattered. Nothing could stop it. People kept turning into flying ashes under the giant hand. The people of the major forces were extremely nervous. Those who died were the real experts of their forces. The hearts of the leaders of the major forces were twitching. There was nothing much to say. The weak died in the hands of the strong. This was the most common thing in the cultivation world. However, the existence that suddenly awakened was really too powerful. Damn it. Ancient Star Half-Sage was shocked and angry when he saw an expert from Dongfang Clan perish in body and soul under the giant hand. Without any hesitation, Ancient Star Semi-Sage directly rushed into the virtual sky world while he could still maintain his former peak state for now. Saint. A spiritual fluctuation spread out from the giant's body. The appearance of the Ancient Star Sage had caught him by surprise. However, the mysterious existence didn't show any signs of stopping. The giant hand that was much larger than a mountain directly slammed down on Ancient Star Half-Sage, who just rushed in from outside the gate of the void sky. Heaven and earth projection. The Ancient Star Sage roared furiously. His body instantly became as tall as the giant, and he swung the halberd in his hand at the giant's hand. Terrifying divine path power erupted from the halberd. Ancient divine path divine veins vaguely appeared on the halberd, condensing the divine path power. Not bad, little guy. The giant stopped. The giant hand collided with Ancient Star Half-Sage's halberd. His entire arm turned into earth, water, fire, and wind and dissipated in the void. On the other hand, the Ancient Star Half-Saint staggered back 5 or 6 steps, causing the ground to tremble. What? All the cultivators outside the gate of the ruined sky were shocked to the extreme. The giant had actually blocked the attack of the Ancient Star Half-Step Saint. The Ancient Star Half-Step Saint was a ruthless person who had temporarily returned to his peak state. Who are you? Ancient Star Half-Sage was even more shocked. He was facing this existence alone. No one knew better than him how powerful and terrifying this mysterious existence was. At this moment, the earth, water, wind, and fire gathered again. The giant's arm that was shattered by Ancient Star Half-Sage reformed as if it had never been attacked. Seeing this scene, even Ancient Star Half-Sage was inwardly shocked. This mysterious existence was too powerful. It was so powerful that it could compete with saints. How could there be such a powerful existence in this world? There was no saint in the world. This was a phenomenon after the primitive world was broken. The rule of heaven and earth changed greatly. After the primitive world was broken, saints were not allowed to exist. As the rule of heaven and earth was like this, the heavenly Tao became unpredictable. It was difficult for cultivators to comprehend the Tao. Therefore, after the primitive world, no one could successfully prove their Tao. And in the human world, the strongest existences were quasi-saints and those Ancient Star Half-Sage. However, there were some powerful existences that had escaped from the 3 realms. They were not in the 5 elements and were not bound by the heaven and earth. These existences were the true experts. For example, Ghost Emperor Fengdu and that expert who suppressed the group of devils in the extreme north. Who am I? The giant muttered. He seemed to have forgotten who he was. He seemed to be in a state of confusion. Bang! At this moment, a huge halberd pierced through the giant's chest and came out from his back. That huge halberd nailed the giant in the void. The giant was furious. His long hair that was condensed from the power of fire danced wildly. Sparks flew out from his long hair. Everything that came into contact with the sparks was burnt to ashes. The entire area was engulfed in a sea of fire. It turned out that Ancient Star Half-Sage took advantage of the giant's daze and directly attacked. He successfully pierced through the giant's body with his halberd. Buzz! Ancient Star Half-Sage shook the halberd in his hand. A powerful power of stars erupted from the halberd. Specks of starlight appeared around him and a starry sky appeared around him. Boom! The giant condensed from the power of earth, water, fire, and wind collapsed in an instant. The power of destruction swept out and destroyed the area within a radius of 10,000 miles. The virtual sky world trembled. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void and chaotic aura overflowed from them. The entire world seemed to be heading towards destruction. The giant was defeated by Ancient Star Half-Sage, but he didn't feel happy about his victory. Instead, he frowned. He felt that things weren't that simple. Bang! At this moment, a huge coffin rushed out from the depths of the earth and directly collided with Ancient Star Half-Sage. A terrifying power spread from this huge coffin. It was a huge coffin surrounded by chaotic aura. Roar! The Ancient Stellar Half-Saint's hair stood on end. He sensed danger and attacked with all his strength without any hesitation. The halberd in his hand turned into a river of stars that pierced through the incoming coffin. Boom! The galaxy fiercely collided with the huge coffin. However, the power coming from the huge coffin was too strong. Ancient Star Half-Sage was forced to retreat. His halberd was still pressed against the huge coffin. He was knocked back for more than 10 miles. 2 large valleys appeared on the ground. He was still in the state of the divine Laksana, so his divine form was incomparably huge. What? Ancient star half-sage tried his best to stop himself. He felt that his hands that were holding the halberd were numb. This wasn't a good thing. Chapter 1758. The virtual sky world was very mysterious. No one knew when it had appeared. This world was discovered by the founders of the 3 great Taoist schools thousands of years ago. Later, the tradition of training in the virtual sky world came into being. For thousands of years, this world had been a place for the disciples of the 3 great Taoist schools to train. However, the 3 great Taoist schools had long fallen apart. The Taishan school had been destroyed, the Guangqing celestial sect had submitted to the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity, and the Shangqing sect had disappeared. Of the 3 great Taoist schools in the human world, only the Guangqing celestial sect still had disciples in the cultivation world. This place for the disciples of the 3 great Taoist schools to train had also become a target for various forces. However, today, the ancient existence in the virtual sky world had begun to awaken. This was definitely not a good thing for the cultivators of the various forces. The entire virtual sky world seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the sky. The earth sank, and the 4 primordial forces of earth, water, fire, and wind overflowed from these cracks. This was a sign that this world was about to be destroyed. The cultivators fighting in the depths of the chaos also sensed the abnormality of the virtual sky world. A figure rushed out from the depths of the chaos. A large seal with mighty fluctuations of sovereign path power broke through the layers of chaos and appeared in the virtual sky world. The sovereign path rule was vast and mighty, and the ancient sovereign path pattern lingered, suppressing the area. A person stood under the large seal. This person was Ancient Half-Holy of the Abyss. At this time, Ancient Half-Holy of the Abyss broke away from the battle in the depths of the chaos and rushed out. Ancient Half-Sage Joyo had just come out from the depths of chaos and saw Ancient Star Half-Sage fighting against a giant coffin. The star halberd was pressed against one side of the giant coffin, and he was trying his best to lift the giant coffin away. Roar! The divine path rule erupted from Ancient Star Half-Holy's body. His body seemed to be surrounded by stars. His long hair danced wildly, and his eyes burst out starlight that was brighter than the stars in the sky. Terrifying power continued to be added to the halberd in his hand. The divine path mark in the halberd had been awakened. Even so, Ancient Star Half-Holy found it difficult to lift the giant coffin in front of him. This was because a power no weaker than the divine path rule erupted from the giant coffin. This power could contend against a real saint, and it was even stronger than Ancient Star Half-Holy. What? Ancient Nine Nether couldn't help being startled by this scene. He was well aware of the strength of the Ancient Star Half-Holy. With the halberd, he could recover to his peak state. In the current human realm, the sage represented absolute invincibility, but now, this absolute state was being mercilessly broken. Boom! There was nothing more to say. The ancient half-saint of the abyss made his move right away. The Renhuang seal flew up and smashed towards the giant coffin in front of him. The power of the ultimate emperor realm was vast and mighty, and a large area of the void was destroyed. Bam! The giant coffin seemed to have sensed the power of the human emperor's seal. It abandoned the ancient star sage saint and soared into the sky, colliding with the human emperor's seal. An ancient giant coffin actually took the initiative to attack the human emperor's divine weapon. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. At the same time, they felt their blood run cold. At this time, a human figure flickered within the primal chaos depths. An ancient mirror released endless divine light, piercing through the void, protecting a person as they rushed out from within. Another aura of the ultimate emperor realm appeared in the virtual sky world. The great figure of the Zhao clan from the antiquity of the ancients also came out. The man protected by the ancient mirror was covered in blood, and his body was almost shattered. It was hard to imagine how fierce the battle in the depths of the primal chaos was. Even a cultivator with an ultimate emperor divine weapon was almost crippled. Ancient Nine Nether's situation was relatively better, but he was also an arrow at the end of its flight and couldn't hold on for much longer. The power of his bloodline was almost completely consumed in the battle just now. Without the support of his bloodline, the ancient half-saint of the abyss could only rely on the human emperor's seal. The human emperor's seal was, after all, a supreme divine weapon refined by a cultivator of the ultimate emperor realm. The laws of the way of the human emperor's seal manifested on it, intimidating the heavens and even suppressing the great Tao of the heavens. Boom! The human emperor's seal and the giant coffin collided in an instant, erupting a terrifying shockwave. The entire virtual sky world almost collapsed, causing the world to become even more unstable. Human emperor, a divine thought came from the giant coffin, making the ancient half-saint of the abyss's scalp go numb. Was there really a supreme existence inside the giant coffin? The giant coffin trembled and countless wisps of chaotic aura erupted. Ancient Tao patterns emerged on the coffin, interweaving with the most primitive laws of the great Tao to contend with the human emperor's seal. Ancient Tao patterns from the era of myths? Ancient half-saint of the abyss couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the ancient Tao patterns emerging on the giant coffin. These Tao patterns were extremely ancient and couldn't possibly appear in the current era. The virtual sky world actually had a figure from the era of myths buried inside. This was too shocking. Could it be that the virtual sky world already existed in the era of myths? The era of myths was an extremely ancient era that involved the great secret of creation. It was the era of gods and devils, when innate gods and devils ruled the three realms. In that era, humans were the weakest race and were almost wiped out. However, if a super antique from the era of myths was really buried in the virtual sky world, how could this super antique recognize the human emperor? After all, the human emperor was a cultivator of the ultimate emperor realm who appeared in the desolate era and cultivated the supreme emperor's path. The two of them belonged to two different eras, so there shouldn't be any intersection between them. Unless the human emperor of the East also entered the virtual sky world. Rumble, this was a great confrontation. The gods and the human emperor's seal awakened and displayed the ultimate emperor rule. The power of the rule could obliterate everything and even trample the heavenly Tao under its feet. However, this time, the invincible ultimate emperor rule was blocked by the giant coffin. The ancient coffin was shrouded in chaotic aura and confronted the human emperor's seal head-on. The virtual sky world shook and terrifying fluctuations even spread out of the virtual sky world. All the cultivators in the southern region of the human realm could feel the fluctuations. Chaos is about to begin, a sigh came from an ancient forbidden area in the human realm. The old voice sounded powerless. In the golden age of the human realm, all the major forces developed rapidly and cultivators emerged in large numbers. In just a few hundred years, their progress was already comparable to the progress of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years before the Great Era. However, after the peak of prosperity came the decline. In order to fight for the opportunity to become a saint, all the people who were interested in the Holy Road would take action. The fight for supremacy on the Holy Road was destined to be a bloody path. Some super antiques who had been sleeping for countless years would jump out, and the demons would also become restless. The virtual sky world might be the beginning of chaos. Serialized. Please stay tuned. Voting. Chapter 1759. The terrifying battle began. Ancient half-saint Joyo used the human emperor divine weapon to fight against the coffin from the mythological era. The two forces collided and cancelled each other out. The entire virtual sky world was affected once again. Rumble, this was a real collapse of heaven and earth. This part of the world was about to be destroyed. The earth sank, the starry sky cracked, and huge stars fell from the sky. Loud booms rang out continuously. The destruction of the star created a great disaster. Wherever the star fell, all living beings within thousands of kilometers, or even tens of thousands of kilometers, were completely wiped out. The billions of living beings in the virtual sky world were roaring and struggling. This was a real doomsday. Bang! The huge coffin shook. The ancient patterns on it shone with dazzling divine light and condensed the ancient rule of the Great Path. The human emperor's seal was knocked away. Ancient half-saint Joyo was hit. He vomited blood and retreated. He felt like his whole body was about to fall apart. His vitality was injured. We can't deal with this guy. Let's go. Ancient Star Half-Saint Joyo rushed up with his halberd and met up with Ancient Half-Saint Joyo. The two of them rushed out together, and the huge coffin didn't stop them. Rumble, the ground under the huge coffin shook. An ancient formation platform rose from the depths of the ground. The platform was engraved with countless patterns of the Tao. These patterns were very ancient, the same as the ones on the coffin from the mythological era. Bang! The huge coffin landed on the formation platform from the mythological era. Then, the entire ancient formation platform began to shine with dazzling divine light. All the ancient patterns of the Tao seemed to come to life. The patterns intertwined and evolved into the rule of the Great Path. An extremely powerful wave of power spread from the ancient formation platform and instantly enveloped the entire virtual sky world. The collapsing world stopped immediately. The chaotic aura that broke out of the ground and rushed into the sky was also suppressed by the spreading power from the formation platform. The existence in the huge coffin was using the power of the ancient formation platform to display a supreme technique and stabilize the world. The world that was about to collapse gradually stabilized. At this time, Ancient Star Half-Saint Joyo and Ancient Star Half-Saint Joyo took this opportunity to rush out of the gate of the void sky. The ancient star sage state could not be maintained forever. Once this state disappeared, he would be mercilessly killed by the giant coffin. Moreover, ancient half-saint Joyo was also an arrow at the end of its flight. If they didn't leave now, the two ancient half-saints of the Dongfang clan would all die in the virtual sky world. The Dongfang clan couldn't bear losing two ancient half-saints at once, especially when the human emperor's seal was in the hands of ancient half-saint Joyo. The ancient Nine Nether Half-Sage and the ancient Star Half-Sage wouldn't stay in this place even if they knew that they would die. At this time, the giant coffin from the mythological era released a terrifying chaotic energy that froze the entire world. At this moment, the giant coffin seemed to have become the ruler of this world. Above the firmament, the cracked space was gradually repaired, and the chaotic great path of heaven and earth began to become orderly. The giant coffin seemed to have merged with this side of the world. Could it be, Ancient Star Half-Saint Joyo and Ancient Star Half-Saint Joyo, who had already escaped from the virtual sky world, sensed the changes in the virtual sky world. Both of them were extremely shocked. The mysterious existence in the giant coffin actually controlled the laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world. How was this possible? Could it be that he was the master of the virtual sky world? When they thought of this, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. If the existence in the giant coffin was not the master of the virtual sky world, how could he make the almost collapsed laws of heaven and earth operate again? Boom! At this time, a terrifying wave of power came from the chaos in the depths of the virtual sky world, and a crystal coffin rushed out of the chaos. Buzz! The void shook, and a divine pattern of yin and yang also rushed out of the depths of the chaos. A powerful figure was sitting on the divine pattern. The aura of yin and yang intertwined on the divine pattern. This was the law of the great path of yin and yang. This person was the fierce person who suppressed the far north devil territory by himself. The existence in the crystal coffin was peerlessly powerful. It was the corpse of a supreme being of the extreme path that underwent a corpse transformation and was born anew. That life was a brand new life. It was no longer the supreme being of the past, but it was, after all, a life born anew from the immortal body of a supreme being. Even if it wasn't a supreme being, it was absolutely powerful to a terrifying extent. Boom! Bang! A violent collision sound came from the chaos. Two figures were fighting fiercely in the depths of the chaos. One figure's ghostly aura soared into the sky, shaking the void of the chaos. The other figure emitted a peerlessly terrifying evil might and fought endlessly with the ghostly shadow. The two great experts directly rushed out of the chaos. The originally stable laws of heaven and earth were once again attacked and almost disrupted again. Rumble, on the ancient formation platform, the giant coffin began to emit the fluctuation of the Supreme Being's law, and the aura of a Supreme Being came out of the giant coffin. It's evolving the Supreme Being's law. The peerless figures who rushed out of the depths of the chaos were all shocked. They couldn't stay in this world anymore. Once the Supreme Being's law fully manifested, it was equivalent to the resurrection of a Supreme Being. The laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world could no longer be disrupted. Not only did the Supreme Being's law stabilize the entire world, but it was also suppressing those peerless figures who had intruded into this world. This, even Ghost Emperor Fengdu and Thousand Illusions' evil master, who were fighting, couldn't help but stop. The giant coffin was manifesting the Supreme Being's law, which was not a good thing. Let's go. The divine yin-yang diagram carried the fierce person from the extreme north and flew towards the gate of ruined sky. Even a wisp of the Supreme Being's law couldn't truly suppress such an existence. The lid of the crystal coffin had long been lost somewhere. The aura of death inside the crystal coffin was vast and mighty, but at the same time, a wisp of vitality came out of the crystal coffin. There was life in death, and there was death in life. Could it be that the person in the coffin wanted to defy the heavens and be reborn, unwilling to become that evil creature of death? Rumble, the crystal coffin was like a primordial divine mountain. It flew through the void and also flew towards the gate of ruined sky. Although the existence in the coffin had the body of a Supreme Being, it didn't have the law of the Supreme Being's great Tao, so it was impossible for it to contend against the Supreme Being's great Tao manifested by the legendary ancient coffin. Let's go out and fight to our heart's content. Ghost Emperor Fengdu didn't dare to be negligent and also rushed towards the gate of ruined sky. Very well. Thousand Illusions' evil master nodded and rushed towards the gate of ruined sky. Chapter 1760. In the virtual sky world, the supremacy's law kept evolving. In the end, this kind of power seeped out from the gate of sky. Even the gate of sky, protected by the four spirits formation, could not withstand this kind of power. The gate of sky collapsed, and so did the four spirits' ancient formation. In the face of the supremacy's law of the Great Path, nothing could be preserved, not even things from the mythological era. With the disappearance of the gate of sky, the passage between the virtual sky world and the human world also disappeared. From now on, no one could enter the virtual sky world. The virtual sky world had truly become a completely independent world. No one could have ever imagined such a result. The virtual sky world actually disappeared before everyone's eyes in such a way. The supreme divine treasure and the huge coffin from the mythological era had nothing to do with the cultivators of the human world because no one could directly open the barrier between the world and the virtual sky world. All the cultivators gathered near the gate of sky soon dispersed, but the peerless figures who came out of the virtual sky world didn't stop. Boom! In an ancient battlefield in the depths of the 100,000 mountains, a loud noise came out. Two figures were fighting in the battlefield, and the terrifying fluctuations shook the entire battlefield. This battlefield was full of white bones and shrouded in gloomy fog all year round. Even in broad daylight, the battlefield was extremely gloomy and terrifying. It was very likely that many evil things had been born in the depths of the battlefield. However, today, this battlefield ushered in a great calamity. Ghost Emperor Fengdu and Thousand Illusions' evil master fought in this battlefield. There were still countless great path laws left in this ancient battlefield, so they could fight to their heart's content without fear. This was because there were countless great path laws here that hadn't dissipated. These great path laws were immortal laws created by peerless figures who had fallen in this ancient battlefield. If they fought here, they could minimize the damage caused by the battle. Kill. Thousand Illusions' evil master attacked. Evil energy soared into the sky, and within the pale green evil energy, there were countless vaguely ferocious evils. A huge palm slapped out from the evil energy. Rumble, the entire ancient battlefield shook. Thousand Illusions' evil master was extremely powerful. He could destroy an area with a raise of his hand or a kick. His cultivation level might have already reached the saint level. Roar. Ghost Emperor Fengdu roared and directly opened his inner world. 100,000 ghost soldiers rushed out from his inner world and entered his body. Drawing the 100,000 ghost soldiers into his body, Ghost Emperor Fengdu's power soared rapidly. Boom! A surge of power erupted from Ghost Emperor Fengdu's body. It was as if an ancient desolate beast had awakened inside his body. His power instantly increased by several times. Bang! Ghost Emperor Fengdu also sent out a palm to meet the other party's large palm. Boom! The two hands collided, and a terrifying power erupted. Countless Tao patterns were destroyed. Both experts had used the power of the great Tao laws. Hideous cracks appeared on the ancient battlefield. This was a battlefield formed from flesh and bones, and even the soil was red. It was hard to imagine just how many living beings perished in that battle all those years ago. In this ancient battlefield, the fragments of weapons of half-step saints and even the standard level could be seen everywhere. There were even supreme figures who had fallen here. After Ghost Emperor Fengdu and Thousand Illusions Evil Venerable clashed head-on, both of them were sent flying by each other's power. Swish! The two peerless figures were moving at high speed. The sounds of collisions were extremely shocking. It was as if two behemoths were colliding. The void was constantly being pierced. In front of this level of power, the void of heaven and earth was like a thin piece of paper that could be easily torn apart. Even a half-step saint would be instantly killed. At this time, on a mountain peak outside this ancient battlefield, three figures stood. I'm afraid these people are some super antiques. Hei Tian was incomparably shocked. Ghost Emperor Fengdu and Thousand Illusions Evil Venerable's combat power was too powerful. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. Not long ago, he had experienced the means of an ancient star saint. Even if that ancient star saint used a secret technique to temporarily restore his peak power, he still wouldn't be a match for existences like Ghost Emperor Fengdu. An existence like Ghost Emperor Fengdu was too powerful. It was hard to imagine that there would be such a powerful existence in the human realm. This kind of existence might have already surpassed the saints. The three people on the mountain peak were Gu Fei's group. Although they used the transporting formation, they didn't go far and turned back again. Hei Tian couldn't forget about the supreme divine treasure in the virtual sky world. They turned back because they wanted to fish in troubled waters. They just happened to catch up with the battle between Ghost Emperor Fengdu and Thousand Illusions Evil Venerable. At this time, the fierce person from the extreme North Devil territory had already left. During the time he was gone, the devils in the extreme North Devil territory were using all their strength to break the seal laid by this fierce person. The seal laid by this fierce person wouldn't last long. If he didn't return to the extreme North Devil territory, the devils in the Devil's Den might break the seal and run out. The Devil's Den of the extreme North Devil territory was a devil origin of the human realm. It was unknown how many devils there were inside. If these devils were to run out, the human realm would face a great calamity. The crystal coffin carried the mysterious existence and flew into the depths of the starry sky, disappearing into the universe. In this trip to the virtual sky world, Gu Fei's harvest was the greatest. Compared to the other major forces, those forces suffered heavy losses. Especially the Dongfang clan, the Zhao clan of the Desolate Antiquity, and the Beitang clan. Bang! The news came. In the ancestral court of the Dongfang clan, the Dongfang clan's patriarch was so angry that he smashed a jade bottle carved from sheep-fat white jade. Damn it! I won't stop until I kill Gu Fei. The Dongfang clan's patriarch was furious. Many experts of the Dongfang clan died in the hands of Gu Fei and his disciple. This time, they lost so many elite disciples. This made the Dongfang clan's patriarch so angry that he almost vomited blood. When the news of their disappearance reached the ancestral court of the Zhao clan of the Desolate Antiquity, the patriarch of the Zhao clan was also furious. He immediately ordered the great figure of the Zhao clan of the Desolate Antiquity who was still in the 100,000 mountains to kill Gu Fei with the Renhuang divine weapon. However, Gu Fei's whereabouts were uncertain. The expert of the Zhao clan of the Desolate Antiquity couldn't find him for a while. The ancient half-saint of the netherworld and the ancient star half-saint were also looking for Gu Fei. They also wanted to cut Gu Fei into 1,000 pieces. With the Renhuang divine weapon in hand, they didn't believe that Gu Fei had 3 heads and 6 arms. At this time, the fluctuations caused by the battle between Ghost Emperor Fengdu and Thousand Illusions Evil Master were sensed by many people. Some figures appeared outside the ancient battlefield. Gu Fei and the others didn't want to meet those people, so they hid themselves. Master, who do you think will win, Ghost Emperor Fengdu or that evil demon? With Gu Zhong's cultivation, it was difficult for him to see who was stronger between experts of this level. Even Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't see it. After all, Ghost Emperor Fengdu and that evil demon were really too powerful. Ghost Emperor Fengdu has never lost before. Such a character has an invincible heart. In the end, the winner will definitely be him. He Tian said. Being strong was important, but having an invincible heart was even more important. Although some people's cultivation couldn't compare to their opponents, they had an invincible heart. It was because of this invincible belief that the weak could win against the strong. After hearing He Tian's words, Gu Fei couldn't help but nod. The cultivation of one's mental state was very important. This was the key to reaching the Tao. If a cultivator was scared out of his wits by an opponent stronger than him and lost the invincible belief, then he would lose the qualification to become the strongest. The battle in the ancient battlefield continued. Divine lights rushed out from time to time, and a terrifying aura swept in all directions. At this time, a figure silently appeared behind Gu Fei's group. It was a skinny masked man. Gu Fei suddenly sensed something. Swish. The moment that person arrived, Gu Fei suddenly turned around and glared at that person with a gaze as sharp as a heavenly saber. He Tian and Gu Zhong were both startled. At the same time, they were inwardly aghast. This person actually came behind them and was only noticed by Gu Fei. This person's cultivation was incredible. Who are you? Gu Fei calmly looked at this black-clothed man. Clearly, this person was well prepared. Even Gu Fei's heavenly gaze couldn't see through this person's true appearance. This person had a strange treasure on him that rendered Gu Fei and He Tian's heavenly gaze ineffective. That person suddenly tilted his head and looked at Gu Fei from head to toe, then said, Gu Fei. I didn't think that you would grow up in the end. What? He Tian and Gu Zhong couldn't help but glance at each other. This person immediately said such words, causing them to feel incomparably shocked. Who on earth are you? Gu Fei's expression turned solemn. At this time, many people already knew that he had a supreme artifact, the mountain and river cauldron. Who knew how many people were envious of him? Could this person be here for the mountain and river cauldron? This person had a pair of bright and spirited eyes, which made Gu Fei feel a sense of déjà vu. However, he couldn't recall anything at this moment. If you want to know who I am, then follow me. The black-clothed person directly rushed down the mountain, reaching the waist of the mountain in an instant. This speed shocked even Gu Fei, who possessed 8 steps of extreme speed. Swish. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei directly chased after him. With his current cultivation, as long as he didn't meet any super antiques, he wouldn't be in any danger. Master, boss, Gu Zhong and He Tian were startled once again. Gu Fei's action was too rash. If the other party had set up a trap for Gu Fei to fall into, it wouldn't be good. Seeing Gu Fei and the black-clothed person disappear before their eyes, He Tian and Gu Zhong could only chase after them. Very quickly, Gu Fei and the black-clothed person had already run a few thousand li away. This place was already close to the border of the 100,000 mountain range. Suddenly, the black-clothed person who was leisurely running ahead suddenly stopped. Chapter 1761. Outside the ancient battlefield, the mysterious man appeared and lured Gu Fei to a mountain range thousands of miles away. Just who are you? The mysterious man stopped. This mysterious man gave Gu Fei a feeling of déjà vu. How could this be? Could it be that this mysterious man was someone he knew? Bam! The entire space shook. The mysterious man suddenly turned around and slammed a palm towards Gu Fei. Countless talismans rushed out of his palm and imprinted themselves on Gu Fei. Every single talisman was shining brightly, containing an extremely powerful energy fluctuation. While Gu Fei was shocked, he also knew where the other party came from. "You are from the Shangqing sect." Gu Fei moved his feet and instantly retreated. Those talismans didn't even touch the corner of his robe. However, the place he was standing at just a moment ago exploded. Even the qi of chaos was forced out. At this moment, Gu Zhong and He Tian had arrived as well. They just happened to see the black-robed man making his move and were incomparably shocked. Someone actually dared to challenge Gu Fei. Rumble, talismans after talismans appeared on the mysterious man's body. The talismans intertwined with each other, activating the energy of the heaven and earth. This man was borrowing the energy of the heaven and earth for his own use. Dao Talisman. Gu Fei's eyes brightened. This was a secret technique of the Shangqing sect. Only the direct disciples of the Shangqing sect could learn this technique. Ancient Dao talismans imprinted themselves on the sky, activating the qi in all directions. A gigantic dragon appeared before everyone's eyes and pounced towards Gu Fei. "It's a half-saint," He Tian was shocked. This mysterious man was a powerful half-saint. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a Dao talisman. His combat strength was extremely strong. He was definitely an expert amongst the half-saints. Bam! Gu Fei no longer retreated. He punched towards the incoming dragon. It was very direct. He wanted to use his absolute strength to destroy this dragon formed from Dao talismans. Boom! Gu Fei's fist smashed onto the dragon's head as his martial Dao true force burst forth, directly shattering the huge dragon's head, causing the mysterious man to fly backwards. As for Gu Fei, he was also stopped by the dragon's burst of power. "All right." The mysterious man rushed forward again. This time, countless Dao talismans turned into divine chains of laws that rushed out of the mysterious man's body and wrapped around Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei was punching the second time, completely dispersing the huge dragon formed by the Dao talisman. Shwa! The divine chains of law pierced through the void and ignored the distance between them. In an instant, they appeared around Gu Fei and wrapped him up like a dumpling. Master, boss, Gu Zhong and He Tian couldn't help being shaken. This mysterious person's power had surpassed their expectations. Even Gu Fei had been bound by the chains of laws. Humph! At this time, Gu Fei, who was bound by the divine chains of law, let out a cold laugh. After that, a powerful force burst forth from his body. Bang! The divine chains of law that wrapped around Gu Fei's body were all broken as countless Dao talismans scattered in the void. Shwa! A silhouette flashed across the void and appeared in front of the mysterious man. A huge hand reached out to grab the mysterious man. The mysterious man seemed to have expected that Gu Fei would break the divine chains of law formed by the Dao talismans. When Gu Fei broke the chains, the mysterious man had already started to retreat. However, Gu Fei's speed was too fast. It was the fastest in the world. Even if the mysterious man could predict the opponent's movements, it was still hard for him to completely dodge Gu Fei's attack. Buzz! The void trembled as a pitch-black void appeared behind the mysterious man. Dao talismans intertwined with each other. It was a world of its own, emitting an aura of heaven and earth. He opened up his own world. Gu Fei was very surprised. This mysterious man wasn't simple. A world appeared behind the mysterious man and sucked him in. Trying to escape. Gu Fei was extremely domineering. He took a step forward and directly barged into that world. The void was collapsing as the world that the mysterious man had created started trembling violently. "You dare to come in?" The mysterious man was still as calm as ever. Gu Fei actually dared to barge into his inner world? How audacious. One must know that once one entered the other party's inner world, it was equivalent to entering a cage. Within the inner world of the mysterious man, the mysterious man was a supreme god while Gu Fei was an ant. Even if Gu Fei's cultivation base was higher than the mysterious man's, it would still be hard for him to defy the heavens. Why wouldn't I dare? Gu Fei really barged in. The mysterious man wanted to close his inner world, but Gu Fei wouldn't let him. Once he closed his inner world, he would truly be trapped within. Bang! Gu Fei threw a punch and directly smashed the rapidly closing exit of his inner world. Rumble, an even more powerful force of heaven and earth rushed out from Gu Fei's body, opening the exit of the mysterious man's inner world. Then, a world appeared around Gu Fei's body. At this moment, the mysterious man could no longer remain calm. Gu Fei's inner world was obviously stronger and more stable than his own. Alright, you're strong. See you later. A divine diagram rushed out from the mysterious man's body. As soon as this divine diagram appeared, a saint-level wave immediately spread out from it. Emicham, Gu Fei's heart trembled. He hurriedly put away his inner world and rushed out from the mysterious man's inner world. The mysterious man had used a saint-level weapon. If he was not careful, his inner world might be attacked. Swoosh! The void rippled and the mysterious man and his inner world disappeared in an instant. Gu Fei didn't think this would be the result. The opponent's technique was truly brilliant. Even Gu Fei could not stop the mysterious man from escaping. The mysterious man's movement was far too fast. Nobody thought that the mysterious man would retreat just like that. He Tian and Gu Zhong didn't even have time to stop him. Master, who was that? Gu Zhong and He Tian arrived beside Gu Fei. Someone from the Shangqing sect. Gu Fei's emotions were a little complicated. The Shangqing sect had been in seclusion for hundreds of years. Shangqing sect's disciples had almost never appeared before. But now, he had encountered a powerhouse. The Shangqing sect's talisman technique could be described as a secret technique unique to the cultivation community. Those who were not direct descendants could not learn it. This mysterious man's cultivation level was extremely powerful. He was a half-saint. Since when did the Shangqing sect, which was once one of the three main Taoist houses, have someone like this? A half-saint, even in this world of mortals, they were at the pinnacle of existence. With a half-saint, why would the Shangqing sect hide? They couldn't understand. With a half-saint, there was no need for them to hide. The power of a half-saint was extraordinary. In the cultivation community, a force with a half-saint was definitely a major force. Though they couldn't compare to the clan of the Huanggu, they could still fight against forces like the Beitang clan. The appearance of the Shangqing sect made Gu Fei think about many things. He faintly felt like there was some kind of secret behind this. Perhaps the appearance of the three main Taoist houses was not a coincidence. At this time, the Great War continued inside the ancient battleground. Ghost Emperor Feng Du was undefeatable. He had attracted hundreds of thousands of ghost soldiers into his body and his battling abilities had increased to a level where he could kill a saint. The Thousand Illusions evil being was truly impressive. He managed to summon all the evil energy that had been accumulating inside the ancient battleground for countless years. The entire ancient battleground was about to collapse. The Thousand Illusions evil being seemed to have opened the gates of hell. An endless amount of evil energy rushed out and engulfed the entire ancient battleground. The Thousand Illusions evil being used his great power to attract the evil energy into his body and fought against Ghost Emperor Feng Du. These two fellas in the distant past, even if they weren't supremes, they were very close to it. He Tian exclaimed. The strength displayed by Ghost Emperor Feng Du and the Thousand Illusions evil being was far too powerful. It was as if two supremes had descended into the ancient battleground and were engaged in an ultimate battle. Gu Fei's group once again arrived near the ancient battleground. They didn't dare to get too close because the consequences would be unimaginable if they were caught up in the battle. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, the ancient battleground really did collapse. Beneath the ancient battleground, a putrid stench of blood gushed out. This ancient battleground seemed to have a life of its own as it bled. Just how many living beings have fallen here? The old antiques couldn't help but exclaim at this scene. This was a battleground built from the corpses of countless living beings. In the end, the auras of Ghost Emperor Feng Du and the 1,000 illusions evil being disappeared. No one knew the result of the battle because in the end, even the old antiques who cultivated the divine eyes couldn't see the battlefield. It wasn't until 10 days later that the news of Ghost Emperor Feng Du's return came from Ghost Palace. He returned with serious injuries and his supreme ghost body was almost crippled. As for the 1,000 illusions evil being, he never appeared again. The result of this battle seemed to be Ghost Emperor Feng Du's victory. Ghost Emperor Feng Du won, but it was a very difficult victory. It was a Pyrrhic victory. In the distant past, 1,000 illusions evil being, an almost invincible existence who could move unhindered between heaven and earth, was finally completely beheaded. With the end of the battle, Gu Fei's group left the 100,000 mountains. During this trip to the virtual sky world, Gu Fei's harvest was incomparable to anyone else's. The peerless ominous saber was successfully reassembled into a perfect supreme ominous saber. A supreme immortal tool was absolutely priceless. However, everything that happened in the virtual sky world had a great impact on the cultivation world. The existence in the crystal coffin was an unerasable shadow in the hearts of the old antiques in the cultivation world. No one knew whether the existence in the crystal coffin would change or not. A few days later, Gu Fei's group appeared in Dragon Emperor City. The current Dragon Emperor City was absolutely bustling. The streets were crowded with people, and most of them were cultivators. Such a scene in Dragon Emperor City was absolutely unimaginable hundreds of years ago. Chapter 1762. Dragon Emperor City was an immortal city in South Wilderness. This ancient city had experienced the darkest age in the cultivation world and was still standing in South Wilderness. This immortal ancient city remained unchanged as if it had always been like this since ancient times. Even though it had existed for so many years, it had not been submerged in the merciless years. When Gu Fei's group arrived at Dragon Emperor City, it was night time. South Wilderness was not tranquil at night. Fierce beasts would appear in the woods outside Dragon Emperor City from time to time. In the night, even cultivators in the city would not like to go out. The night was full of unknown dangers. However, in front of Gu Fei's group, these dangers could basically be ignored. Few existences in this world could threaten Gu Fei. Gu Fei's group landed on the avenue in front of the ancient city a few miles away from the city. Closely after that, they walked towards the ancient city. The city gate of Dragon Emperor City had not been closed yet. 2 tall immortal soldiers in black armors were guarding outside the city gate. Immortals guarding the city gate. Even Gu Fei was slightly surprised by this scene. It should be known that even in this earthly world, immortal-level existences would absolutely not stoop to the level of having to defend a city. Which clan's immortal soldiers are they from? Gu Fei and the others immediately thought that perhaps it was because of the virtual sky world that there were immortal soldiers guarding the city gate. Only powerful immortals and deities could prevent unrest from happening. The opening of the virtual sky world almost attracted all the powerhouses across the cultivation world to pour into South Wilderness. Even now, a lot of cultivators were still in Dragon Emperor City. Dragon Emperor City was the center of South Wilderness and the sacred city in the eyes of hundreds of clans in South Wilderness. Therefore, Dragon Emperor City couldn't be chaotic. If some foreign powerhouses wanted to make trouble in the city, they would need immortal soldiers to stop them. Stop. When the 2 immortal-level immortal soldiers outside the city gate saw Gu Fei's group approaching the city gate, one of them instantly moved 1 step forward and stopped Gu Fei's group by holding his spear horizontally. Gu Fei glanced at the immortal soldier and his eyes flickered with a sharp light. That immortal soldier was instantly frightened. He felt a powerful pressure. This seemingly young cultivator was extremely terrifying. With just a glance from this person, he no longer had any thoughts of resisting. May I ask which family's esteemed guest is senior from? To be able to cultivate to the immortal realm, these people's eyelashes were all empty. This immortal soldier knew that he couldn't afford to offend them, so he immediately became respectful and asked carefully. Gu Zhong walked out from behind Gu Fei, stared at the immortal soldier, and coldly said, "Who Who are you to ask about my master's background? He had just stabilized his cultivation base and could not control the aura on his body well. The pressure of an almighty level spread out from his body. When the two immortal soldiers sensed this pressure, their legs instantly went soft while their souls shook, and they almost knelt on the ground while their entire bodies trembled. Let's go. Without looking at the two immortal soldiers, Gu Fei directly entered Dragon Emperor City, followed by Gu Zhong and He Tian. The three people soon disappeared in the streets of Dragon Emperor City and integrated into the crowd. Almighty, the two immortal soldiers only came back to their senses after Gu Fei and the others had left. They found that their clothes had been soaked with cold sweat at some point in time. In the eyes of mortals, immortals were lofty. However, in front of almighty figures, they were just like mortals. They couldn't resist almighty figures at all. Hurry up, inform Master Long that an almighty figure has entered the city. After recovering their composure, the two immortal soldiers changed their faces greatly. One of them hurriedly took out a message rune and sent it out. In a pavilion on one side of the streets of Dragon Emperor City, a fat middle-aged man suddenly sensed something. He stretched out his hand and caught a light that flew in through the window. An almighty figure has entered the city. The immortal light in the middle-aged man's hand disappeared in the air as his face turned a bit solemn. He had to pay attention to the arrival of an almighty figure. This middle-aged man didn't know that there was more than one almighty figure in the city. If he knew that two almighty figures and a semi-sage level knight had entered the city, he might not be able to sit still anymore. Master Long, now that you've come to the Sunset Glow Pavilion, you must enjoy yourself. A somewhat flirtatious young woman came over. This woman had a bewitching charm, as if she was born with a bewitching bone. She had an extraordinary attraction to men. Humph, behave yourselves tonight. My young master is holding a banquet in Drunken Immortal Mansion. What? That young woman's small mouth was wide open, she was incomparably shocked. She was very clear about this Chief Long's background. This Chief Long was an expert from one of the four great ancient clans of the Southern Wasteland, and the ancient clan he belonged to, in recent years, had produced an exceptional genius, faintly showing signs of becoming the #1 clan in the Southern Wasteland. Is it Qing, audacious? How dare you call my young master's name directly? Master Long changed his face as he interrupted the young woman's words. ZG, you should know that there's something that you shouldn't touch. If you touch it, you might die both physically and spiritually. Master Long said with a solemn look. After hearing Master Long's words, the young woman called ZG's face turned pale. Is that peerless genius really in South Wilderness? ZG couldn't help but look out of the window. Opposite Afterglow Pavilion was the famous Drunken Immortal Mansion in Dragon Emperor City. It was said that Drunken Immortal Mansion was supported by a major force. The immortal brew of Drunken Immortal Mansion could even make immortals drunk. In the pavilion on the top floor of the Drunken Immortal residence, there were only a few people in the huge pavilion. It seemed very deserted. Someone had booked the top floor of Drunken Immortal Mansion to hold a banquet for a friend. Qing Long, you've made a breakthrough in cultivation base after 100 years. You're really the most heaven-defying genius in South Wilderness. A pleasant voice sounded in the pavilion. Jiang Ren, you're not bad either. You're only half a step away from breaking through to quasi-sage level. At the banquet, two of the most dazzling existences were conversing. Both of them could be regarded as rare geniuses in the cultivation world. Moreover, both of them had astonishing origins. I've heard that that person is back. Is that why Brother Qing Long finished his secluded cultivation in advance? The little Shen King Jiang Ren said as he watched that young man with a faint smile. Humph. After hearing the little Shen King's words, Qing Long harumphed as his eyes suddenly turned sharp. It seemed that the little Shen King had touched his sore spot. Chapter 1763. On the top floor of the Drunken Immortal Tavern, Azure Dragon invited the Jiang family's little Shen King to a banquet. The Jiang family's little Shen King's words caused the atmosphere to become somewhat oppressive. Azure Dragon's aura burst out uncontrollably. Hee, you really came out early for that person. This trip to the Southern Wasteland was not in vain. There's going to be a good show. The Jiang family's little Shen King had an expectant look on his face. Are you asking for a beating again? Azure Dragon's aura continued to rise. It seemed like he was really going to make a move. A dragon's shadow loomed over his body and a dragon's roar could be vaguely heard in the void. The young cultivators beside them couldn't help but change their expressions when they saw this scene, and they quickly retreated. Everyone in the southern wasteland knew that the friendship between Azure Dragon and the Jiang family's little Shen King was forged through a fight. The first time they met, they fought for 3 days and 3 nights in the mountains of the southern wasteland. No one knew the result of that fight. After that, the Jiang family's little Shen King would come to challenge Azure Dragon every once in a while. As time went by, the two actually became friends. I know you're strong. Save your strength to find that person. The Jiang family's little Shen King didn't want to fight Azure Dragon at this time. That person had beaten all the young cultivators of the southern wasteland. He also wanted to meet such a person. One should know that beating all the young cultivators of the southern wasteland with his own strength was not something an ordinary person could do. Even Azure Dragon wasn't a match for that person. At this time, Azure Dragon suddenly sensed something. He stood up and looked down the street. At this time, there were 3 people standing on the street in front of the Drunken Immortal Tavern. The leader was looking up and his eyes met Azure Dragon's. Gu Fei. Azure Dragon. After seeing each other, the two were startled. Then, Azure Dragon directly jumped down from the top floor of the Drunken Immortal Tavern. At this time, his body erupted with the aura of a half-step saint. Half-step saint, Gu Fei muttered to himself. This Azure Dragon was not simple. He had actually cultivated to the half-step sage realm. Moreover, his realm was very high. He was definitely at the 5th layer of half-step sage realm or above. Just as Gu Fei was thinking, the Azure Dragon landed on the ground and stood in front of him. You really came. The Azure Dragon stared at Gu Fei, the blood and qi in his body surging. It was as if there were stars descending in his eyes, giving off an extremely strong sense of oppression. It was as if the entire world had frozen. Can't I come to this place? Gu Fei smiled. At this moment, a figure flashed above the pavilion. Another figure jumped down from above and landed beside the Azure Dragon. You are. When Gu Fei saw this person, he felt that this person was a little familiar. It was as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. Jiang Ren of the Jiang family. The young man introduced himself. Jiang Ren. When Gu Fei heard Jiang Ren's words, a thought flashed in his mind. He knew why he felt that this person was familiar. This person was the expert of the younger generation of the Jiang family, the Jiang family's young divine emperor, whom they had met when they were in the land of death and death of the dragon and phoenix. That guy from the Jiang family. He Tian walked out from behind Gu Fei. Half-step sage. When Azure Dragon and the little Shen King of the Jiang family saw He Tian, they couldn't help but be shocked. This guy behind Gu Fei was actually a powerful half-step sage. 2 great experts in a half-step sage had entered the city without attracting any attention. Could it be that the immortal soldiers guarding the city were eating shit? Azure Dragon's face turned a little ugly. Dragon slave, get the hell out here. The Azure Dragon shouted loudly. Young master, at this time, a middle-aged man rushed out of a pavilion opposite the immortal drunken residence in a panic. This middle-aged man was a fatty. This fatty was Master Dragon who had received the message from the immortal soldiers guarding the city. In the eyes of outsiders, the people that came from the Azure Dragon clan were all a tier above others. This middle-aged fatty was of lord before the people from the Sunset Cloud Pavilion. However, before the Azure Dragon clan, he was nothing more than a servant. What's wrong? Brother Gu Fei, how could you not know about the arrival of Brother Gu? Do you still want to be the Castellan of Dragon Emperor City? Azure Dragon said with an extremely solemn look. Young master, heir, after hearing Azure Dragon's words, the fatty was shocked at once. He was clear about Azure Dragon's temperament. He might not be the Castellan of Dragon Emperor City anymore. Piss off. Azure Dragon didn't say anything else. He waved his hand and the middle-aged fatty was immediately sent flying. He smashed into the sunset pavilion on the other side, causing chaos in the pavilion. Gu Fei had been watching this scene without saying a word. Brother Gu, why don't we have a talk upstairs? The young Shen King of Jiang clan's voice sounded. With the words of the young Shen King of Jiang clan, the intense atmosphere instantly dispersed. This was Dragon Emperor City. Nobody would like to fight here. Even Cyan Dragon couldn't break the rules of Dragon Emperor City. The Castellan of Dragon Emperor City was a member of Cyan Dragon clan. South Wilderness Prefecture Lord had been driven away by hundreds of clans in South Wilderness 100 years ago. South Wilderness had been truly independent. The force of Yen dynasty had been completely cut off. The influence of the Immortal dynasty couldn't reach into South Wilderness anymore. Hundreds of clans in South Wilderness had never been conquered by any force, not even the Immortal dynasty. It was just a matter of time before South Wilderness became independent. Fine. Gu Fei nodded. Azure Dragon is a good opponent. He could fight me endlessly many years ago. In South Wilderness, Azure Dragon's cultivation base is definitely outstanding among the young generation. Azure Dragon finally retracted his gaze from Gu Fei. In his eyes, Gu Fei's cultivation was no secret. Gu Fei was a peak almighty expert. How could he be a peak powerful figure? Gu Fei has already been unrivaled among the young generation in South Wilderness hundreds of years ago. Even I was defeated by him. How could such a freak be a peak powerful figure? Although Azure Dragon almost died in the hands of Gu Fei, there's no animosity between them. It was a fair fight. If he was killed, he could only blame himself for not being proficient in martial arts. Who else could he blame? The friendship between him and the young Shen King of Jiang clan was built through fighting. Under the guidance of the young Shen King of Jiang clan and Azure Dragon, Gu Fei and the others entered Drunken Immortal residence. At this moment, many people were watching this scene. The appearance of Azure Dragon shocked all the cultivators in Dragon Emperor City, especially the local cultivators in South Wilderness. It was said that Azure Dragon had always been in secluded cultivation. Even the opening of the virtual sky world couldn't make him come out. However, Azure Dragon appeared in Dragon Emperor City at this moment. The spies of the major forces in South Wilderness soon spread this news. Gu Fei has come to Dragon Emperor City. A news that was more shocking than Azure Dragon's coming out of secluded cultivation was also spreading. Gu Fei and Azure Dragon were together. This time, all the people who knew this news couldn't stand it anymore. Chapter 1764. On the top floor of Drunken Immortal residence, Gu Fei and Azure Dragon were sitting opposite each other. Brother Azure Dragon, how have you been? Gu Fei replied with a smile. Azure Dragon was almost killed by me that day. If not the powerhouses of Cyan Dragon clan saved him, this Azure Dragon of Cyan Dragon clan would have been killed. You, very good. Azure Dragon didn't hide his battle intent at all. It was rare for him to be so calm in front of the most powerful opponent in his life. In the southern wilderness, Azure Dragon was famous for being a cultivation maniac. The main reason why Azure Dragon was so crazy about cultivating was to defeat Gu Fei. When Azure Dragon was defeated in the previous battle, he was unwilling to accept it. Because he was Azure Dragon with the bloodline of a supreme immortal beast. This time, when he met Gu Fei again, his battle blood started to boil. He Tian and Gu Zhong were secretly shocked by the Azure Dragon's battle intent. This was an extremely powerful half-saint. Moreover, it was the current Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan. The bloodline of a supreme immortal beast could not be underestimated. You want to fight? Gu Fei looked straight into Azure Dragon's eyes with a calm look. He didn't even release any chi fluctuation. His chi had been hidden. Nobody knew his current state. This was an instinct of the martial body. It could lock the aura and fluctuations on one's body, preventing the opponent from noticing anything unusual on one's body. In this way, his opponent couldn't figure out Gu Fei's current state. Hearing Gu Fei's words, the people at the side jumped in fright. These two fellows better not fight here. One must know that they were both decisive figures. Especially the fat boss of drunken immortal residence. He was flurried as beads of sweat constantly oozed out of his forehead. He couldn't afford to offend either of them. Even the power behind him couldn't afford to offend them. That was because the origins of these two people were too great. Moreover, these two people were lawless fellows. Although others dared not fight in Dragon Emperor City, it didn't mean that the two powerful figures dared not. Cyan Dragon Clan had long controlled Dragon Emperor City. Ho ho, it's really Brother Gu. Right at this moment, a figure flickered at the entrance to the staircase, and then a graceful woman walked up while a pleasant voice resounded. The others hurriedly looked at the entrance of the staircase. This woman was wearing a light green dress and looked like a goddess from the 9 heavens. She floated over, extraordinary and otherworldly, without the slightest trace of the mortal world. When Gu Fei saw this woman, he couldn't help feeling surprised. He hadn't expected to see her here. She was an old friend. Zhongli Meng. Gu Zhong's expression turned grave when he saw the woman. He had once traveled to many places and had stayed in the southern wasteland for a period of time. Of course, he knew this woman. This was a powerhouse of a major force in Dragon Emperor City. Zhongli clan's power was deeply rooted in Dragon Emperor City. Even Cyan Dragon Clan was a bit afraid of this clan. Zhongli Meng was one of the people who chased away the southern desolate prefecture king. This girl is not bad. At the sight of Zhongli Meng, He Tian's eyes shone as he almost drooled. At the sight of Zhongli Meng, Gu Fei couldn't help but recall what happened when he came to Dragon Emperor City in South Wilderness for the first time. Time is really merciless. When I came to Dragon Emperor City, I was just a nobody. It was also in Dragon Emperor City that I fought South Wilderness prefects. From then on, the name Gu Fei came into being in the cultivation circle. It could be said that Dragon Emperor City was a starting point for Gu Fei, a starting point on the road to power. A figure flashed across his mind. It was a figure that had been sealed in his heart for a long time. However, at this moment, that figure appeared in the depths of his mind. After hundreds of years, she doesn't have a good aptitude. Even if she enters the cultivation circle, I'm afraid that she could barely live for hundreds of years. When Gu Fei thought of this, he couldn't help but become silent. When the others saw Gu Fei's expression, they couldn't help being amazed. Is there anything that can make this person who strives for the most powerful power worry? This was especially true for He Tian and Gu Zhong. They were very curious as to what could have caused Gu Fei to act like this. What? Brother Gu, do you blame this little sister for not being a good host? Zhongli Meng walked over and sat down beside the table. She was the owner of this room. The major force behind Drunken Immortal Residence was Zhongli clan. How could I? Zhongli Meng's voice brought Gu Fei back to his senses. At this moment, a black figure was standing in a dark corner on one side of the street outside Drunken Immortal Residence. This person seemed to have integrated with the surrounding void. Even existences like Gu Fei and Azure Dragon couldn't detect his existence. He's actually here, the black figure muttered to himself. Closely after that, he disappeared in the void. At this moment, all the major forces in Dragon Emperor City had known that Gu Fei had entered Dragon Emperor City. Additionally, Gu Fei encountered Azure Dragon, which made all the major forces pretty intense. What would happen to Gu Fei when he encountered Azure Dragon? Everyone wanted to know the answer. However, it was not easy to enter the top floor of Drunken Immortal Residence. Nobody would like to offend Azure Dragon. Many people in the southern wasteland knew that Azure Dragon was defeated by Gu Fei. When the two experts met, there would definitely be a battle. This was already destined. Gu Fei and Azure Dragon were both top figures. Many people wanted to know, after hundreds of years, who was stronger between Gu Fei and Azure Dragon. Fairy Zhongli, why are you here? Azure Dragon couldn't ignore Zhongli Meng. After all, Drunken Immortal Residence was the property of Zhongli clan. Zhongli Meng was the owner of this room. Humph. Zhongli Meng sneered and said, Brother Gu and Brother Azure Dragon, you're being too polite. Now that you're in Dragon Emperor City, you should invite some old friends here. Old friends. Hearing that, Gu Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't have many old friends. Additionally, most of them were his enemies instead of his friends. The Azure Dragon sitting in front of him was a powerful opponent for him. Gu Fei was very clear on the difference between enemies and opponents. When it came to enemies, one would not rest until the other party was dead. If one did not kill the other party, one would be killed. As for opponents, they didn't have to fight to the death. There were many enemies and even more opponents in the Holy Road. Some people had died and couldn't be seen anymore. However, the outstanding figures of the major ancient clans in South Wilderness wouldn't die that easily. Among the rising powers in South Wilderness, there were Azure Dragon, Gui Teng, Zhongli Meng, and Feng Shiwu. They were all rising stars. This was especially true for the Azure Dragon. Even the old half-sage might not be able to suppress him. Gu Fei, do you dare to fight? Azure Dragon was very direct. He wanted to settle the score with Gu Fei. Hundreds of years had passed. Now that they'd met again, he wanted to wipe away his previous humiliation and defeat Gu Fei. You want to challenge my teacher? Gu Zhong stared at Azure Dragon. His qi and blood were surging, and his battle blood was boiling. An extremely powerful wave erupted from his body. He's your teacher. Azure Dragon was very surprised. He didn't expect the martial artist behind Gu Fei to be Gu Fei's disciple. This was a martial almighty. Martial almighty, Little Shen King's eyes lit up. He knew how powerful an almighty's martial body was. The Jiang clan of the ancients had been passed down for countless years and had accumulated countless ancient books. Little Shen King's understanding of martial bodies came from these ancient books. It should be known that a successful martial body was almost impossible to find in the human world. Even Zhongli Meng's eyes lit up. They couldn't see through Gu Fei's cultivation and strength. However, Gu Zhong's cultivation and strength were no secret in their eyes. Gu Fei's disciple was already an almighty. Gu Fei's cultivation must be stronger than his disciple. Could it be that Gu Fei's cultivation had also broken through to the half-sage realm? Otherwise, how could he be so calm? A half-sage expert was definitely extremely powerful. If you want to fight with me, a supreme, you'll have to defeat me first. Gu Zhong stood up from his seat. His battle intent was shocking. 2 rays of divine light shot out from his eyes as he stared at Azure Dragon. Junior, you can't do it. Azure Dragon shook his head. Although this martial artist was strong, there was still a huge gap between him and Azure Dragon. It wouldn't take much effort for him to defeat this martial artist. What? Gu Zhong's eyebrows immediately rose when he heard Azure Dragon's words. There seemed to be golden lightning flashing in his eyes. Gu Fei, my opponent is you. Azure Dragon ignored Gu Zhong. This caused Gu Zhong to be shocked and angry. Azure Dragon had actually ignored him. This made Gu Zhong extremely depressed. Everyone was shocked. This Azure Dragon was indeed a powerful person. Even when facing a powerful opponent like Gu Fei, he was still calm and composed. Humph, you little fella, you're really courting death. He Tian didn't care about Azure Dragon's strength. He was well aware of Gu Fei's strength. Even if Azure Dragon possessed the bloodline of a supreme divine beast, he might not be a match for Gu Fei. Everyone was shocked when they heard He Tian call Azure Dragon a little fella. Could this half-sage be a super old man with a great background? Otherwise, why would he dare to act like this? Swoosh. Azure Dragon's gaze swept towards He Tian, causing He Tian to be shocked. Time and place. Gu Fei was very straightforward. He knew that he would fight Azure Dragon for sure. However, he didn't want to fight Azure Dragon right away. He still had something to do in Dragon Emperor City. Master, Gu Zhong spoke. He wanted to fight Azure Dragon on behalf of his master. You're still not a match for him. Gu Fei said. Gu Zhong wasn't him. His cultivation base was only at the first heavenly layer. It was not enough for him to fight Azure Dragon. Chapter 1765. One sect with two almighties. On the top floor of the drunken immortal residence, Azure Dragon and the others were shocked. They knew very well what kind of path Gu Fei had taken. It was the most difficult path among all the paths. And his disciple had also become an almighty. This was not an ordinary almighty, but a martial almighty, an invincible existence among those in the same realm. It was shocking. And now, not only Gu Fei had grown, but his disciple had also grown. This disciple of Gu Fei was even going to fight Azure Dragon on behalf of his master. However, Gu Fei stopped him. One should know that Azure Dragon wasn't an ordinary half-step saint. Even some ancient half-step saints might not be a match for him. The power of the Azure Dragon clan's bloodline could not be underestimated. Master, Gu Zhong's blood was boiling. Azure Dragon's strength made his battle intense surge. He could not wait to join forces with Azure Dragon and fight to his heart's content. Little fellow, your master is right. You are not my match. I'm not interested in you. At this moment, Azure Dragon spoke. In his eyes, there was only Gu Fei who had defeated him in the past. And although this disciple of Gu Fei was also very strong, there was still a huge gap between him and Azure Dragon. He did not want to bully the weak. Hearing this, Gu Zhong's eyes flickered. Then, a thunderous sound came from his body. This was the sound of his blood and qi surging. Just when Gu Zhong was about to attack, a palm suddenly landed on his right shoulder. Gu Zhong was shocked. He turned his head and saw that the person who pressed down on him was He Tian. He Tian's palm was as heavy as a mountain, making it difficult for Gu Zhong to move his body. Brother Gu, your disciple is not bad. The little Shen king of the Jiang clan glanced at Gu Zhong and said. Gu Zhong's potential was the same as his master's, it could be increased infinitely. This Gu Zhong was the second Gu Fei. My bloodline only consists of me and my disciple. We can't compare to you. Gu Fei smiled and said indifferently. His bloodline had withered a long time ago. It was already a miracle that his bloodline could be passed down. However, no one here dared to look down on Gu Fei and his disciple. A martial artist at the peak of the almighty stage could compete with an ancient semi-sage. In terms of battle prowess, he could already be ranked among the top figures of the human realm. Alright, now that we've met, let's part ways here. I'll tell you the time and location of the duel within 3 days. Azure Dragon didn't want to say too much. He stood up and walked out of the drunken immortal residence. This guy, He Tian, couldn't help but be shocked as he saw Azure Dragon leave. That person was definitely a strong opponent. In this great world where the Holy Road was contending for supremacy, Gu Fei and Azure Dragon were destined to fight. Very good. Gu Fei also stood up. Brother Gu, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Zhong Limeng and Little Shen King of the Jiang clan also stood up. The battle between Azure Dragon and Gu Fei had touched the nerves of all the experts in the southern wilderness. This was definitely the most anticipated battle in the cultivation world. No one was willing to miss this battle. It was likely that all the experts in the cultivation world would not be able to sit still. I need to adjust my condition. After saying that, Gu Fei also turned and walked out of the drunken immortal residence. Gu Zhong and He Tian followed Gu Fei out of the drunken immortal residence. They had originally thought that Gu Fei and Azure Dragon would definitely fight. However, the result was beyond the expectations of Little Shen King of the Jiang clan and the rest. Azure Dragon and Gu Fei had both left. Only Little Shen King and Zhong Limeng of the Jiang clan were left in the drunken immortal residence. Brother Zhang's essence, qi, and spirit are all in peak condition. It seems that you haven't fought against Azure Dragon this time. Zhong Limeng only took a glance at Little Shen King of the Jiang clan, but he had already seen through Little Shen King's condition. This Little Shen King came to the southern wilderness every 10 years to challenge Azure Dragon. During these 100 years, Little Shen King of the Jiang clan and Azure Dragon fought a total of 10 times. Every time, they chose to fight in an inaccessible place, so very few people could witness the battle between the two. Some people said that in these 10 battles between Little Shen King of the Jiang clan and Azure Dragon, both of them won and lost. This time, because of the opening of the virtual sky world, Little Shen King of the Jiang clan came to the southern wilderness 2 years in advance to challenge the current Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan. However, Azure Dragon didn't come out of his closed-door meditation and didn't accept the challenge. However, the arrival of Gu Fei made Azure Dragon, who ignored Little Shen King of the Jiang clan, come out of his closed-door meditation in advance. From this, it could be seen that in Azure Dragon's mind, Gu Fei was far more important than Little Shen King of the Jiang clan. Among the 100 clans of the southern wilderness, Azure Dragon was recognized as the strongest cultivator among the younger generation. However, several hundred years ago, he was defeated by a cultivator from the Middle Plains. In his whole life, he was only defeated by this person who convinced him wholeheartedly. His opponent's cultivator wasn't someone he could contend against at that time. However, it was different this time. For the past few hundred years, he had been cultivating madly, and his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Now, he had surpassed all the cultivators of the younger generation in the southern wilderness, and he had become a half-saint. Even among the semi-saints of the older generation, there weren't many who could be his opponent. If he encountered Gu Fei again, Azure Dragon was confident that he could defeat him. Azure Dragon's opponent this time won't be me. The eyes of Little Shen King of the Jiang clan flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. To him, Gu Fei was also a rare opponent. In the competition for supremacy on the Holy Road, many people were destined to suffer a tragedy if they encountered such an existence. Gu Fei's strength was enough to make most people despair on the Holy Road. Zhong Limeng's cultivation technique was very special. She could sense waves that others couldn't. Little Shen King of the Jiang clan also seemed to see Gu Fei as his opponent. I'm really looking forward to this battle. Zhong Limeng stood up and left. Soon, the news of the battle between Gu Fei and Azure Dragon spread throughout the Dragon Emperor city. The entire southern wilderness was shocked. Azure Dragon represented the #1 cultivator of the younger generation in the southern wilderness. If Azure Dragon lost, it would mean that the younger generation of the Central Plains was stronger than the younger generation of the southern wilderness. And this time, Azure Dragon's opponent was not Little Shen King of the Jiang clan, but Gu Fei, the demon. Gu Fei's reputation was completely built on his fists. A storm spread in all directions with Dragon Emperor City as the center. Among the humans, there were enemies of Gu Fei, but there were also friends of Gu Fei. The human forces that came out of the third Buddha sky were all grateful for Gu Fei's great kindness. This was a force so powerful that even the ancient wilderness forces had to be wary of it. Of course, Gu Fei's enemies were far more than his friends. The ancient Buddhists had great enmity with Gu Fei, and heavenly monk Dharma was always thinking of sending Gu Fei to the afterlife. In the eyes of the ancient Buddhists, Gu Fei was a great demon. If they could send this demon to the afterlife, it would be a great meritorious deed. That sloppy monk of the Buddhists appeared near Dragon Emperor City. Zhongli clan was a local tyrant in Dragon Emperor City. The next day, Zhongli Meng had someone record the movements of the other forces on a jade amulet and send it to Gu Fei. Humph, even those people couldn't sit still this time. After reading the information in the jade amulet, Gu Fei's eyes glowed as killing intent spread from his body. Even Gu Zhong and He Tian felt a chill run down their spines, even with their cultivation bases. Those old baldies are here. Maribus picked up the jade medallion, and after reading its contents, his expression turned serious. An important figure from the Buddhist sect of the Western lands had appeared. Even the quasi-demon sage Chaos Demon Lord couldn't defeat our boss. They're here to seek death. He Tian murmured to himself. However, he had to admit that the Buddhists of Western Earth Buddhism were determined to send them to the afterlife. All the signs indicated that Heavenly Monk was here too. This old monk was extraordinary. With great strength and ability, he was the #1 Buddhist in the current age. Even Green Lotus Buddhist Lord had to call him Uncle Master. Most importantly, this old monk definitely had a Buddhist sacred weapon on him. Heavenly Monk was hiding in the dark, which was the biggest threat that Gu Fei and the others were facing. It was hard to defend against a hidden arrow. Nobody knew when the hidden enemy would launch an attack. Gu Fei didn't want to stay in Dragon Emperor City. He knew that numerous eyes were gazing at him. After leaving Dragon Emperor City, they entered a mountain range. The southern wasteland didn't have a lot of things, but it had a lot of mountain ridges. This was a barbaric area, and it had the oldest mountain range in the human world, the 100,000 mountain range. Gu Fei and the others entered the mountain range and got rid of all the others. After 3 days, everything seemed to be as usual. However, Dragon Emperor City was full of hidden forces as if a storm was coming. Some people added fuel to the fire and wanted to instigate all the clans in South Wilderness to fight against Gu Fei through the battle between Gu Fei and Azure Dragon. However, someone used a thunderous method and killed all of these fellows with ulterior motives. Many people thought that it was Gu Fei who did it because most of the dead people were related to Zhao clan or Dongfang clan. However, nobody could prove that it was Gu Fei who did it. On the evening of the third day, Gu Zhong appeared outside Dragon Emperor City. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of all the other forces. At this moment, everybody knew that Gu Fei had a disciple called Gu Zhong. The moment Gu Zhong appeared, a person had rushed out of Dragon Emperor City and intercepted him. Amitabha. Benefactor, if you lay down your butcher's knife, you could become a Buddha right away. The person who stopped Gu Zhong was a middle-aged monk. This monk wore a bluish-white monk robe and a string of Buddhist beads hung around his neck. Each and every one of these Buddhist beads was flowing with Buddhist power. Damn bald donkey, you're seeking for death. Gu Zhong knew about the resentment between Gu Fei and Buddhism in West Earth. At this moment, this middle-aged monk appeared to want to send him to the afterlife. Benefactor, your killing intent is too strong. This humble monk could only invite you to see Buddha. The middle-aged monk didn't say much. He suddenly flipped his hands in front of his chest, and 2 large golden palm prints immediately slapped towards Gu Zhong. Chapter 1766. Send me to meet your Buddha? How could you do that? Gu Zhong strode 1 step forward as he pushed forward his right palm. A golden hand seal rushed out of his right palm and collided with the huge Buddha hand seal. Boom! With a loud sound, the earth quaked 3 times. Gu Zhong resisted the middle-aged monk's 2 palms with 1 hand as the 2 powerful forces collided with each other. All the woods in front of Dragon Emperor City were sent flying into the sky by the overwhelming power wave. Closely after that, they exploded in the air and turned into powder, dissipating between the heavens and the earth. At the sight of this scene, the immortal soldiers who guarded the city gate were scared out of their wits. If they were involved in the battle in front of Dragon Emperor City, they would be doomed. The 2 immortal soldiers hurriedly escaped into Dragon Emperor City. Dragon Emperor City could stand in South Wilderness for so many years. Even in the darkest period in the cultivation world, nobody could destroy this ancient city. It was said that this ancient city was an immortal city which was built by the supreme being of Cyan Dragon clan. The supreme dragon emperor appeared in the mythological age. As a supreme immortal beast, he was respected by all the clans. In that mythological age, he was glorious. However, even such a powerful existence had disappeared, leaving only Dragon Emperor City. The city wall of Dragon Emperor City was branded with immortal Tao patterns. Even a sage couldn't damage this ancient city, not to mention the power below sage level. With the loud sound, all the powers in Dragon Emperor City were shocked. Many people rushed into the sky and rushed towards the city gate. It's him, the disciple of Gu Fei. Who's that monk? How dare he find the disciple of Gu Fei? Soon, all the powers in the city had discovered Gu Fei and that middle-aged monk who were moving at an extremely fast speed, causing collisions from time to time. Gu Zhong and that middle-aged monk started a fierce battle. The animosity between Gu Fei's branch and Buddhism in West Earth was irresolvable. Gu Zhong and the middle-aged monk were destined to fight. Therefore, they didn't talk too much. Bang! Gu Zhong used the 8 desolate steps and instantly appeared beside the middle-aged monk. His palm struck the middle-aged monk's left shoulder, sending him flying. The sound of bones breaking rang out from within the middle-aged monk's body. His left arm immediately drooped down, unable to move. If you want to send me to see your Buddha, then I should be the one sending you to the Western paradise. Gu Zhong was extremely domineering and had the bearing of his teacher, Gu Fei. He pressed forward courageously and displayed an unrivaled fist intent. Even someone as powerful as the Buddha child would be injured. Since he dared to look for Gu Zhong, this middle-aged man was definitely a powerful arhat. Even in the West Earth Buddhism sect, such an existence was extremely influential. Roar. That middle-aged Buddha let out a furious roar, causing the entire world to tremble. It was like the voice of a real Supreme Buddha. Many people immediately fell from the sky above Dragon Emperor City. This roar shook the heavens and earth, causing some powerhouses to fall from the sky. This killing technique of sound was the secret of the West Earth Buddhism sect, Lion's Roar. The Lion's Roar of Buddhism sect was a supreme Buddhist dharma. Legend had it that when the ancient Buddha Lord achieved Tao, he let out a roar like this, causing all the demons that came to stop him to dissipate their souls. Wang. Gu Zhong suffered this roar head-on. He only felt his ears ringing as if he had been smashed by an invisible hammer. His vision darkened and he almost fell from the sky. Swish. At the critical moment, he used the 8 desolate steps and rapidly retreated, dodging the middle-aged Buddha child's attack. He felt a warm current flowing out from his ears. Preposterous. Gu Zhong was both shocked and furious. Blood was flowing out from his ears. Under the roar of the middle-aged Buddha child, his ears were severely injured and he could not hear anything for the time being. Wang. Gu Zhong's fists danced. His fists seemed to have turned into 2 golden godly suns, lighting up the dark sky. A terrifying metal elemental power exploded. Boom. The void was smashed by a pair of golden fists. The combat strength of a mighty figure was fully displayed. At this moment, Gu Zhong seemed to have turned into a golden god of war, looking down on the world. All the experts in the sky above Dragon Emperor City who saw this scene were incomparably shocked. This Gu Zhong was just a disciple of Gu Fei, but he was actually so powerful. The powerful energy waves shook everyone's soul. Especially the middle-aged Buddha child who was directly facing Gu Zhong's attack. He felt a terrifying threat. Gu Zhong's golden fists smashed everything and struck towards him. Vairocana seal. The middle-aged Buddha child roared angrily. He formed a Buddha seal with both hands. When this Buddha seal appeared, the spiritual chi in the surroundings was attracted and gathered towards the Buddha seal. A huge golden Buddha appeared in front of the middle-aged Buddha child. The Vairocana seal actually turned into a huge Buddha. The Buddha's power was vast, as though the real Vairocana had descended. That huge Buddha blocked in front of the middle-aged Buddha child. Bang! Gu Zhong's fists ruthlessly smashed against the Buddha image. Even if it was Vairocana, as long as it was in front of him, it would be smashed by his fists. Boom! The huge Buddha emitted a brilliant Buddha light. Endless Buddha's power interweaved and actually blocked Gu Zhong's metal element fist with all his might. What? Gu Zhong was shocked. He had never expected this monk to have such combat strength. This combat strength was at least at the level of a mighty figure emperor. A pinnacle mighty figure? Gu Zhong had to reevaluate this opponent. Bang! The Buddha image exploded in the end. The middle-aged Buddha child was sent flying tens of thousands of feet away. He smashed into a short mountain, smashing it into pieces. Gu Zhong was also sent flying thousands of feet away by the destructive power of the Buddha image. His golden fists were dripping with golden blood. He cultivated the power of the metal element, which was different from his master, Gu Fei. At this moment, Gu Zhong's entire body had turned golden. He looked like a god of war made of gold. Swish. At this moment, a Buddha diagram rushed out from the ground, breaking through the void and forming a spatial tunnel. That middle-aged Buddha child was about to escape. However, Gu Zhong would never allow this Buddha child to escape so easily. Boom. The moment the Buddha diagram appeared, Gu Zhong's aura instantly grew several times stronger. The entire void around him was trembling. It was as though this world could no longer contain this powerful god of war. Swish. Gu Zhong instantly appeared in front of the spatial tunnel formed by the Buddha diagram. He then punched out. This punch was so strong that it could even destroy the void. Bang! Countless Buddha runes dissipated. The spatial tunnel formed by the Buddha diagram collapsed. Nothing could block this punch of Gu Zhong's. Not even the Buddha runes of a pinnacle mighty figure could stop it. That middle-aged Buddha child who was about to rush into the spatial tunnel was completely dumbfounded. How could this guy be so sick and strong to such an extent? Shit. Apart from being shocked, the middle-aged Buddha child's expression changed drastically. He wanted to escape. However, at this moment, Gu Zhong made his move. With a flash, he appeared beside the middle-aged Buddha child. His speed was several times faster than before. Under this speed, the middle-aged Buddha child had no chance to escape. Bang! With just a single punch, the middle-aged Buddha child was smashed into pieces by a golden fist. Without any suspense, his physical body and primordial spirit were completely destroyed. A powerful Buddha child was killed by Gu Zhong with a single punch just like that. The instant the Arhat was killed by Gu Zhong, a Buddhist lamp that was burning in a Buddhist palace on a spirit mountain in West Earth's Buddhist kingdom suddenly extinguished. The Buddhist lamp was extinguished very quickly. The Buddhist lamp was originally fine, but something like this happened. What? Who did it? Who killed my disciple? An old voice rang out in the Buddha palace as an old monk walked out. At this moment, all the cultivators in Dragon Emperor City were stunned by Gu Zhong's ruthless means. That was a powerful Buddha child. Gu Zhong killed him without any mercy. Who else wants to find me and my disciple? Come at me at the same time. Gu Zhong's gaze swept across the crowd. His invincible attitude shocked everyone. Even a powerful Buddha child was killed, who else would dare to come out and court death? In Dragon Emperor City, Gu Fei and his disciple definitely had a lot of enemies. However, there weren't many people who had the strength to fight Gu Fei and his disciple. Among the crowd, there were people from the Zhao clan of the remote antiquity, Dongfang clan, and even Beitang clan. However, they didn't dare to come out. Even if they knew they were going to die, they still had to come out. No one was that stupid. Huh, good, very good. Little brother is indeed Brother Gu's disciple. At this moment, a bell-like laughter rang out from Dragon Emperor City. Hearing this voice, Gu Zhong's expression became a little unnatural. Being called little brother by someone made him feel like he was about to go crazy. However, this person was a friend of his master. Therefore, Gu Zhong couldn't lose his temper. Along with the laughter, a person walked out of Dragon Emperor City. It was a woman who looked like a fairy. Her appearance made the bright moon in the sky pale. Zhong Limeng. At the sight of this woman, Gu Zhong couldn't help but frown. He didn't want to have any contact with this woman. His intuition told him that this woman was very scheming. Moreover, there was no lack of beautiful women in the cultivation world. The wife he had snatched back was a rare beauty. Pass this to your master. Zhong Limeng directly threw a jade slip to Gu Zhong. After Gu Zhong scanned the jade slip with his spiritual sense, his face instantly changed. Then, he turned around and left. After a few steps, he disappeared into the mountains. Chapter 1767. Gu Zhong's killing of the Arhat was a huge earthquake. It was also an announcement to the world that Gu Zhong had truly risen and was directly challenging the Buddhism of the West Earth. The death of a son of Buddha would cause quite a commotion in West Earth's Buddhist sect. Moreover, the origin of this son of Buddha wasn't simple. He was the disciple of a Buddhist elder on West Earth's Spirit Mountain. It could be said that Gu Fei's killing of the Arhat was equivalent to declaring war between Gu Fei and the Buddhism of the West Earth. Gu Zhong left. Although he appeared outside Dragon Emperor City, he didn't enter the city in the end. Instead, he turned and left. Many people wanted to know what was in the jade slip that Zhong Limeng had given to Gu Zhong that could make someone like Gu Zhong leave in a hurry. However, many people had already guessed that the contents of the Jade Slip were probably the time and place of the battle between Gu Fei and Azure Dragon. The battle between Gu Fei and Azure Dragon attracted the attention of all cultivators. Everyone wanted to watch the battle, but the time and place of the battle weren't made public. After several days, there were even more cultivators in Dragon Emperor City. Cultivators from the 5 major regions kept arriving. No one wanted to miss the battle between Gu Fei and Azure Dragon. Even some old antiques jumped out. The battle between Gu Fei and Azure Dragon was seen by the entire cultivation world as the first battle of the battle for supremacy on the Holy Road. The battle for supremacy on the Holy Road was a path that was destined to be taken. This was a golden era. Someone was destined to become a sage, but before that, the Holy Road was bound to be covered with blood. The Zhao clan of the remote antiquity, the Zhou clan, the Li clan, and the Jiang clan had all sent their experts here. These people were all determined to walk the Holy Road. Some people saw the current Eastern Emperor of the Dongfang clan appear in the mountain range outside Dragon Emperor City. Some people also saw the goddess of the Zhao clan enter Dragon Emperor City alone in the evening and disappear. No one knew where she went. One morning, when the sun had just risen, a firebird bathed in the morning light rushed out of a valley. Among the firebird, there was a red figure indistinctly visible. Gu Fei, Azure Dragon, who is stronger and who is weaker? In the depths of a barren mountain in the southern wasteland, a young man sitting on a mountain peak opened his eyes and said. This person was the most outstanding rising star of the Black Tortoise clan, Gu Teng. Although he was defeated by Gu Fei, he was not dispirited. He entered this barren mountain to cultivate, wanting to reach the next level. However, after the news of the battle between Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon spread, he was also tempted. Gu Teng was very clear about Azure Dragon's strength. He was the monstrous genius who had become a half-step saint in the shortest time among the 100 tribes of the southern wasteland. As for Gu Fei, compared to the Azure Dragon, he was even more outstanding. He had actually cultivated the martial path created by the ancient martial ancestor to an astonishing level. These two fellows were both peerless geniuses. Who would be the stronger one when the two met? There would soon be an answer to this question. As time passed, there were rumors in Dragon Emperor City that Zhongli Meng knew the time and place of the battle between Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon. These days, the doorstep of Zhongli Meng's residence was broken by people. Many people knew that Zhongli Meng would appear in the drunken immortal residence from time to time. Therefore, many people wanted to stop Zhongli Meng at the drunken immortal residence. The time and location of the battle between Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon attracted every cultivator's attention. Every cultivator wanted to know. Some big shots also paid a visit to the Zhongli clan. All of a sudden, the Zhongli clan of the southern wasteland became the most eye-catching clan in the entire southern wasteland. The third Arhat is dead? How is that possible? The sunset was as red as blood. A tall, middle-aged monk with a string of black Buddhist beads around his neck arrived at the place where Gu Zhong had killed the third Arhat. This tall monk had bronze-colored skin. His chi and blood were vigorous, and he was incomparably strong. The string of Buddhist beads around his neck was thicker than ordinary Buddhist beads. The elder Buddha on the spiritual mountain of the West Earth had a noble status. He had 9 Arhats under him. The Arhat that Gu Zhong had killed was the third Arhat under the elder Buddha. Each of the 9 Arhats was a Buddhist powerhouse, especially the first Arhat. It was said that he had already cultivated to the Tao fruit of a half-step Buddhist sage. His cultivation was close to that of the elder Buddha. The tall monk took a look around the place where the third Arhat had died, then left. Although this tall monk had only appeared for a short time, he was still seen by some people. Buddhist powerhouses of the West Earth began to appear frequently. At this time, the southern wasteland was full of hidden forces. Some people had a simple purpose, to watch the battle. However, many people came with other purposes. Just when everyone wanted to know the time and place of the battle between Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon, a mysterious person appeared in Dragon Emperor City. This mysterious person claimed that he knew the time and place of the battle between Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon. This time, the cultivators in Dragon Emperor City went crazy. All of them swarmed towards the mysterious person. The mysterious person was at the drunken immortal residence. Could it be Zhong Li Meng's doing? I don't care who is behind this. I only want to know the time and place of the battle between Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon. Some people were suspicious, but more people would rather believe it. After all, they had no other way to get information about the time and place of the battle between Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon. However, when everyone swarmed towards him, the mysterious person didn't say a word. The mysterious person offered a heaven-grade item and wanted these people to exchange for it with rare magical materials. Many people were dumbfounded. A piece of 9 heavens purple gold for a piece of information. This was too crazy. 9 heavens purple gold wasn't something in the mortal world. It was a peerless magical material that could almost be compared to an immortal magical material. He wants to exchange for it with a dragon saliva grass. This guy must be crazy about magical materials. This guy is too abominable. He doesn't want to tell us the information at all. Not everyone could take out a rare divine material. The exchange conditions of the mysterious man shocked most of the cultivators, and some of them directly left. However, some major forces were just waiting and watching. For those ancient forces in the world of cultivation, they could still take out some rare divine materials. However, they still needed to see if it was worth it to take them out. After a few more days, the mysterious person in the drunken immortal residence announced that the battle between Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon would take place in a couple of days. If they didn't come to exchange for the information, they would lose their chance. However, the mysterious person's conditions were too high. Not many people were willing to exchange for the information. However, there were still people who could afford it. On the same day when the mysterious person released his words, some people saw some experts of super forces entering and exiting the drunken immortal residence. The battle between Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon was very attractive. These people didn't hesitate to exchange rare magical materials for the information so that they could watch the battle. In fact, everyone who wanted to become a sage didn't want to miss the battle between Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon. It should be known that only by knowing yourself and your enemy could you win 100 battles. These people could see many things from the battle between Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon. These people wanted to become sages in the battle of the Holy Road. They would definitely meet people like Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon on the battle of the Holy Road. They couldn't avoid it. Since they would have to fight with these people on the battle of the Holy Road sooner or later, they had to understand their opponents first. In the end, even the Buddhists from the West Earth came. They exchanged a piece of 9-leaf blood Ganoderma for some information. Someone recognized that the monk was the big monk who had wandered around the place where the third Arhat had died outside Dragon Emperor City. Haha. In the middle of the night, laughter that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves came from a quiet room in the drunken immortal residence. These idiots are so gullible. How could I tell you the real time and place? In the quiet room, there was a formation that isolated all auras and sounds. Spiritual light flashed inside, and spiritual chi lingered. In front of a man in black, there were dozens of rare magical materials. This black-robed man was none other than Erebus. The so-called mysterious man was He Tian. This was something that no one would have thought of. He Tian was playing dirty again. He used the time and place of the battle between Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon to make a big deal out of it. As expected, many people fell for it. Hee, I'll take the magical materials and leave. Let these guys cry. He Tian's happiness was indescribable. 9 heavens purple gold, 9-leaf blood Ganoderma, dragon saliva grass, fire phoenix vine, and so on. These were all magical materials that were hard to find in the world. Now that these magical materials were in front of him, He Tian was extremely excited. This time, he had only moved his lips, and those people had sent him so many magical materials. These materials were too easy to obtain. In fact, He Tian knew very well that he was snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Those who could bring out these magical materials in exchange for information were not to be trifled with. There were even demi-saints among these people. However, who was he? He was He Tian. Even if he was targeted by a demi-saint, he could escape unscathed. He had already made preparations and took out a transportation formation. Ordinary transportation formations could not break through the seal of a saint weapon. Someone had used a saint weapon to seal the entire drunken immortal residence in the dark. This was also the reason why those people were willing to exchange rare magical materials for information. They were not afraid that Hei Tian would run away. No one could run away from the void sealed by a saint weapon. However, these people were destined to be tricked by Hei Tian this time around. So what if you used a saint weapon to seal the void? A saint weapon can stop me, old Hei. Hei Tian kept the magical materials and activated the formation. 5-color divine light shone from the formation. The formation runes on the formation platform gathered the power of the 5 elements. He leaped onto the formation platform. Boom! 5-color divine light exploded instantly. The powerful force destroyed the formation that Hei Tian had set up in the quiet room. As the formation collapsed, a powerful energy wave spread out. *T, there's a trap. The people in the dark were shocked. A few figures rushed out. By the time they arrived at the quiet room where the mysterious person was, the mysterious person had already disappeared. Roar. Someone roared into the sky, which startled more than half of the cultivators in Dragon Emperor City. Chapter 1768. There was actually someone who dared to deceive the super forces. When the news spread out, all the cultivators in Dragon Emperor City were shocked. This was too crazy. Someone sensed the fluctuation of the sacred weapon. The super forces were all very powerful and wanted to find that mysterious person as soon as possible. However, it was completely useless. No matter how powerful they were, they couldn't find that mysterious person. That was because that mysterious person was Hei Tian. Who was Hei Tian? He was the ancestor who made the decision. Only he dared to steal the rare materials from the super forces. If it were someone else, they might not have such courage. These super forces had deep foundations. It was nothing for them to be cheated of some rare materials. However, it was a matter of face. That mysterious person was slapping them hard in the face. All the super forces had become a joke. Preposterous. I'm going to tear him apart. How could he escape with the sacred weapon sealing the void? The experts of the super forces roared. Some were mad and wished they could cut that mysterious person into pieces. However, some were very calm. To be able to escape from the seal of the sacred weapon, that person was definitely not simple. Who the hell was that mysterious person? Nobody knew, not even the people of Drunken Immortal Residence. However, some people thought of a person, but they didn't have any evidence. The formation master on Gu Fei's side had never been clean. Moreover, he was lawless and didn't fear the super forces at all. However, although some people guessed that it might be Hei Tian's doing, nobody said it out. That was because they didn't have any concrete evidence. If they offended Hei Tian because of this, it would be too unwise. Who was Hei Tian? He was a ruthless person who had once caused trouble with the old tortoise of the demon clan. Even the spirited mountain sacred ground of the Buddhist country in the West Earth was in chaos because of them. The Buddhist experts on the spirited mountain sacred ground couldn't do anything to them. If they offended him, they would have to pay a heavy price. Nobody would be stupid enough to provoke such a god of plague. Even the people of the super forces had scruples. After all, that person was on Gu Fei's side. Now, Gu Fei had truly grown up. No one dared to ignore a rising martial artist. The location and time of the duel between Gu Fei and Azure Dragon was still a mystery. At this moment, laughter drifted from a valley over 600 miles away from Dragon Emperor City. Ha! Those people are so gullible. If something like this happens a few more times, Black, won't have to worry about finding divine materials. In the valley, Hei Tian roared with laughter. The harvest this time had greatly exceeded his expectations. These over 30 rare materials were sufficient for him to lay down a corner of the sovereign formation rune. Supreme being formation patterns couldn't be casually laid out. The divine materials needed were extremely rare. Senior Master He, your methods are truly brilliant. Gu Zhong was extremely envious when he saw He Tian had brought back so many rare divine materials after leaving for a few days. After all, these divine materials were utterly impossible to find in the mortal dimension. Only the ancient desolate powers would be able to afford it. Since I, Old Black, am making a move, of course I will get it. He Tian was extremely complacent. At this moment, all the major powers had already taken actions. They wanted to find out the mysterious person who dared cheat them. Some old fogies of ancient desolate powers tried to restore the image of the past and find that mysterious person. However, that old fogey failed. This kind of great skill could trace back to the source and repeat what had happened. However, that mysterious person didn't show his real face from the beginning to the end. In this way, they couldn't find him at all. The people from the major powers who had been deceived were all helpless. They had never imagined that someone would dare to deceive them. Moreover, this person's methods were too brilliant. Such a brilliant method couldn't be used by commoners. All the major powers suspected one person, but before they had concrete evidence, they wouldn't act rashly. After all, not many people were willing to provoke this person. In Dragon Emperor City, all the major powers didn't give up looking for that audacious guy. The entire ancient city was filled with an intense atmosphere. These days, the most annoying person in Dragon Emperor City might be Zhongli Meng, the behind-the-scenes boss of Drunken Immortal Residence. Although the Zhongli family's influence was deeply rooted in the southern wilderness, it was still a far cry from the southern wilderness' four great ancient clans. Over the past few days, many important figures from the four great ancient clans had come to visit Zhongli Meng. These people had a very simple and unified purpose. They wanted to know the time and location of the battle between Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon. However, Zhongli Meng was just a messenger between Gu Fei and Azure Dragon. The jade slip that she gave to Gu Fei was sealed by Azure Dragon. Besides Gu Fei and Azure Dragon, nobody else could see the contents of the jade slip. This day, a fiery bird directly entered Dragon Emperor City from the skyline. The powerful fiery strength was sensed by all the cultivators across Dragon Emperor City. That's the little princess of Vermilion Bird Clan. She's also finished her secluded cultivation. In Dragon Emperor City, there were many experts among the 100 clans of South Wilderness. Many of them recognized the fiery bird. She was the most stunning princess of the Vermilion Bird Clan. Compared to Feng Shiwu, the young expert of the Vermilion Bird Clan several hundred years ago, this little princess was much more powerful. Her talent was the greatest in the Vermilion Bird Clan too. This little princess had a great background. As soon as she was born, she directly replaced Feng Shiwu's position in the Vermilion Bird Clan. She was an existence that the old antiques of the 100 clans of South Wilderness believed could rival the current Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan. The little princess directly came to Drunken Immortal Residence and found Zhongli Meng. "Princess, please forgive me for not going out to meet you." Zhongli Meng dared not to be rude. She personally hosted a banquet on the top floor of the Drunken Immortal Residence. She dared not be rude at all. "Meng lass, I'm sure you already know why I'm here." The little princess of the Vermilion Bird Clan was a little girl. She wore a set of vermilion soft armor. Slivers of fire energy revolved around the armor, and inscriptions condensed from fire essence could be vaguely seen. This was a set of soft armor with a great background. It vaguely gave off a terrifying presence that even an existence like Zhongli Meng had to bow down to. The presence had already surpassed the saint tier. How could Zhongli Meng not know why the little princess of the Vermilion Bird Clan had come? However, even she did not know the time and location of the battle between Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon, so how could she tell the little princess? "What, even I'm not allowed to know?" The little princess of the Vermilion Bird Clan became rather displeased. A hint of redness appeared on her pink cheeks, and her presence became even more powerful. "Please forgive me, princess. The seal that Brother Azure Dragon personally cast down isn't something that I can remove," Zhongli Meng said helplessly. Zhongli Meng said helplessly. "Oh." Hearing this, the little princess of the Vermilion Bird Clan became silent. It seems that this Azure Dragon doesn't want others to watch the battle. He's too stingy. The four ancient clans of the southern wilderness were closely related. The Vermilion Bird clan and the Azure Dragon clan were on good terms. I'll go find the Azure Dragon. The little princess of the Vermilion Bird then left. She was impatient. Once she thought of something, she would do it right away. Otherwise, she would feel uneasy all over. After seeing the little princess of the Vermilion Bird leave, Zhongli Meng let out a sigh of relief. Rumor has it that this little girl is the daughter of the Vermilion Bird Supreme in ancient times. Could it be true? Zhongli Meng muttered to himself. The little princess of the Vermilion Bird clan might be the daughter of the Vermilion Bird Supreme. Perhaps the rumor was not groundless. The set of Vermilion Bird soft armor that the little princess was wearing might have been made by the Vermilion Bird Supreme. Soon, the fiery bird that had rushed into the Dragon Emperor city rushed out of the ancient city and disappeared into the endless mountains outside the city. The real powerhouses of all the forces started to appear. Someone saw the first Arhat under the Buddha of the Spirited Mountain in the mountains outside the Dragon Emperor city. The young Tiger Emperor of the White Tiger clan also walked out of the depths of the ancestral land of the White Tiger clan. All of a sudden, the entire southern wilderness was in a mess. Countless cultivators had arrived. They were all here to watch the battle. Nobody wanted to miss it. However, nobody knew when and where the battle between Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon would take place. 3 days later, at noon, in the Valley of Gods and Demons. Finally, the little princess of the Vermilion Bird clan stood out and said such words. Everybody was dumbfounded. In the Valley of Gods and Demons in the 100,000 mountain range. How could it be? How could the battle between Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon take place in the Valley of Gods and Demons? It's said that a demon ancestor is buried there. It's one of the forbidden areas for demons in the 100,000 mountain range. After hearing the words of the little princess of the Vermilion Bird clan, all the cultivators in the southern wilderness were surprisingly not excited at all. Instead, they were all shocked. The demon realm in the 100,000 mountain range was definitely a dangerous place for the cultivators in the southern wilderness. There was a peerless demon sleeping in the demon realm. Even the forces of the ancient wilderness were afraid of it. The Valley of Gods and Demons in the 100,000 mountain range was even more dangerous. Even some great demons didn't want to set foot in that place because it was extremely dangerous. Nobody could imagine that the battle between Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon would take place in that place. The Valley of Gods and Demons was not a place that ordinary people could enter. Many people directly gave up on the idea of watching the battle. After all, nothing was more precious than their own lives. However, for some real powerhouses, it was also a challenge. Although the Valley of Gods and Demons was terrifying, it couldn't stop the footsteps of those ambitious powerhouses. That person started to set off to watch the battle. Chapter 1769. I've finally succeeded. A burst of laughter resounded from the valley. Then, the powerful fluctuation from the valley retreated like a receding tide. In just a few breaths, it had completely vanished. With this supreme formation rune, we can go anywhere in the world. 2 people stood on top of a boulder in the valley. One of them was holding a formation platform in his hand, looking incomparably pleased with himself. The other person was Gu Zhong. Is the Valley of Gods and Demons really that terrifying? Gu Zhong was a little worried. He wasn't too sure what kind of place the Valley of Gods and Demons was, but He Tian seemed to know a lot of things. Legend has it that a supreme demonic cultivator fell there. He Tian's expression turned solemn. The Valley of Gods and Demons in the 100,000 mountain range could be said to be one of the places with the strongest demonic chi in the entire 100,000 mountain range. Some people said that it was a devil origin ground that had been destroyed. Although it had been destroyed, the demonic aura there could still cause powerful cultivators to be demonized. Why did the Azure Dragon choose that place? Gu Zhong was puzzled. He had seen the Azure Dragon before. Although he was strong, he was slightly weaker than his master. He couldn't understand why the Azure Dragon chose the Valley of Gods and Demons as the battlefield. You ask me? Who should I ask? Hei Tian revealed a frivolous expression again. He played with the formation platform in his hand as if he loved it. This was the first incomplete supreme formation he refined after becoming a half-step saint. Although it was an incomplete supreme formation, if he could make this incomplete supreme formation display its strongest power, it would be enough to kill a quasi-sage. Even if a true sage came, it would be difficult to break this incomplete supreme formation in a short time. This incomplete formation was prepared by Hei Tian and the others as a backup. No one knew what was inside the Valley of Gods and Demons. After all, it used to be a land of devils. The land of devils was the origin of thousands of devils. It could give birth to terrifying and powerful devils. Although the source of devils was destroyed, no one could guarantee that there wasn't a peerless great devil inside. Hei Tian and the others were prepared to deal with all kinds of situations. Alright, let's go and see how your master is preparing. As Hei Tian spoke, he turned around and walked deeper into the valley. A blurry figure appeared in the depths of the valley. It was Gu Fei. Ever since he arrived, he had been sitting there cross-legged without coming out. The Azure Dragon was a powerful opponent. Even Gu Fei had to adjust himself to his peak condition. Moreover, the location of the duel was the Divine Demon Valley. The Demon God Valley was not an ordinary place. When Hei Tian and Gu Zhong walked in, Gu Fei opened his eyes. Then, he stood up from the top of a large rock. Let's go take a look at that demonic God Valley. Gu Fei was very cautious. He had to observe the location of the battle with the Azure Dragon. He was not an arrogant person. Only by making sufficient preparations would his chances of victory be higher. The three of them walked out of the valley and headed towards the 100,000 continent. The 100,000 mountain range was incomparably vast. It was said that no one knew where the end of the 100,000 mountain range was. It was an almost endless mountain range. The Devil Domain in the 100,000 mountain range only occupied a very small area of the 100,000 mountain range. Compared to the entire 100,000 mountain range, the Devil Domain was simply insignificant. If one wanted to find the location of the Devil Domain without a map, it would definitely not be an easy task. Gu Fei and the others had already prepared a map of the 100,000 mountain range. Following the map, they quickly approached the Devil Domain. They stopped on top of a mountain peak. Yin Qi filled the air in front of them. Although the sun was high in the sky, the land in front of them still gave off an eerie feeling. Profound Yin Devil Qi, Hei Tian said. It was the profound Yin Devil Qi that spread out from the devil origin. The entire Devil Domain was enveloped by this kind of Devil Qi. Even the sunlight from the sun in the sky could not shine into the Devil Domain. Let's go in. Gu Fei said. This level of profound Yin Devil Qi could not affect them at all. The three of them immediately soared up from the mountain peak and flew towards the gloomy world in front of them. They directly entered the world that was surrounded by Devil Qi. Compared to the entire 100,000 mountain range, the Devil Domain was insignificant. However, the Devil Domain was actually very vast. Its area was not smaller than the extreme North Devil Domain. The Divine Demon Valley was located in the southwest of the Devil Domain. The Devil Qi there was different from the surrounding Devil Qi. The Devil Qi that enveloped that place was not the profound Yin Devil Qi, but another kind of Devil Qi. Gu Fei and the others had once caused havoc in the Devil Domain. Many experts of the demons recognized them. They were here to inspect the site, not to find trouble with the demons. They did not alarm any demons and directly came to the vicinity of the Divine Demon Valley. This is, when they came to the boundary of the Divine Demon Valley, they saw a blood-red land. The soil here was red, as if it had just been dyed red with blood. Casually kicking the ground a few times, they could see dried bones under the blood-red soil. This is a land dyed red by the blood of a fiend god. Hei Tian sighed. The area around the Divine Demon Valley was actually an ancient battlefield of fiend gods. In that ancient battle, the devil source in the Divine Demon Valley was destroyed. This was definitely a battle between sovereigns. Even now, there was still a legend that a demon ancestor was buried in the Divine Demon Valley. The demon ancestor, the ancestor of demons, was the earliest batch of demons in the world. Every demon that could become a demon ancestor was extremely powerful and could stand shoulder to shoulder with sovereigns. Be careful, I feel that something is wrong. An almost transparent sword shadow flew out from He Tian's body and coiled around him. It was an invisible sword. He had used his saint weapon to protect himself. An invisible sword Qi enveloped He Tian. Gu Fei and Gu Zhong continued forward. Their martial bodies were already prepared. Once they discovered danger, they would be like a hidden dragon, suddenly erupting and shattering the danger. When they entered this place, they smelled the scent of blood. This was the blood fiend demonic Qi. A great demon that cultivated the blood fiend demonic technique had fallen here. That demonic blood Qi came from the valley in front of them. Seems like a peerless great demon really fell here. Gu Fei's expression was very solemn. The Azure Dragon was the local tyrant of the southern wasteland. He should know about the situation in the Divine Demon Valley. Since he knew about this, why would he still choose to fight here? They continued forward. The blood-red soil on the ground gradually turned deep red. In the surroundings of the valley in front of them, there were traces of demonic blood Qi lingering around. Gu Fei and the others soared into the sky and looked down at the valley from above. This is, what? When they looked down, they couldn't help but be shocked by the scene in front of them. Looking down from above, the Divine Demon Valley was actually a huge human-shaped pit. How can this be? Could it be that this so-called Divine Demon Valley was actually created by a person falling from the sky? Thinking of this, the three felt that this idea was too crazy. Such a huge body absolutely could not appear in the current human world. This was an ancient battlefield, there was no doubt about it. Only an ancient existence could have such a huge body. In the human-shaped valley, there was a blood-red demonic Qi lingering around. This demonic Qi was different from the Xian Yin demonic Qi outside. There were two demonic powers. Could it be that there were two demon ancestors buried here? Gu Fei and the others had never thought that the legendary Divine Demon Valley would look like this. A huge human-shaped pit, thousands of miles around the pit was enveloped by demonic blood Qi. The demonic domain in the 100,000 mountain range was not simple. It was indeed the origin of the southern wasteland. Roar! Just as Gu Fei and the others were observing, a roar suddenly rang out from the Valley of Gods and Demons. As the roar rang out, the demonic aura that enveloped the entire Valley of Gods and Demons rippled. A huge figure could be seen vaguely in the demonic blood Qi. What is that, a demonic beast? Or a great demonic beast? Gu Fei and the others were shocked. That roar shook the entire celestial demon valley. This demonic creature definitely had the battle prowess of a half-step saint. It might even be a quasi-saint demonic creature. There is indeed a demonic beast in the Divine Demon Valley. Gu Fei was inwardly shocked. The entire God Demon Valley was shrouded in a bloody demonic energy. Even his martial Tao heavenly eye could not see into the valley, and it was hard for him to see what the demonic creatures roaming within the bloody demonic energy looked like. I'll go down and take a look. You guys stay on guard. Gu Fei watched for a while, then turned around and said a few words to He Tian and Gu Zhong. He then used the universal void steps and directly rushed down from the sky. Roar! Soon, an angry roar came from the Valley of Gods and Demons. Rumble, a terrifying demonic blood Qi erupted, and the entire Divine Demon Valley shook. Blood-colored demonic runes appeared in the valley, and the demonic blood Qi in the valley surged wildly. This is, when He Tian saw the demonic blood Qi runes in the valley, he couldn't help but change his expression. These were demonic runes condensed from the undying demonic Tao laws of the demonic ancestor that died here. If the entire Divine Demon Valley was branded with this kind of demonic runes, then the entire Divine Demon Valley would be equivalent to a demonic formation. Bang! Boom! Violent collisions sounded continuously from the valley. Gu Fei was fighting with the demonic beast in the valley, causing the void to tremble and the earth to shake. A demonic energy that was not weaker than Gu Fei was awakening. This demonic beast, Gu Zhong couldn't help but be moved when he sensed the extremely powerful demonic blood qi. I didn't expect you guys to arrive earlier than me. Chapter 1770. I didn't expect you two to arrive earlier than me. Just when Gu Zhong and He Tian's attention was attracted by the battle in the Valley of Demons, a voice suddenly sounded behind them. What? Gu Zhong and Erebus were extremely shocked. Someone had actually appeared behind them, but they hadn't noticed the other party at first. If this person suddenly attacked while they were unprepared, the consequences would be unimaginable. Swish. Gu Zhong and He Tian turned around and saw a cultivator in azure robes standing less than 100 zhang away from them. This was a young man with the aura of a true dragon lingering around his body. An illusory image of a huge dragon appeared in the void around the azure-robed cultivator. After seeing this young cultivator, Gu Zhong and He Tian couldn't help but be shocked. This cultivator was none other than the Azure Dragon who challenged Gu Fei. The Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan was a title. Only the strongest clansman of the clan could be crowned with the title of Azure Dragon. This title represented strength and glory. It's you. Gu Zhong and He Tian immediately emitted a powerful aura. This was a natural reaction to meeting a powerful opponent. Azure Dragon was too much of a threat to them. After all, this was an expert who dared to challenge Gu Fei. How unexpected, to actually meet you here. Azure Dragon didn't seem to be hostile. He directly walked over and looked down at the Valley of Demons. At this time, the battle in the Valley of Demons was still ongoing. However, even Azure Dragon couldn't see into the valley that was sealed by the baleful blood demon runes. This valley was extraordinary. Perhaps a supreme great devil had fallen here. The power of the great devil's law hadn't dissipated yet. The baleful blood demon energy still enveloped thousands of miles, turning this place into a terrifying forbidden land. Boom. A muffled sound came from the valley below. The entire valley was shaking and cracks appeared on the walls of the valley. The blood-colored ground cracked and blood-colored liquid seeped out from the cracks. Seeing this scene, Gu Zhong and He Tian were shocked. Could it be that the entire valley was actually a living thing? The cracks in the ravine quickly disappeared. This ravine could actually repair itself. No wonder it could exist for so many years without being destroyed. Azure Dragon, I didn't expect you to come as well. Gu Fei's voice rang out. He was actually able to speak while fighting against the unknown magical beast. This meant that he was having a very easy time fighting against this magical beast. Do you want me to help you kill that magical beast? Azure Dragon stood high up in the sky. His eyes flickered with light. Images flashed through his eyes. It was the scene in the valley. He was using the secret technique of the Azure Dragon clan. His gaze finally landed on the valley. Sure. Gu Fei's voice rang out. Shua. Azure Dragon did not hesitate. He directly rushed down from the sky like a huge dragon descending from the 9 heavens. Powerful dragon energy erupted from his body. The blood fiend demonic qi in the valley was swept away. Inside the valley, a figure could be seen fighting with a ferocious-looking demonic beast. Azure Dragon dove down and entered the valley. The blood fiend demonic qi that was swept away by Azure Dragon surged again, enveloping the entire valley once again. That is, although it was just a quick glance, Gu Zhong and He Tian's eyes were very sharp. They had already seen the appearance of the magical beast clearly. It was a blood fiend demonic beast. It had 3 heads, but its body was like a qilin. The 3 heads were all spewing out blood fiend demonic flames, burning the void. The entire valley was covered in a sea of flames. Gu Fei, how about we compete? Azure Dragon's voice rang out from the valley. How? Gu Fei was very straightforward. He knew that he would not lose to anyone. Let's see who can kill this magical beast first. Very well, let's do that. Azure Dragon's suggestion was very simple. Hence, the 2 experts exerted their strength and attacked the blood fiend demonic beast together. A large amount of blood fiend demonic flames were extinguished. Roar. The dragon-head devil Qilin roared angrily. It was in a dangerous situation. These two dared to intrude into its territory, and they were extremely powerful. It was actually showing signs of being suppressed. Rumble, the dragon-head devil Qilin was furious. This was its territory, and it could use all the blood fiend demonic chi in the valley. Being forced into such a difficult situation by these two guys made it go crazy. Blood fiend demonic marks appeared on the dragon-head devil Qilin's body, and a violent blood fiend demonic chi emerged from its body. This demonic beast, Gu Fei and Azure Dragon felt a great pressure. This demonic beast was not simple. Its combat strength definitely surpassed that of a half-step saint. Otherwise, Gu Fei would have already killed it. Swoosh. A huge claw grabbed at Gu Fei. The blood fiend demonic chi on the claw shook the void, creating 5 pitch-black spatial cracks. Die. Gu Fei rushed forward and threw a punch. The powerful fist energy also shattered the void. Like a chaotic meteor, it collided with the giant claw that was grabbing at him. Bang! The huge claw was blocked. Gu Fei's fist energy was too strong. In close combat, he was practically invincible. The dragon-head devil Qilin's claw was shattered. The entire claw turned into a bloody mist. Roar! The dragon-head devil Qilin roared and quickly retreated. This person had suddenly released a dangerous aura that made even the dragon-head devil Qilin's heart palpitate. Dragon roar to the 9 heavens. Azure Dragon attacked. As soon as he attacked, the image of a dragon rushed out from his body. The aura of a true dragon was vast and mighty. The draconic chi took form, as if a true dragon had appeared in the mortal world. Bang! Azure Dragon's attack sent the dragon-head devil Qilin flying. A trail of demonic blood rained down from the sky. Swoosh! Just as Azure Dragon was about to rush forward, he saw a figure flash in front of him. Gu Fei had already rushed forward, catching up to the dragon-head devil Qilin. Die! Gu Fei instantly appeared above the dragon-head devil Qilin's head. He stomped down on the dragon-head devil Qilin's 3 dragon heads. Thunderous sounds could be heard from beneath his feet. This was the first step of the 8 kill steps. Divine lights flashed like lightning beneath Gu Fei's feet. A powerful destructive force directly tore through the void. Roar! The dragon-head devil Qilin let out a sorrowful roar, and a blood-colored devil bead shot out from each of its 3 dragon heads. The 3 devil beads shot toward Gu Fei. This was the demonic fiend Niden that the dragon-head devil Qilin had cultivated for countless years. Such a powerful demonic beast might not be able to take human form, but its bloodline was extremely domineering. A single drop of its blood could kill an almighty. The demonic fiend Niden in its body was even more terrifying. At this time, Gu Fei and Azure Dragon attacked with all their might. The dragon-head devil Qilin had no choice but to go all out. Humph! Seeing the dragon-head devil Qilin spit out the Niden, Gu Fei did not retreat. Instead, he stomped down again. A destructive force instantly enveloped the 3 demonic fiend Nadens. Boom! The 3 Nadens exploded. A violent wave of demonic fiend energy erupted, shaking the entire valley. Countless blood-colored demonic fiend Dao patterns appeared, protecting the entire valley. Too strong. Gu Fei had underestimated the explosive power of the demonic fiend Niden. He was sent flying into the sky by this violent wave of demonic fiend energy. Roar! Just as Gu Fei was sent flying, a sorrowful roar came from the valley. Then, Azure Dragon's laughter rang out. He had succeeded. I'd been taken advantage of by him. Gu Fei knew that he had no chance to kill the demonic fiend anymore. It had already been killed by Azure Dragon. That demonic fiend's strongest attack might not have hurt him, but it had forced him to retreat. What kind of person was the Azure Dragon? How could he miss this opportunity? The dragon-head devil Qilin had self-detonated 3 demonic fiend Nadens. Its vitality was greatly damaged. Azure Dragon took advantage of this opportunity to kill the demonic fiend in one move. Ha! Gu Fei, I won. Azure Dragon rushed out of the valley. He was holding the dragon head Devil Cheelan's 3 ferocious dragon heads. Blood was dripping from them. Master lost. Gu Zhong and He Tian were stunned. In their opinion, Azure Dragon shouldn't be a match for Gu Fei. But this time, Azure Dragon had killed the dragon head Devil Cheelan. A loss is a loss. Let's go. Gu Fei didn't say anything else. He left with Gu Zhong and He Tian. Ha! Awesome. Azure Dragon laughed heartily. He was truly happy. Ever since he lost to Gu Fei, he had been cultivating crazily. Today, he had finally won against Gu Fei. How could he not be excited? However, he also knew that he had won this time through trickery. The 3 demonic fiend maidens that the dragon head Devil Cheelan had spat out were incomparably powerful. Even if he and Gu Fei were in the same position, they wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Thinking about the battle in 3 days, Azure Dragon's blood boiled. Gu Fei, I must win the battle in 3 days. The Azure Dragon tossed the dragon head Demon Cheelan's head into the valley and left. The Valley of Gods and Demons quieted down after Gu Fei and Azure Dragon left. There were no other demonic creatures around the Valley of Gods and Demons, only the dragon head Devil Cheelan. 1 hour after Azure Dragon left, demonic shadows started to appear around the Valley of Gods and Demons. The battle in the Valley of Gods and Demons finally alarmed the demons outside the Valley of Gods and Demons. Some demons even ventured into this region to check it out. Time was the least valuable thing for cultivators who had already cultivated the Tao fruit of longevity. If there were no accidents, immortals and immortals could always live. However, everything was unpredictable. Even the unrivaled supremes in the 9 heavens and 10 earths could die, not to mention immortals and immortals. 3 days passed very quickly. The sun rose from the east, and its rays shone on the earth. The mountain that had been silent for the entire night began to bustle with activity. At this moment, some powerhouses in Dragon Emperor City started to move. Chapter 1771. Early in the morning, in a forest in the 100,000 mountains, a man sitting cross-legged under a towering tree opened his eyes. It was still dark in the forest, but it seemed like 2 bolts of lightning had flashed. The day has finally come. That person stood up from under the tree. At this moment, 2 figures appeared beside him. Master, should we go now? Asked a strong young cultivator. The young man's aura was well concealed, making him look like an ordinary mortal. However, those who knew his origin did not dare to underestimate him. Let's go. Gu Fei walked out. His disciple, Gu Zhong, and the formation grandmaster, Erebus, followed behind him, and the 3 of them disappeared into the forest. After they left, the roars of beasts could be heard in the forest. With them around, the fierce beasts in this area were very quiet and obedient. I'm really looking forward to this battle. In the ancestral land of the Azure Dragon clan, one of the 4 ancient clans, a figure sitting on a mountain stood up. On the mountain peak, there was a faint shadow of a dragon. Dragon Chi took form. This was an expert of the Azure Dragon clan. I, the Azure Dragon, have waited for this day for too long. At the peak of the mountain, the Azure Dragon's eyes shot out a dazzling divine light. A shocking battle intent rushed out of his body, causing a gust of wind to blow on the mountain peak. In the ancestral land of the Azure Dragon clan, some experts who were sleeping were awakened. For a moment, the Dragon Chi in the ancestral land of the Azure Dragon clan rose. In the sky above the ancestral land, there were faintly discernible dragons. This was a phenomenon caused by the Dragon Chi of an expert. Swoosh. The Azure Dragon directly tore the void and left the ancestral land of the Azure Dragon clan. The current Azure Dragon challenged the martial body of the human race. This battle was destined to be the focus of the entire human cultivation world. Everyone wanted to watch the battle, but the location of the battle was very special. There were not many people who could go and watch the battle. The demon domain in the 100,000 mountains was also shrouded in a tense atmosphere. The demons also knew about the battle between the Azure Dragon and the martial body of the human race in the Divine Demon Valley. A great devil roared in the depths of the devil domain. The god-demon valley was also a forbidden ground in the devil domain. However, those two humans actually chose to fight there. Those two humans didn't put the demons in their eyes at all. A few experts appeared outside the infernal domain, causing the great demons in the infernal domain to be incomparably nervous. The human clan wouldn't take this opportunity to attack the infernal domain, right? The demons had to be careful. There were peerless figures among the human race, but there were also peerless demons among the demons. Once the human race and the demons started a war, it would be a terrible war. However, Gu Fei didn't think that far ahead. He had always been idealistic and did whatever he thought of. He was simple and had no scruples. He had a heart that pursued supreme power. It was very simple. He just wanted to be strong. Only by maintaining this kind of pure heart could he walk further on the road to sainthood. Too many worries, too many distracting thoughts would affect his Tao heart. Even if he had talent that others couldn't reach, it would still be hard for him to achieve greatness in the end. The time of the battle between Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon was noon. At this time, there were still a few hours before noon. Some experts from the major powers had already begun to enter the infernal domain. Boom! Not long after, some human experts met with the great devils of the demons. A great battle erupted, causing the entire region to tremble. Beams of destructive devil light bloomed. The great devils of the demons were incomparably powerful. Moreover, this was their territory. However, since the human experts dared to step into the infernal domain, they had already expected such a situation. The human experts displayed their formidable combat strength. Very soon, that great devil was slain by that human expert. Devil blood sprayed out for thousands of feet, dyeing the entire region black. As time passed, more and more experts stepped into the infernal domain. When outsiders entered the infernal domain, it was inevitable that they would meet with the great devils of the demons. Within the infernal domain, battles would erupt from time to time. Some experts were killed by the great devils of the demons. However, the majority of them were experts who had entered the infernal domain and killed the great devils of the patrolling infernal domain. Naturally, these were just some encounters. There were no large-scale battles. After all, the experts of the various races who had entered the infernal domain were only here to spectate. However, the demons were no longer calm. More and more experts appeared in the infernal domain. Many great devils were killed, and this infuriated some of the heavyweights of the demons. Kill. Kill all these invaders. Go all out. We'll make sure that none of them return alive. From the depths of the infernal domain, roars of rage rang out. Some of the heavyweights of the demons were about to act. Countless demons rushed out from the depths of the infernal domain, heading towards the celestial devil valley. That's, devil chi billowed out, covering the entire sky and covering the earth. All the experts of the various races gathered around the celestial devil valley were secretly shocked. Some of the heavyweights of the demons were finally unable to sit still. You guys want to bring forward the final battle? An ancient voice rang out. Some of the old-timers of the various races had arrived in the vicinity of the celestial devil valley. There were many powerful existences among them. Audacious. The devil chi surged out as a gigantic shadow of a devil appeared between the heaven and earth. A tremendous power of the devil Tao rippled out, causing the entire place to tremble. Bam! That demonic figure struck out and slammed his palm towards a certain spot in the sky. That part of the void instantly crumbled and a figure was sent flying out of it. You are. The person who was sent flying out by the shadow was an old man. That old man was filled with a mixture of shock and rage. He seemed to have seen through the background of this shadow, and was filled with trepidation. Shing! Just at this moment, a sword cry rang out as a resplendent beam of sword light shot out, slicing out at that shadow. A terrifying sword chi spread out from that beam of sword light, causing the temperature of the entire place to plunge rapidly under the impact of the sword chi. Everyone could feel the chill penetrating their bodies. Bam! A black arc of light shot out from the glabella of that shadow, shredding that terrifying beam of sword light into pieces. The sword light turned into specks of godly light that dissipated into the void. Ugh! A Taoist who was far in the sky spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His entire body staggered a few times in the air, and he almost fell from the sky. That shadow was way too strong. To think that it could destroy that Taoist's flying sword, causing him to be severely injured. A large part of a sword cultivator's cultivation base was on their flying sword. Now that their flying sword was destroyed, it was equivalent to the sword cultivator being crippled. "Devil, don't you dare be so arrogant!" someone shouted. Some people leaped out and attacked the shadow. However, none of them were a match for the shadow and were all defeated. Humph! Just as the shadow was sweeping through the experts of the various races, a cold laugh rang out from afar. A figure appeared high up in the sky, walking over step by step. "That person he's here." Someone recognized the person, and everyone was shocked and overjoyed. The successor of the martial ancestor. Even that shadow couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the person who came. The person who came was incomparably strong. Evidently, he was a martial artist who had cultivated to a certain level. Such an existence was synonymous with strength. It's Gu Fei. Outside the Valley of Gods and Demons, a hunchbacked young man in white robes stood up on a short mountain. All successors of the martial ancestor deserve to die. The shadow roared. As though it had thought of something, it suddenly became extremely agitated. Stretching out its hand, it grabbed at the person who was walking over step by step. Bam! Gu Fei's attack was very direct. He punched out, and the ferocious fist energy shattered the hand. Bam! Another punch was thrown. This time, the huge demonic shadow was also split in half by the punch. It dissipated in the void and turned into demonic chi. What? Everyone was dumbfounded at the sight of this. The strength of that shadow was obvious to all. It was strong enough to sweep through all the experts present. Even some of the old antiques wouldn't be a match for it. However, such a strong shadow was destroyed by Gu Fei with just 2 punches. To think that Gu Fei was this strong. "I'm afraid Azure Dragon is in danger," the hunchbacked young man on the short mountain muttered to himself. His eyes flickered with light. Gu Fei seemed to be stronger than before. "It's just an incarnation condensed from demonic chi. If your real body is here, I might have some scruples," Gu Fei said. That shadow was merely the incarnation of a giant among the demons. The giant's real body hadn't arrived yet. The divine will of the giant demons transmitted out from the void. That giant was furious. A peerless wave of demonic chi spread out from the depths of the demon's domain. This wave was too strong. It was as though a demon saint had awakened from his slumber. The strength of the giant demons was unimaginable. Once such an existence's real body arrived, what would the scene be like? Many people were terrified. The demons had a very deep foundation. Some people suspected that there might be a terrifying ancient devil in slumber in the demon domain. This was a great threat to the world. Rumble, a terrifying demonic might arrived. In the depths of the demon domain, a gigantic shadow stood up. The shadow's head reached the sky while its feet stood on the ground, overlooking the world. Everyone felt a great sense of threat. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved when he sensed this demonic might. This great demon was peerlessly powerful. He was afraid that he could stand shoulder to shoulder with an existence like Ghost Emperor Fengdu. Swish. At this moment, a divine diagram broke through the air and floated high in the sky. Yin and Yang Qi intertwined, evolving into a supreme great Tao. An aura that could contend with the demonic might spread out from the divine diagram. That fierce man from the extreme north. When Gu Fei saw this divine diagram, he couldn't help but be startled. He never thought that his battle with Azure Dragon would actually alarm that fierce man from the extreme north. A figure emerged on the divine diagram, confronting the demonic shadow in the depths of the demon domain. Aren't you stretching your hand too far? Chapter 1772. Gu Fei killed the demon's incarnation of the demons, provoking the arrival of the demons in the depths of the demon domain. However, at this moment, a person that Gu Fei would never have expected appeared. The yin-yang divine diagram covered the sky. The ferocious man from the extreme north had arrived. Rumble, the supreme great Tao of yin and yang was evolving. A powerful figure sat cross-legged on the yin-yang divine diagram. An invincible battle intent appeared between the heavens and the earth. The laws of the entire world were suppressed. The heavens and the earth were shaking. The sky seemed to be collapsing. Everyone felt a great pressure. "It's really you, you devil." The demon's giant was shocked. The 10,000 feet tall demonic shadow became more solid. The monstrous demonic aura was so dense that it seemed to have materialized. The figure on the yin-yang divine diagram didn't make any moves. He just sat cross-legged in the sky. Although the battle intent was shocking, he didn't make a move. Preposterous. The demon's giant was shocked and furious. The other party had a great background. He really didn't have the confidence to kill the other party. If he was not careful, his life might be in danger. However, the demon's giant wasn't willing to retreat just like that. Since he had already stood out, if he retreated as soon as the other party appeared, wouldn't he be ridiculed by the other demons? In the devil race, only the strong were respected. Once this big shot of the devil race retreated, then this big shot's prestige in the devil race would be completely gone. Kill. After weighing the pros and cons, the demon's giant had no choice but to make a move. His shocking demonic aura erupted. The 10,000 feet tall demonic shadow took a step and instantly entered the range of the celestial demon valley, arriving in front of the yin-yang divine diagram. Bang! The 10,000 feet tall demonic shadow stretched out a palm that was larger than a mountain, grabbing towards the ferocious man sitting on the yin-yang divine diagram. The 5 fingers of the demonic hand turned into 5 demonic dragons. Boundless demonic fluctuations broke through the void and collided with the ferocious man on the yin-yang divine diagram. Buzz! The ferocious man didn't move. He was still sitting on the divine diagram. However, the yin-yang divine diagram beneath him shook a little. Just like that, the 5 demonic dragons that collided with the ferocious man collapsed in the void and turned back into demonic aura. What? The great leader of the demons was shocked. It seemed that he had underestimated his opponent. His opponent's strength had exceeded his expectations. This was an extremely dangerous existence. The rumors are true. You actually suppressed the entire far north demon region by yourself. The big demons had a bad feeling. Although the land of mana origin in the innumerable huge mountains and the land of mana origin in the northernmost demons were thousands of miles apart, there were still some connections between the two. The far north demons had been suppressed by a fierce person for hundreds of years. Such a big event, it was impossible for the demons in the 100,000 mountain range not to know. Shwa! The power of the great Tao of yin and yang erupted. At this moment, the ferocious man sitting on the yin-yang divine diagram finally made his move. He pointed out with a finger and pierced through the demonic figure in front of him. Pooh! A malevolent demon head fell out of the void. This demon head spat out a mouthful of demon blood before it was sent flying into the depths of the demon domain. No one could see the appearance of this demon head clearly. Even Gu Fei could only see a blurry demon shadow flashing past. The great leader of the demons was indeed worthy of being the great leader of the demons. His demonic art was extremely powerful. Under the blow of this ferocious man, he was not killed on the spot. One had to know that this was a peerless ferocious man on the same level as Ghost Emperor Fengdu. With his own strength, he suppressed the far north demon region for hundreds of years, forcing countless demons in the far north demon region to not come out. Being able to survive the blow of this ferocious man, this great leader of the demons was considered to be quite impressive. The ferocious man of the far north deterred all the demons of the far north. He was incomparably powerful. His appearance here could still deter the demons, causing the other great leaders of the demons in the demon domain to not dare to come out. That ferocious man did not chase into the depths of the demon domain. He just sat high in the sky, deterring the demons, so that they did not dare to move. Senior's divine might is indeed matchless. Gu Fei walked over and cupped his hands towards the figure sitting on the yin-yang divine diagram. When he came closer, he could see that this figure was not the real body of the ferocious man. This, Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. This ferocious man only came with an incarnation, but he was able to deter the great leaders of the demons in the depths of the 100,000 mountains. The figure on the divine diagram did not move, nor did he pay attention to Gu Fei. He just sat there, as if as long as the great leaders of the demons did not come out, he would not make a move. Ha! Brother Gu, you are here first again. At this time, a loud laugh came from the distant sky. A figure appeared on the horizon. This person was dressed in blue, and his long hair draped over his shoulders. He was the current Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan. Azure Dragon is here. Seeing that person, everyone became excited. The other protagonist had finally arrived. With the two main characters here, a good show was about to begin. From the moment Azure Dragon appeared to the Valley of Gods and Demons, it took only a few breaths of time. Materialization of Dragon Chi. This Azure Dragon seems to have cultivated the Xian skill of the Azure Dragon clan to the pinnacle. Some of the older generation were extremely shocked. On the body of Azure Dragon, there was a faint shadow of a dragon, emitting a strong aura of a true dragon. This was a formless deterrent force. You're finally here. When Gu Fei saw Azure Dragon, he took a step forward and arrived above the Valley of Gods and Demons. I seem to have missed out on a good show. When Azure Dragon saw the yin-yang divine diagram, he also saw the figure sitting on the diagram. His face turned extremely solemn. Anyone who saw this ferocious man would not be able to keep their calm. Humph, the real show has yet to begin. Gu Fei snorted coldly. This guy must have arrived long ago. He just jumped out now. Please. The Azure Dragon made an inviting gesture, and then rushed down first, directly barging into the demonic god valley. The demonic blood chi in the valley immediately surged. Everyone was watching the Valley of Gods and Demons. The battle between Gu Fei and Azure Dragon was finally about to begin. There were not many cultivators who had actually entered the Valley of Gods and Demons. One must know that those who had the ability to come here were all strong cultivators. However, after the ferocious man from the extreme north appeared, the number of cultivators in the Valley of Gods and Demons had increased. People from various forces who had ambitions of the Holy Road had all come. They could not miss such a battle, because Gu Fei and Azure Dragon were their strongest opponents on the Holy Road. Do you think Master will win? Two figures stood on top of a small red mountain in the Divine Demon Valley. If your master uses the extreme sacred weapon, Azure Dragon will not be his match. The other person said. My master will definitely not use the extreme sacred weapon this time. He will fight with his true strength. Gu Zhong was very clear about his master's temperament. In this battle against Azure Dragon, as long as his opponent did not use power that did not belong to him, he would definitely not use any other power. However, Gu Fei would not just sit and wait for his death if the Azure Dragon used a power that exceeded his combat strength. Rumble, just then, a chariot rolled over in the sky. A powerful aura appeared in the sky. It was a chariot wrapped in divine fire. The Vermilion Bird clan is here. Isn't that the Vermilion Bird Princess's chariot? Some people recognized the owner of the chariot. However, the chariot was not ordinary. It was surrounded by saint-level power and no one could see through the layer of divine fire outside the chariot. The chariot stopped in the sky, surrounded by divine fire. It was the Nanmingli fire unique to the Vermilion Bird clan, one of the most powerful divine fires in the world. No one dared to go near the chariot. The older generation in the southern wilderness were all wary of the owner of the chariot. Roar! After the chariot arrived, another tiger's roar was heard from afar. A white tiger appeared in the distance and quickly approached the Valley of Gods and Demons. That guy from the White Tiger clan is here too. A bell-like voice came from the chariot. Little bird, you're here too. As the white tiger rushed forward, the huge white tiger disappeared, and a ferocious tiger-like youth appeared in front of everyone. "Tiger Emperor, what did you say?" A silhouette rushed out from the chariot and pounced towards the young cultivator. The person on the chariot made his move. Roar! The young man roared in anger. A white tiger rushed out from his body and welcomed the incoming silhouette. It was incomparably wild. Boom! After a loud explosion, the two cultivators clashed and were both sent flying. And at this moment, a violent collision sound came from the Valley of Gods and Demons. Gu Fei and Azure Dragon were fighting. Two powerful auras gushed out from the Valley of Gods and Demons. The entire Valley of Gods and Demons was shaking. Countless blood-colored demonic runes appeared in the valley. The demonic runes sealed up the valley, preventing it from being destroyed by the power of Gu Fei and Azure Dragon. Perhaps this was the reason why Azure Dragon had chosen this place as the battlefield. However, even with the demonic runes, Gu Fei and Azure Dragon's auras still leaked out from the valley. The powerful pulses of energy were chilling. With the demonic runes, most of Gu Fei and Azure Dragon's power had been weakened. However, even after being weakened, it was still not something regular half-saints could compare to. The Vermilion Bird Princess and the White Tiger stopped fighting. They had not forgotten why they had come here. They had come to watch the battle. "Tiger Emperor, you're nowhere close to your elder brother, Hu Zhan." The Vermilion Bird Princess returned to the chariot and said coldly. You're not necessarily that much stronger than Feng Shiwu of the past." The young man called Tiger Emperor opposed him with equal harshness. The relationship between these two powerhouses didn't seem to be that harmonious. Chapter 1773. Although the four ancient clans of the southern wasteland were of the same branch, there was also a competitive relationship between them. The rising stars of the four ancient clans all wanted to defeat their peers from the other three ancient clans. The princess of the Vermilion Bird clan was likely the mistress of the ancient Vermilion Bird Emperor. Her talent and potential were unmatched by others. The princess thought highly of herself. Few from the other three ancient clans were her match, and the Azure Dragon and the Tiger Emperor were her strongest opponents. The princess would not miss the battle between the Azure Dragon and Gu Fei. The chariot of Li Fire stopped high in the sky, surrounded by the Nanming Li Fire. Divine patterns of the Great Path appeared constantly on the layer of fire. This was a powerful chariot, and the divine might contained within it was boundless. The Tiger Emperor was the younger brother of the White Tiger clan's Hu Zhan. Hu Zhan had challenged Gu Fei when Gu Fei had just started out and fought with Gu Fei. The Tiger Emperor was considered by the older generation of the White Tiger clan to be a rising star even stronger than Zhan Hu. The Tiger Emperor's performance in recent years could indeed be described as stunning. The Tiger Emperor was a strong cultivator in the Battle of the Holy Road. There would be a battle between Gu Fei and him sooner or later, and he would not miss this battle between Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon. Rumble. A loud sound came from the Valley of Gods and Demons. The heavens and the earth shook, and every inch of soil in the valley had blood-colored patterns faintly visible. A powerful force was pounding the entire valley. If not for the blood-colored patterns suppressing the valley, the entire Valley of Gods and Demons would have been obliterated long ago. Kill! With an angry roar, a huge dragon appeared in the Valley of Gods and Demons. The Azure Dragon displayed the great skills of the Azure Dragon clan and fought fiercely with Gu Fei. At this time, no one dared to hold back. They attacked with all their might, because if they were not careful, they could be killed in both body and soul. Roar! The dragon roared, and the huge dragon in the valley displayed terrifying combat ability. It was as if a real dragon had descended from the 9 heavens, and a figure was forced to retreat continuously. It's the dragon transformation technique. I didn't expect him to have cultivated such a secret technique. Someone recognized the secret technique that Azure Dragon had displayed. This was the Azure Dragon clan's dragon transformation technique, which allowed one to transform into a true Azure Dragon. This secret technique could increase the Azure Dragon's combat strength by several times. The Azure Dragon race possessed the bloodline of the Azure Dragon, a paragon divine beast. Once the power of the Azure Dragon's supremacy was activated, it would not be a joke. In the Divine Demon Valley, Gu Fei fell into a bitter battle. Bang! Boom! Every punch and kick was easily neutralized by the gigantic creature in front of him. This was a huge dragon of flesh and blood, not a phantom. Buzz! The void trembled as a gigantic dragon claw grabbed out at Gu Fei. The mighty power of a true dragon sealed the void, sealing off all paths of retreat for Gu Fei. Let's fight head on. Who's afraid of who? Gu Fei's battle intent was like a rainbow. He struck out with the primal chaos fist. An invincible fist intent surged out from his body, causing the sky and earth to change color. Rumble! Gu Fei's fists danced as if they were following the trajectory of the laws of heaven and earth, shaking the void. It was as if he wanted to completely shatter the great Tao of heaven and earth with his fists. A pair of primal chaos fists met the Azure Dragon's gigantic claw. The two forces collided head-on. There was no shortcut. Gu Fei was sent flying thousands of feet away by the gigantic dragon claw. Bang! He slammed into the mountain wall. On the mountain wall, the baleful blood demonic runes emerged, instantly dissolving the impact. What a powerful force! Gu Fei was most proud of his unparalleled martial body, but at this time, he was sent flying by someone head-on. This was a very rare thing. The Azure Dragon incarnation returned to its original state. The Paragon bloodline in his body was gradually activated. This was the power of the Azure Dragon supremacy, which was displayed in the body of the current Azure Dragon. Gu Fei's arms were sore and numb. His sleeves had long been shredded. The gigantic dragon rushed over and opened its mouth to spit out a dragon breath. This was a destructive force. Everywhere it passed, the void was silently annihilated, and everything was obliterated. Facing such a powerful attack, Gu Fei's eyes were like lightning. A burst of explosion came from his body, and a layer of primal chaos chi appeared around him, enveloping him. Bang! He pushed off the mountain wall with both feet, then directly rushed towards the dragon breath that was gushing towards him. He rushed head-on into the terrifying dragon breath that was enough to annihilate the heavens and the void. Seeing this scene, the Azure Dragon could not help but be shocked. The martial body of the human race was incomparably powerful. When cultivated to the great completion, it could become the strongest state of immortality and indestructibility. Although Gu Fei had not cultivated to the level of indestructibility, the dragon breath he spat out could not hurt Gu Fei. Gu Fei was like a human-shaped sharp sword, splitting the dragon breath and killing towards him. Dragon roar in the 9 heavens. Roar. A loud dragon roar came from the mouth of the Azure Dragon. With him as the center, a terrifying sound wave spread out in all directions. This move again. Gu Fei had suffered from the secret art of sound before. This dragon roar was also a type of great art of sound. It used sound waves to kill people invisibly. This was a large-scale attack. Even if there were thousands of soldiers in front of it, it could still kill them with a single roar. However, right before the Azure Dragon attacked, Gu Fei shut off his hearing. No matter how terrifying the dragon roar was, it could only cause a small impact on him. Bang! Gu Fei ignored the dragon roar and took a step forward. In an instant, he arrived above the head of the Azure Dragon and stomped down. The gigantic head of the Azure Dragon fell from the sky. Roar! The Azure Dragon roared in anger. This was an absolute humiliation. To think that his noble head of the Azure Dragon was trampled by someone. This caused him to be enraged as his eyes turned red. Outside the Valley of Gods and Demons, the crowd of spectators were dumbfounded as well. This was an incomparably shocking scene. A puny human had actually trampled down the head of a gigantic dragon with a single step. Although the body of a human was small, the amount of power that could be unleashed was immense. Boom! The earth trembled. The gigantic dragon head that was the size of a small mountain slammed heavily onto the ground, causing the ground to cave in. Clang! At this moment, the 2 dragon horns of the gigantic dragon flew up and transformed into 2 divine swords, slashing towards Gu Fei. Sword chi crisscrossed. The sword light formed from the gigantic dragon chi lit up the entire valley. Gu Fei soared up into the sky, dodging the first strike of the two dragon swords. The two dragon swords followed closely behind Gu Fei, flying towards Gu Fei. He raised the index finger and middle finger of his right hand, using two fingers as a sword, and blocked the two sword lights that were coming at him. Chapter 1774. The dragon horn that had transformed into a dragon sword had displayed its formidable combat power, forcing Gu Fei to retreat and giving Azure Dragon a chance to catch his breath. Otherwise, he would have lost. Clang. Divine light was also flickering on the two fingers of Gu Fei's right hand. The sword fingers and the two dragon swords that had transformed into sword light collided thousands of times in an instant. These two dragon swords were refined by Azure Dragon by refining the two horns on his head. They were his weapons. After going through thousands of tempering, the power of these two dragon swords had definitely surpassed the power of a half-holy tool. However, what made Azure Dragon shocked was that Gu Fei had actually used two fingers to block the pair of dragon swords that he had painstakingly refined. The martial body of the human race was indeed strong. Gu Fei's martial body was incomparably strong. His two fingers continued to collide with the dragon swords. He wanted to shatter these two dragon swords, but he realized that the material of these two dragon swords was very special and could not be destroyed at all. Swoosh. At this moment, Azure Dragon had already regained his senses. He directly swung his divine dragon tail towards Gu Fei, immediately setting off a gust of wind in the valley. This gust of wind blew away the blood demon chi that had enveloped the sky above the valley. Gu Fei displayed his unparalleled combat power. He shook off the two dragon swords that were constantly strangling him and then punched towards the sweeping dragon tail. Bang! Gu Fei's fist landed squarely on the dragon's sweeping tail, producing a dull sound. The huge dragon's tail was blocked by his fist. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. The huge dragon that Azure Dragon had transformed into was incomparably powerful. With a sweep of the dragon tail, even a mountain in front of it would be turned into powder. However, Gu Fei only used a fist to block this attack. Just how powerful was his fist? This Gu Fei's martial body is too strong. When fighting with him, we must not let him get close. The voice of the vermilion bird princess came from the chariot high up in the sky. Although Gu Fei is strong, my white tiger true body is not to be trifled with. The tiger emperor of the white tiger race muttered to himself. Gu Fei's strength had already surpassed his expectations. This human martial body could already defeat his elder brother Hu Zhan hundreds of years ago. Today, this person was even more powerful and terrifying. On the body of the tiger emperor, tiger stripes could be faintly seen. His battle blood was boiling. Such a powerful opponent was exactly what he wanted to encounter. A crazed light flashed in his eyes. The stronger Gu Fei was, the more his potential would be stimulated. The powerful battle prowess that Gu Fei had displayed caused all the experts who were interested in the Holy Road to feel immense pressure. Fighting for supremacy on the Holy Road, it was unknown whether it was their tragedy or Gu Fei's fortune to encounter such a person. All of this was unknown. Kill. The Azure Dragon displayed the most direct attack. Dragon-shaped Dao patterns appeared on his huge dragon body. He directly used his powerful physique to fight Gu Fei. A pair of dragon claws tore through the void, grabbing towards Gu Fei. Fighting me head-on? That's my strength. Gu Fei laughed coldly. Although the Azure Dragon in the form of a huge dragon also had an incomparably powerful physique, he had been constantly tempering his own martial body along the way. Such a martial body could definitely suppress the Azure Dragon in the form of a huge dragon. Boom! Bang! An intense battle erupted. This was close combat. Although the body of the Azure Dragon in the form of a huge dragon was huge, it did not affect his agility at all. Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon exchanged thousands of blows in an instant. The dull sounds of collisions were like a series of muffled explosions. Good. You are the first person to be able to fight me in close combat for so long. Gu Fei shouted. The martial path true force that surged out from his fists became stronger and stronger. His fists were covered with divine marks of the great path. It was this pair of fists that caused the huge dragon body of the azure dragon to be covered in blood. Blood-colored fist marks appeared on the huge dragon body. And Gu Fei did not have it easy either. His body was covered in wounds left by the dragon claws and the two dragon swords. Boom! With a loud bang, the two strong cultivators exchanged more than 10,000 blows. Both of them were sent flying. Too strong. With these two people, there will be many fewer competitors on the holy road. Guo Teng, who was on the short mountain, was shocked to see this scene. With Gu Fei and the azure dragon blocking the holy road, how many people could pass through? Gu Fei and the azure dragon were two huge mountains on the holy road. It would be very difficult to pass through them. Some people with ambitions of the holy road began to waver. However, some people's fighting spirit was even stronger. These people were extremely determined. They wanted to pass the two mountains. Even some of the old antiques saw Gu Fei and the azure dragon as strong opponents. Master will win. In another direction, on a mountain outside the Valley of Gods and Demons, Gu Zhong and He Tian were also watching the two figures in the valley nervously. Boss Gu hasn't used the 9 secrets of the immortal path yet. He Tian was very confident in Gu Fei, because Gu Fei still had something to rely on. This was not his full strength. Of course, the azure dragon also had something to rely on. He had not used the azure dragon real body. This was an almost invincible secret technique that could only be used after activating the azure dragon's paragon bloodline. This secret technique was a great secret of the azure dragon clan. Very few people could cultivate it, but the current azure dragon had to cultivate this secret technique. Only the strong cultivators of the azure dragon clan who had cultivated this secret technique could be called the true azure dragon. If the azure dragon had not cultivated this secret technique, he would not have been given the title of azure dragon. Again. Gu Fei let out a furious roar and continued to charge forward. At that moment, the huge body of the azure dragon rapidly shrank. In the end, a small dragon that was only 2 to 3 feet long appeared before everyone's eyes. This, although the body of the dragon had shrunk, Gu Fei could feel that this small dragon was much stronger and more terrifying than the previous one. The azure dragon's power had increased again. Swoosh. The small dragon's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, it disappeared from where it was. It tore through the void and pounced towards the charging Gu Fei. The small dragon's speed was even faster than before. However, Gu Fei possessed the world's fastest speed. Such speed was nothing in front of Gu Fei. Boom. The two silhouettes collided in an instant. This was the most direct confrontation, and it was even more terrifying than any divine ability or great technique. As long as one side was no match for the other would be able to tear the weaker side into pieces in an instant, destroying both the body and spirit of the weaker side. An even more intense battle broke out. The two figures moved quickly in the Valley of Gods and Demons. They were so fast that they could not be seen by the naked eye. Even those who had cultivated the divine eyes could only see two very faint figures. Chapter 1775. The azure dragon, who had transformed into a dragon, was extremely powerful. It had a dragon body that was comparable to a martial body. As it battled with Gu Fei in the Valley of Gods and Demons, the entire valley shook violently and cracks appeared. If not for the baleful blood demonic pattern sealing the entire valley of gods and demons would have been destroyed. Rumble, the two shocking powers collided continuously, causing the heavens and earth to shake. Black spatial cracks appeared in the sky above the Valley of Gods and Demons, like black lightning flashing past. The space between heaven and earth was cracked, but the laws of heaven and earth were quickly repairing the cracked space. The two of them have already left most of the others behind. Those who were aiming for the holy road all felt immense pressure. No one was willing to meet such powerful and terrifying opponents while fighting for supremacy on the holy road. The older generation was also extremely shocked. The strength of Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon had already exceeded their expectations. The competition on the Holy Road was destined to be extremely fierce. At this time, the yin-yang divine pattern was high up in the sky. The figure on the divine pattern seemed to have existed since ancient times. He just sat there cross-legged, suppressing the great path of heaven and earth. Although the fierce man from the extreme north had not descended with his true body, he was still able to severely injure the leaders of the demons and intimidate all the demons, so that the leaders of the demons did not dare to come out. With the incarnation of the fierce man from the extreme north here, no one had to worry about the demons making any strange moves. Gu Fei and Azure Dragon could attack without any hesitation, without any scruples. Boom! In the Valley of Gods and Demons, Gu Fei punched out, colliding head-on with the claw of the Azure Dragon that had transformed into a real dragon. The void exploded, and black spatial cracks spread out in all directions from the point of collision between the two forces. Roar! Gu Fei roared angrily. The martial true power in his body surged towards his right fist. He was competing with the Azure Dragon in terms of strength, wanting to completely suppress him. Streaks of chaotic aura circled around Gu Fei like streaks of chaotic divine rainbow. Every streak of chaotic aura could pierce through the space between heaven and earth. Kill! The Azure Dragon's spiritual sense was like the tide, and a shocking killing chi burst forth. Every scale on the shrunken dragon body glowed, and the aura of a true dragon spread out. The two powerhouses were exerting their full strength in an attempt to overwhelm each other. However, both Gu Fei and Azure Dragon were unable to suppress each other for a while. Up until now, the two powerhouses seemed to have fought to a draw. The power that erupted from Gu Fei and Azure Dragon's bodies increased rapidly. The void around them could not withstand such power, and black spatial cracks appeared. Even this extremely stable world seemed to be unable to contain their powerful physical bodies. This Azure Dragon, in the valley, the Azure Dragon actually dared to compete with Gu Fei in terms of strength. This caused Gu Zhong to be incomparably shocked. He was very clear that Gu Fei's martial body was strong to the point that it could shatter a half-sacred tool. Could it be that the Azure Dragon's body was also strong enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with his master? In the distant past, the physique of the human race's martial body was definitely one of the strongest physiques in the world. Only a few physiques could stand shoulder to shoulder with it. This Azure Dragon is using the power of the bloodline in his body. He Tian said. His eyes were incomparably sharp. At this moment, he could already see that the sovereign bloodline in Azure Dragon's body was gradually awakening, and the power of a sovereign was gradually being displayed. This was the power that belonged to the ancient Azure Dragon sovereign. This was a kind of talent of the sovereign's descendants. The ancient sovereigns were invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. They were invincible in the 3 realms and 6 Tao. A part of their power was inherited through their bloodline. Once this power hidden in the bloodline was awakened, they could borrow some of the sovereign's power. To a certain extent, the sovereign bloodline in Azure Dragon's body was equivalent to the continuation of the ancient Azure Dragon sovereign's life. As long as his bloodline existed, the Azure Dragon sovereign's power would continue to be inherited. Of course, not everyone could successfully awaken the power of the bloodline in their body. Gu Fei's right fist collided with Azure Dragon's dragon claw. The strength of both of them rose rapidly. Martial true force clashed against the power of the true dragon. More and more spatial cracks appeared in the void around them. Boom! In the end, with a muffled sound, with Gu Fei and Azure Dragon as the center, the void within a radius of 1,000 feet collapsed. The void of heaven and earth could no longer withstand their powerful strength. Bang! Gu Fei and Azure Dragon separated. The two experts were sent flying by each other's strength and rushed out from the shattered void. The warm-up ends here. Gu Fei stabilized his figure and stood in the void. His battle intent was like a rainbow, and his eyes were like lightning as he glanced at Azure Dragon in front of him. Martial Dao patterns faintly appeared on Gu Fei's skin. An even more powerful force spread out from his body. The spectators outside the Divine Demon Valley were incomparably shocked. At this point in the battle, they were actually just warming up. Obviously, both Gu Fei and Azure Dragon still had many tricks up their sleeves. It was still unknown who would win. However, Azure Dragon found it hard to relax. The dragon transformation art was a secret technique of the Azure Dragon clan. By transforming into the dragon ancestor of the Azure Dragon clan, the strength of his fleshly body would increase several-fold. However, in this state, he was only able to fight Gu Fei to a standstill. Such an outcome had exceeded Azure Dragon's expectations. Azure Dragon's body surged with true dragon divine light. The dragon image disappeared, and a figure appeared in the true dragon divine light. He transformed back into his human form. The human race's martial body is indeed powerful. Azure Dragon stared at Gu Fei. There seemed to be stars sinking in his eyes. He knew that it would be very difficult to defeat Gu Fei. Gu Fei's cultivation was incomparably powerful. If he was not careful, he would be defeated again. Again. Gu Fei walked in the void. This time, the power of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, surged around him. 5 voids appeared around him. Azure Dragon sensed the power of heaven and earth. Gu Fei had cultivated an inner world. Swish. Gu Fei walked in the 5 elements voids. It was as though he had merged with the surrounding heaven and earth. His speed had increased to a terrifying level. With one step, he instantly appeared in front of Azure Dragon. He then stretched out his right hand and slapped at Azure Dragon. On Gu Fei's right palm, martial Tao patterns emerged and interweaved with the power of the Great Path. This was a sign that martial Tao power and cultivation level had completely merged. This palm fell into Azure Dragon's eyes. He only saw a huge hand expanding infinitely in front of him. It filled every inch of space in front of him and blocked all his escape routes. Buzz. Chapter 1776. Azure Dragon's weapons were 2 dragon swords refined from his dragon horns. These 2 dragon swords were extremely powerful. The power of the true dragon transformed into a shocking sword beam that tore through the world. Upon seeing Azure Dragon strike, even some old sword immortals felt ashamed of their inferiority. Clang! The sword light arrived and hacked down on Gu Fei's large hand, causing the sound of metal colliding to ring out. Gu Fei's large hand broke through the sword light and continued slapping towards the Azure Dragon. There were faint Tao patterns on the hand, condensed with the power of the Great Tao. The power of this palm was extremely terrifying. It showed signs of smacking Azure Dragon to death. It's the heaven-covering palm. On a mountain peak outside God-Fiend Valley, Gu Zhong couldn't help but be shocked when he saw his master strike out with such a powerful palm. He never expected the heaven-covering palm's power to reach such a level. The moment the heaven-covering palm was used, it covered the sky, sealing off all paths of retreat. I can't dodge. Azure Dragon was shocked to discover that everywhere he looked was covered by his opponent's palm. It was as though the entire world was covered by his opponent's palm. Since I can't dodge, I'll fight it out. Azure Dragon was ruthless. The dragon's sword in his hand displayed terrifying might. Sword beams surged for tens of thousands of feet, tearing the sky and earth apart. It directly shattered everything. Pung! Without any suspense, Gu Fei's palm was extremely powerful. It was unstoppable and unstoppable. The sword beam emitted by the dragon's sword was dispersed by the heaven-covering palm. Azure Dragon was sent flying as blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Azure Dragon was finally injured. He was forced back by his opponent's power. Roar! Azure Dragon roared. He wanted to win. He wanted to defeat Gu Fei. Being sent flying by Gu Fei was something Azure Dragon couldn't accept. He had been defeated by Gu Fei hundreds of years ago. Was the scene from back then going to repeat itself hundreds of years later? Although you are very strong, you are still not my match. Gu Fei was serious. His combat strength multiplied. It was as though an ancient god of war had appeared in the present world. He looked down on the world and was invincible. Impossible. This time, I will not lose. Hearing this, Azure Dragon's eyes turned red. He was the current Azure Dragon. In the Azure Dragon clan, even the old Azure Dragon was no match for him. He could not allow himself to experience the humiliation of being defeated by others in his life. Just as Gu Fei was closing in on the Azure Dragon, a dragon's roar rang out from the Azure Dragon's body. Immediately after, a powerful force awakened within the Azure Dragon's body. Finally using that power, Gu Fei sensed the changes in the Azure Dragon. Not only was he not shocked, he became excited. The stronger the Azure Dragon was, the less boring this battle would be. Boom! An unimaginably powerful force awakened within the Azure Dragon's body, as if an ancient dragon had awakened from a deep slumber. The divine light in the Azure Dragon's eyes shot out dozens of feet from its eye sockets. Azure Dragon True Body. The Azure Dragon let out a deep roar as scales began to appear on his body. The two dragon swords turned into two dragon horns and flew back to his forehead. A humanoid pure-blooded dragon appeared in front of everyone. The powerful pure-blooded dragon's aura spread out from the Valley of Gods and Demons, shocking all the spectators. The aura of the Azure Dragon could be felt within a radius of thousands of miles. This is the Azure Dragon True Body. Seeing the Azure Dragon transform into a humanoid pure-blooded dragon, everyone was shocked. This was the Azure Dragon True Body. It was really surprising. In the end, the Azure Dragon still used the Azure Dragon True Body. The violent power almost made him go crazy. The power of the bloodline in his body was burning. In order to defeat Gu Fei, he couldn't care less. Swoosh! The Azure Dragon tore through the void and attacked Gu Fei. He was so fast that even Gu Fei was shocked. Gu Fei used the 8 Desolation Void steps and walked in the void of the 5 elements, barely dodging the attack. However, the Azure Dragon followed him like a shadow. When his attack missed, he immediately changed his move. He swept his right leg towards Gu Fei's waist. Bam! Gu Fei blocked the Azure Dragon's sweeping right leg with his knee, but at the same time, the Azure Dragon's knife hand had already reached the back of his neck. Damn it! Gu Fei hurriedly took a step to the side, dodging the knife hand. However, a few strands of hair floated down from the sky. Although the knife hand didn't hit Gu Fei, it did cut off a few strands of Gu Fei's hair. After using the Azure Dragon True Body, the Azure Dragon's combat power had increased by at least 3 times. His speed could now keep up with Gu Fei's 8 Desolation Void steps. This shocked and angered Gu Fei. Bam! Boom! Muffled sounds of collision rang out continuously. Azure Dragon and Gu Fei started fighting. The Azure Dragon True Body was incomparably powerful. Azure Dragon relied on his powerful physical strength to fight Gu Fei. Gu Fei gradually couldn't hold on any longer. He kept retreating. This Azure Dragon is probably going to force Boss to use the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao. The strength of the Azure Dragon True Body exceeded everyone's expectations. Even Gu Fei's martial body couldn't block it. This secret art was the trump card of the Azure Dragon clan. Once the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao is used, this Azure Dragon is going to lose. Gu Zhong was Gu Fei's disciple. No one knew the power of the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao better than him. At this time, Gu Fei also fought with all his might. His combat power kept rising, as if there was no end to it. One of the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao, the secret art of Immortal Tao, was gradually activated. Boom! Gu Fei threw a punch and the ferocious power caused the entire valley to shake, forcing the Azure Dragon to retreat. The aura on his body grew stronger. His chi and blood soared to the sky. Every move he made contained great power. Even Azure Dragon was secretly shocked. Martial power erupted from Gu Fei's body. Azure Dragon's advantage gradually disappeared. Under the effect of the secret art of Immortal Tao, Gu Fei's strength increased by leaps and bounds. Swoosh! He disappeared from where he was, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the Azure Dragon. Everyone was shocked by Gu Fei's speed. It was so fast that they could not even see his shadow. Even if someone had cultivated the god's eye, they would not be able to see Gu Fei's figure. Virum. The power of the 5 elements bloomed in Gu Fei's hand. 5 different colored sword lights rushed out from his hand and pierced towards Azure Dragon. The sword lights were so fast that even Azure Dragon could not dodge them. Dragon blood splattered. Azure Dragon's body had 5 bloody holes. His entire body was sent flying thousands of feet away by the 5 elements sword lights, slamming heavily into the blood-colored cliff. Ugh! A mouthful of blood spurted out from the Azure Dragon's mouth, then slid down the cliff. This is Gu Fei's true combat power. Azure Dragon wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His body that was pierced by the 5 elements sword lights was healing rapidly. If it was someone else who had their body pierced, they would have no choice but to abandon their body. Chapter 1777. The 5 elements' magical swords pierced through the void and left 5 bloody holes on Azure Dragon's powerful body. Blood splattered everywhere. Azure Dragon was finally injured. However, the Azure Dragon's real body was incomparably strong. The 5 elements sword chi that had invaded Azure Dragon's body were all forced out. A 5-color divine light rushed out of Azure Dragon's body and then dissipated in the void. The 5 bloody holes on Azure Dragon's body healed rapidly. The blood that flew out flew back into Azure Dragon's body. Not a single drop of blood was lost. At Azure Dragon's level, his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones all contained real dragon chi. He could be reborn from a single drop of blood. This level of injury could not really hurt him. The Azure Dragon's real body is indeed extraordinary. Seeing that Azure Dragon had recovered so quickly, even Gu Fei was secretly shocked. Azure Dragon's physical body did not seem to be weaker than his martial body. Clang! The 5 elements force surged on Gu Fei's body. Many sword shadows appeared around him. He had activated the 5 elements force and condensed them into swords. A shocking sword chi appeared between the sky and the earth. Go! Gu Fei waved his hands, and the countless 5 elements magical swords that were floating around him immediately shot towards the Azure Dragon in front of him. This Azure Dragon sensed danger. Gu Fei's battle prowess had exceeded his expectations. Countless multicolored divine swords shot towards him, sealing off the space in front of him. There was no way to dodge. Buzz! Azure Dragon was going all out. His body shook and transparent ripples spread from his body. The void was shaking. A powerful real dragon chi erupted from his body. Dance of the Dragons! Azure Dragon shouted. Then, 9 dragon shadows rushed out of his body. The real dragon chi filled the sky. Even the demonic patterns in the Valley of Gods and Demons showed signs of being shaken. The 9 dragon shadows flew across the sky. The thousands of 5 elements sword light that shot towards Azure Dragon were all shattered. The 9 dragon shadows displayed their powerful combat power. Roar! The dragon roared to the heavens. After the 9 dragon shadows shattered Gu Fei's 5 elements sword light, they did not stop. Instead, they continued to charge towards Gu Fei. These 9 dragon shadows were like 9 real true dragons. They were so powerful that they could tear the world apart. All right. Gu Fei stared at the 9 dragon silhouettes in front of him. His eyes narrowed. He could feel the power contained within the 9 dragon silhouettes. The Azure Dragon activated his bloodline power. Gu Fei's combat strength soared as he activated the secret skill of ascending to heaven. He did not retreat. Instead, he met the attack head-on. He swung his fist and smashed it at the 9 dragon shadows that were charging at him. This was the simplest and most direct attack. Under the drive of great power, the simplest attack was often the most powerful attack. Boom! Gu Fei's fist smashed onto the dragon shadow that was charging at the front. The 2 forces collided, causing a loud explosion. Azure Dragon let out a muffled groan. The dragon shadow that was struck by Gu Fei's punch actually collapsed. The strength of Gu Fei's punch was so strong that it even made Azure Dragon's heart palpitate. One of the 9 dragon's shadows was dissipated by Gu Fei. The azure dragon suffered the impact and was sent flying hundreds of feet away. A trace of scarlet blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He finally used that secret skill. The azure dragon knew that Gu Fei had obtained the 9 secrets of immortal Tao. This was no secret. Among the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, there was a secret skill that could temporarily increase one's combat strength. The Azure Dragon clan was one of the 4 oldest ancient clans in the southern wilderness. There were countless ancient books in the clan that recorded many secrets of heaven and earth. There were even records of the various supreme beings of ancient times. One should know that the ancestor of the Azure Dragon clan was a supreme divine beast. The 9 secrets of immortal Tao created by the supreme Tao ancestor were 9 secret skills that could seize the fortune of heaven and earth. Each of these 9 secret skills had unfathomable power. The secret skills of the Azure Dragon clan are definitely not any weaker than the secret skills created by the Tao ancestor. The Azure Dragon was furious. His entire body radiated with true dragon divine light. Tao patterns that looked like the ancestral dragon swam on his body, interweaving with the power of the great Tao. The remaining 8 dragon shadows were about to materialize from the void. The dragon's shadow's combat strength had increased by a large margin. This, Gu Fei was shocked. The Azure Dragon could actually increase his combat strength. This was truly shocking. The Azure Dragon clan was indeed worthy of being the bloodline of the ancient supreme divine beasts. None of the Supreme's inheritances were to be trifled with. This was because the inheritances of the supreme divine beasts had a deep foundation that others didn't have. Bang! Gu Fei rushed into the middle of the 8 dragon silhouettes and punched them. The powerful force sent the 8 dragon silhouettes flying, but this time, the 8 dragon silhouettes didn't scatter. Roar! Terrifying dragon roars rang out continuously. The 8 dragon shadows seemed like they were about to rush out from the void, turning into true dragons of the 9 heavens. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Gu Fei. Good fellow. Gu Fei's heart trembled. He had always been confident in his own strength. But this time, he had truly met a powerful opponent. His opponent's combat strength couldn't be underestimated. Kill. The Azure Dragon stood high up in the sky. The 8 dragon shadows rushed towards Gu Fei from 8 directions. The powerful force sealed the sky and shattered the void. Swoosh. Gu Fei disappeared from where he was. He seemed to have disappeared just like that. Even the Azure Dragon was shocked. Gu Fei's aura actually disappeared in an instant. This was too sudden. What? The spectators outside the God-Fiend Valley were all indescribably shocked. No one could see how Gu Fei disappeared. Even those with divine eyes were no exception. How is this possible? Everyone was in disbelief. The methods displayed by Gu Fei were too inconceivable. This is one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, void reversal. Only He Tian and Gu Zhong knew what happened. At the instant the 8 dragon shadows arrived in front of Gu Fei, he had already fused with the void around him. Gu Fei's body turned into the void. No one could sense his existence. Only saints who had long jumped out of the great Tao of heaven and earth would be able to tell. Boom! The power of the 8 dragons was too strong. The space where Gu Fei was at exploded. Nothing existed anymore. The 8 dragons had destroyed everything, punching a hole in the heavens and earth. However, the Azure Dragon wasn't happy at all. He knew that Gu Fei wouldn't be defeated so easily. Gu Fei's disappearance caused him to feel extremely uneasy. An opponent hiding in the shadows, a powerful opponent at that. This caused the Azure Dragon to feel a great sense of danger. However, Gu Fei disdained using such methods to defeat the Azure Dragon. Hiding in the shadows wasn't his style because he wasn't He Tian. Swoosh. A silhouette suddenly appeared in the void 100 zhang away from the Azure Dragon. Gu Fei directly walked out of the void without any warning. The Azure Dragon's expression instantly changed. This method displayed by his opponent was a grave threat to him because before Gu Fei appeared, he couldn't sense Gu Fei's aura at all. Gu Fei had mastered a secret technique that could completely conceal his aura. At this moment, the 8 dragon silhouettes disappeared. The Azure Dragon's attack didn't harm Gu Fei at all. This made him extremely depressed. This is the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. The Azure Dragon stared at Gu Fei, who was 100 zhang away. His pupils constricted. That attack just now had consumed a lot of his true dragon strength. At this moment, he didn't dare to act recklessly, nor did he dare to let his opponent see through him. The true dragon chi on his body was still as vigorous as ever. His draconic might shocked everyone. Humph, Gu Fei coldly snorted. After that, he moved. He walked in the air, approaching the Azure Dragon step by step. Every step he took caused the heavens and earth to tremble. He controlled the pulse of the heavens and earth, bringing with him the power of the heavens and earth to suppress the Azure Dragon. Boom, 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 it was as if the heavens and earth were sinking. Ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the air. With Gu Fei's own strength and the power of the heavens and earth, this attack would make even a half-saint feel hopeless. This Gu Fei, outside the Valley of Gods and Demons, everyone who saw this scene was extremely shocked. Even the arrogant Tiger Emperor and the arrogant Vermilion Bird Princess couldn't help but be moved. The cultivators who were interested in the Holy Road were also shocked. There was actually such a powerful existence on the road ahead. How could they fight against such a person? This was definitely a rare golden era. The fight for supremacy on the Holy Road would be unprecedentedly tragic. The Holy Road was destined to be a road paved with blood and bones. The battle between Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon might really be the prelude to a new era. Humph, you want to use such methods to suppress me? The Azure Dragon sneered. Then, countless dragon-shaped Tao patterns rushed out of his body and imprinted themselves in the air. The Azure Dragon borrows the power of the heavens. The Azure Dragon roared. An immeasurable wave of Taoist aura began to spread out from his body. Then, the power of the entire world began to reverse. Boom, 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 the power of the heavens and earth was reversed by the Azure Dragon. He was like the god of creation of the heavens and earth, using a secret technique to control the power of the heavens and earth. This was not the terrifying part of the secret technique. As the power of the heavens and earth reversed, terrifying bolts of lightning descended from the sky. Earth fire surged out of the ground and a large amount of water formed in the air. Astral winds appeared out of nowhere and blew towards Gu Fei. The 4 primal powers of earth, water, fire, and wind, under the control of the Azure Dragon, all rushed towards Gu Fei. The astral winds, the earth fire, the large amount of water, and the chaotic earth chi. Each of these powers was enough to tear the heavens and earth apart and destroy all life. The 4 powers appeared at the same time. This was definitely a terrifying thing. It was like the end of the world. The 4 powers intertwined and displayed terrifying power. Even Gu Fei was moved at this time. Chapter 1778. Azure Dragon was extremely powerful. He was borrowing the power of heaven and earth to draw upon the 4 primordial energies of earth, water, wind, and fire. The 4 primordial powers displayed great might. Within the Divine Demon Valley, it was as if the heavens and earth were being split apart. A terrifying fluctuation that could destroy the world surged out from the valley. Too strong, this Azure Dragon is incredible. He's worthy of being called an invincible existence among the 4 ancient clans of the Southern Wasteland. Even some of the old-timers couldn't help but be moved by this scene. Azure Dragon's power was truly frightening. If it was an ordinary half-step saint, they would have long since been killed by him. However, Gu Fei wasn't a half-step saint. Azure Dragon was still fighting bitterly. Although he was a half-step saint, he couldn't take down a peak expert like Gu Fei. Boom! At the center of the 4 primordial forces, Gu Fei punched out and tore a hole through the encirclement of the 4 primordial forces. Everyone was shocked. Azure Dragon had drawn upon the power of heaven and earth to seal the void, but he couldn't seal Gu Fei. Kill! Gu Fei activated the Heaven Ascension secret technique. At this moment, his battle strength had soared to a level that made everyone's heart palpitate. His powerful aura spread in all directions, and the void around him constantly rippled with visible spatial ripples. Within those spatial ripples, there were even hair-like black cracks. Those were spatial rifts. Rumble, 4 primordial energies soared into the sky and turned into 4 huge dragons that swallowed Gu Fei. The destructive power intimidated everyone who was watching the battle from afar. The void was collapsing. These 4 energies were too powerful. The baleful blood runes in the entire God-Fiend Valley lit up, and the powerful impact caused the runes to awaken. The changes in the God-Fiend Valley shocked the spectators. This was the power condensed from the undying laws of the demonic path. It had transformed into the baleful blood Dao runes that were imprinted on every inch of the God-Fiend Valley's soil. Many of the indestructible demonic patterns had been shaken, which showed how powerful and terrifying the Azure Dragon was. Chaotic rebellion. Gu Fei uttered those 2 words in a deep voice. An unfathomable power spread out from his body and the world seemed to have been turned upside down in an instant. The 4 dragons charging towards Gu Fei were immediately forced to turn around and charge back at him. The 4 primal energies of earth, water, wind, and fire condensed into a great dragon, condensing a shocking destructive power, directly shattering the heavens and the earth, turning a region into nothingness. This was one of the Azure Dragon's strongest attacks, drawing upon the 4 primordial forces of heaven and earth. However, at this moment, these 4 forces of energy were instantly reversed by the opponent and were now rushing back to him. This shocked the Azure Dragon. How is this possible? Outside the Divine Demon Valley, everyone who saw this scene was stunned. The Azure Dragon's powerful attack had actually been reversed, and all of the power that was rushing towards Gu Fei had been pushed back towards the Azure Dragon. What happened? This is way too heaven-defying. Everyone was shocked. What kind of great technique did Gu Fei use to have such unbelievable power that it could reverse the opponent's attack? Didn't this mean that he was undefeatable? The Azure Dragon knew that this was one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path, the Chaotic Rebellion's secret technique. This Gu Fei had most likely gathered all 9 secrets of the Immortal Path. This was not a good thing. The 9 secrets of the Immortal Path, in the distant past, were known as the undefeatable secret techniques of the Immortal Path. The Supreme Tao Ancestor created these 9 secret techniques of the Immortal Path by evolving the Great Tao of the Supremes. It could be said that these 9 secret techniques of the Immortal Path were the strongest secret techniques in the world. Because these were the Supremes. Roar. The Azure Dragon roared in anger. Tao patterns that looked like the ancestral dragon rushed out of his body. The power of the true dragon burst out, and an incomparably huge dragon's shadow rushed out of his body. It was as if an ancient beast had awakened in his body. A saintly might appeared in the world, shocking the surroundings. The Azure Dragon was a half-saint and had a trace of the aura of a saint. When he fully activated the power of the bloodline in his body, his combat strength soared to a terrifying height. At this moment, even if a saint came personally, the Azure Dragon would dare to fight against him. All right. Seeing this, Gu Fei's eyes flickered. The Azure Dragon made him feel an immense pressure. The bloodline of the Azure Dragon race was extraordinary. Above the head of the Azure Dragon, Dragon Chi rose and a huge dragon shadow appeared in the sky. Boom! The destructive power that came back was completely dispersed by the Azure Dragon. He was like a god that split open the sky, tearing through the void and charging at Gu Fei with a monstrous battle intent. Secret technique of Ascension, 100%. Gu Fei did not dare to be slow. He immediately activated the secret technique of Ascension. His combat strength instantly increased by 10 times. The powerful martial arts energy shook the heavens and earth. A chaotic fist collided with the right hand of the Azure Dragon. Bang! With a muffled sound, a large area of the void collapsed and was annihilated. Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon moved quickly in the void, constantly clashing head-on. The whole valley was covered with dense cracks. The baleful blood demonic pattern was faintly discernible, suppressing the area, completely dissolving the mighty power of the 2 super experts. The cracked valley was rapidly repairing itself. Too strong, the intensity of this battle exceeded everyone's expectations. The combat strength of Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon had already surpassed the half-saint level. They had already walked very far on the holy road. In the entire human world, very few people could catch up with them on the holy road. All kinds of great techniques and combat skills were constantly displayed in the hands of the two super experts, shocking everyone. The powerful waves caused the experts watching the battle to retreat. Only the figure on the yin-yang divine pattern in the sky seemed to have existed since ancient times. The mighty power that came from the valley could not affect the figure at all. The fierce man in the extreme north was too powerful. He was definitely an invincible existence in the human world, at the same level as the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu. This time, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu did not appear. The speed of the two super experts was extremely fast. Even those who had cultivated the gods, I would find it difficult to catch their figures. In just a few breaths, the two had already exchanged nearly 10,000 moves. Neither of them used the saint-level divine weapons. This was a kind of tacit understanding. Neither of them wanted to use external forces to fight. Apart from the weapons that they had refined themselves, they were only fighting with their own strength. This was a battle and also a training. They both wanted to use their own strength to suppress the other. Both Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon were people who were determined to walk the holy road. Their wills were extremely firm and they both had an invincible heart. Azure Dragon, if this is all you have, you are going to lose. Gu Fei's voice sounded in the heart of the Azure Dragon. This was a divine telepathy. If this is all you have, you are going to lose too. The Azure Dragon was tit for tat. The two were talking, but they did not stop. Bang! Gu Fei swept his right leg. The Azure Dragon used a knee to meet Gu Fei's sweeping right leg. The two clashed head-on, and there was a sound of metal colliding, like two pieces of divine metal colliding. Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon separated, but in an instant, they rushed together again. Buzz! The two dragon swords vibrated. While the Azure Dragon attacked, he also controlled the two divine swords and kept attacking Gu Fei. The sword light shot into the sky. Gu Fei did not use the 9 Heaven Stars sword. He was a human-shaped weapon and was extremely powerful. His martial body could directly compete with the dragon swords that the Azure Dragon refined himself. This powerful martial body caused the Azure Dragon to encounter great trouble. Clang! The sword light formed by the two dragon swords slashed on Gu Fei's body, and there was a sound of metal colliding. Other than cutting a few holes on Gu Fei's clothes, it was difficult to really hurt him. I'm afraid the Azure Dragon is going to lose. At this time, some people could already see that Gu Fei was in an invincible position. No matter how the Azure Dragon attacked, he could not hurt him. But Gu Fei could hurt the Azure Dragon. As expected, Gu Fei punched and directly sent the two dragon swords flying. Then, he directly collided with the Azure Dragon and sent him flying. The powerful impact almost shattered the Azure Dragon's sternum. This was a barbaric way of fighting. Gu Fei was like a peerless ferocious beast, rampaging around. With his powerful martial body, he forced the Azure Dragon to continuously retreat, and from time to time, he was sent flying. Now that the battle had come to this point, it was time to determine a victor and a loser. And the winner of this battle was already very obvious. Gu Fei clearly had the upper hand, suppressing the Azure Dragon. Although the Azure Dragon was strong, Gu Fei was stronger than him. In the face of absolute power, all divine powers and great techniques were useless. One punch could smash everything. Bang! Gu Fei punched the Azure Dragon's chest again. The strong fist energy caused the Azure Dragon's chest to collapse, and countless cracks appeared on his sternum. Wah! The Azure Dragon opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, and he was sent flying. How is this possible? I will not lose. The Azure Dragon could not believe it. He was defeated by the hands of Gu Fei hundreds of years ago, and now he was repeating the same mistake. This made him shocked, angry, and unwilling. Kill. He stopped retreating, bit the tip of his tongue, and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. A blood-colored figure appeared before him, and an invincible presence that looked down on the world appeared in the world. This is, Gu Fei was shocked. He could feel the aura of an ancient supreme being from the blood-colored figure. What is the Azure Dragon doing? He actually did not hesitate to use his primordial chi to fully display the power of his bloodline. The blood-colored figure was completely formed by the Azure Dragon's blood. As if it had a life of its own, it pressed towards Gu Fei. The powerful pressure made Gu Fei feel like he was facing an ancient supreme being. This is the true secret of the bloodline. Some people who knew the details said such words. The secret of the Supreme Being's bloodline was only known to the descendants of the Supreme Being. Only by knowing this secret could one truly use the power within one's body. Chapter 1779. The power of the Supreme Being bloodline was incomparably strong. One could borrow the power of a Supreme Being. Even though it wasn't the true power of a Supreme Being, it was still extremely strong. Rumble, the entire void was trembling. That blood-colored figure was like an ancient Supreme Being Beast King. The power of the Great Tao was boundless, and it was completely formed from the power of the laws. This was the sign of the bloodline of the ancient Supreme Being Beast King awakening in the body of its descendant. This. Gu Fei could not help but feel shocked. To think that the power of the laws of the ancient Supreme Being Beast King would appear once more. Even though it wasn't the complete law of the Supreme Being of the Great Tao, it was still more than enough to kill all half-saints and quasi-saints. Green Dragon is invincible in the current generation. Some of the old antiques were extremely shocked. The foundation of the Green Dragon race was truly deep. For such a monster to appear, it wasn't that easy to awaken the Supreme Being bloodline. In the entire Green Dragon race, there were probably only 10 or so people who could awaken the Supreme Being bloodline within their bodies. The degree of awakening of the bloodline was different as well. Only the person with the strongest bloodline could become the Green Dragon of the current generation. The blood-colored figure was extremely strong. As though it had a life of its own, it charged out at Gu Fei. The mighty might it exuded caused the surrounding void to crumble. Gu Fei was facing a formidable foe. At this moment, he could feel the aura of danger. However, the stronger he was, the stronger he got. His battle intent was getting stronger. Is this the power of the ancient Supreme Beings? Gu Fei's battle intent was boundless. He did not retreat. He wanted to fight against the power of the ancient Supreme Beings with all his might. Gu Fei, it's time for you to admit defeat. Otherwise. The Green Dragon roared out. This was his strongest battle strength. The power of the bloodline within his body seemed to have been sucked dry, and he felt as though he was about to collapse. The moment the power of the bloodline was released, he would definitely not rest until he was dead. Given the current cultivation state of the Green Dragon, it was still hard for him to control this power. The moment that blood-colored figure attacked, it would definitely not stop until it killed Gu Fei. Admit defeat? I, Gu Fei, have never admitted defeat ever since I stepped onto this path. Come, I want to see what's so great about this supreme bloodline. A peerlessly powerful aura erupted from Gu Fei's body. Rays of chaotic divine light circled around him. The divine light was powerful enough to tear the void apart. What is he doing? Could it be that he wants to contend against the power of an ancient supreme? The spectators outside the Divine Demon Valley were all shocked. At this time, the Azure Dragon had already won. How could the current Gu Fei contend against the power of the supreme bloodline? At this moment, even the figure of the Yin-Yang divine diagram, who was sitting cross-legged high up in the sky, had a reaction. His gaze swept down towards the Divine Demon Valley. No one knew how powerful the ancient supremes were. Without reaching that realm, it was impossible to know what kind of existence they were. The power of the supremes could be integrated into the bloodline and passed down to their descendants. This kind of inheritance could only be possessed by the supremes. Of course, the bloodline of the supremes would gradually weaken as it was passed down from generation to generation. However, there was also a special phenomenon. This phenomenon was the phenomenon of ancestry. The Azure Dragon was not the son of the ancient Beast King, but the Supreme's bloodline in his body was comparable to the son of the ancient Emperor. If that's the case, then accept your fate. The Azure Dragon did not say anything else. He directly attacked. The blood-colored figure tore through the void and slammed a palm at Gu Fei. The powerful force even destroyed some of the nearby blood-killing demonic marks. This was not an ordinary demonic mark. It was formed by the undying law of the ancient demons. Secret skill of Ascension, 20% power. Gu Fei was going all out. Even if it was the power of the Supremes, so what? I'll break it with one punch. Under the activation of the secret skill of Ascension, his power skyrocketed. Martial Dao true force increased by 20 times. Only the martial body of a pinnacle almighty could withstand it. However, Gu Fei was taking a risk. This kind of power had exceeded the endurance of his pinnacle almighty martial body. The explosive increase in power caused hideous bloody scars to appear on his body. Dao patterns that he had comprehended appeared on his martial body and were imprinted on his flesh and blood. Bang! Gu Fei struck out with his strongest punch. This was his strongest punch, 20 times the power. This definitely surpassed a half-saint and could even contend against a quasi-saint. Even a quasi-sage would explode if he were to be hit by this punch. Boom! The extremely ferocious punch collided with the blood-colored palm. The blood figure seemed illusory and had no physical body. However, the power of the Supremes was so tyrannical that even a quasi-saint would tremble. There was no suspense. Everything developed as the old antiques had expected. Gu Fei was sent flying and spurted out a mouthful of blood. His entire arm was twisted and his bones were broken. The power of the Azure Dragon's bloodline was far stronger than he had expected. Master, Gu Zhong couldn't stay calm after seeing this scene. The power of the Azure Dragon's bloodline was too strong. Even a true quasi-saint wouldn't be a match for the current Azure Dragon. What are you panicking for? Your master will be fine. He Tian was calmer than Gu Zhong. He knew that even if the Azure Dragon used the power of his bloodline, he wouldn't be able to kill Gu Fei. Unless a true saint attacked Gu Fei, even those peerless existences in the human world wouldn't be able to harm Gu Fei's life. Kacha. The sound of bones vibrating could be heard in the valley. Gu Fei's right arm was healing rapidly. The broken bones were joining together and the flesh was growing again. In the blink of an eye, his right arm was completely healed as if it had never been injured. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, he had already cultivated his life to every part of his body. It wouldn't be a problem for him to be reborn from a single drop of blood. The human race's martial body is indeed extraordinary. Everyone who was watching the battle outside the Divine Demon Valley was amazed. Such a powerful body was rarely seen in the world. Even the bodies of some divine beasts wouldn't be as strong as this. If he becomes a saint, it will be terrible. Some people couldn't sit still, especially those enemies of Gu Fei. The stronger Gu Fei was, the greater the threat he posed to them. These people couldn't bear to see Gu Fei become a saint. The power of the Azure Dragon's bloodline was too strong. Even Gu Fei was sent flying. Roar. Gu Fei roared angrily. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he charged forward with an indomitable will. Powerful martial arts power erupted. The power of 20 times Ascension was too strong. He had no choice but to use it. If he did not vent out this power, it would cause his martial body to explode. Boom! Another terrifying collision. Gu Fei was sent flying again. Blood splattered in the sky. Ascension, Gu Fei roared. He used two secret arts of the immortal Tao at the same time. His cracked body quickly healed. The power of Ascension allowed his martial body to maintain its peak state. The blood that had splashed out from his body also flew back and returned to his body. Every drop of his flesh and blood contained essence chi. He couldn't lose it because every drop of blood was life. As long as a drop of blood existed, he could be reborn from a single drop of blood. What a guy! Seeing this, Azure Dragon couldn't help but exclaim. Gu Fei's life force was too strong. His chi and blood were even more vigorous than a dragon's. Killing someone like him was definitely not an easy task. In fact, Azure Dragon also wanted to kill Gu Fei. He only had one goal, and that was to defeat Gu Fei. Gu Fei was the same. He didn't have any intention to kill Azure Dragon. He didn't have any enmity with Azure Dragon. This was a battle between experts. It was a fair battle. If he lost or died, he couldn't blame anyone. The Blood Shadow was incomparably powerful. It was like the Azure Dragon sovereign from ancient times. Although the sovereign's law was incomplete, it was enough to sweep away all opponents below the Sage Realm. Gu Fei was unyielding. He charged forward again and again, fighting with the Blood Shadow. Although he was forced back each time, he stood up again and again. Everyone was visibly moved by the scene before them. He's a natural-born fighter. Some old antique sighed. In the distant past, there was no lack of such figures in the world of cultivation. They were all powerful existences. Cultivators who were successful in cultivation were invincible in the same realm. However, Gu Fei wasn't fighting against a peak expert. He was fighting against a half-saint. In everyone's opinion, it was already a miracle that he could fight until now. If he can win, then he'll really be heaven-defying. Gu Fei's enemies also appeared in the vicinity. These people were secretly happy when they saw Gu Fei being suppressed by the Blood Shadow. It would be best if Azure Dragon killed Gu Fei. That way, they would have one less problem. A cultivator who was about to rise has fallen just like that. It's really sad. Gu Fei was still fighting. However, some people already knew the result. They thought that Gu Fei was struggling on his deathbed and would be defeated in the end. Master won't lose. Gu Zhong didn't believe that Gu Fei would lose to Azure Dragon. However, the truth was right in front of him. He didn't want to see this result. He Tian didn't say anything after hearing their discussion. He just sneered. The power of bloodline is really strong. Gu Fei only stopped after charging over 100 times. His martial body was almost destroyed by the Blood Shadow. His body was covered with ghastly wounds. However, his chi and blood were still extremely vigorous. The power of the Ascension's secret technique was circulating. The injuries on his martial body were healing rapidly. It was as if he had an immortal body. The Ascension's secret technique was a supreme secret technique created by the Supreme Tao Ancestor. This secret technique had already reached the limit of life. It was very difficult to kill someone who had cultivated this secret technique. Even if his divine soul was scattered, he could still gather his divine soul. If this secret technique was cultivated to the great success stage, it might really be able to reach the level of immortality. However, Gu Fei's secret technique was still very far from the great success stage. The 9 secrets of immortal Tao is indeed a supreme divine technique. The Blood Shadow stood in front of Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon's eyes flickered. Gu Fei's strength had far exceeded his expectations. If he didn't use the power of his bloodline, he would have already been defeated. Again. Gu Fei shouted and rushed forward again. The Blood Shadow in front of Azure Dragon also rushed forward. Chapter 1780. Kill. Gu Fei attacked like a madman. The primal chaos fist shattered the void. Holes appeared one after another in the heavens and earth under his fists. He was too strong. This was the manifestation of pure power. His punch could shatter the starry sky. Even the bodies of half-saints and quasi-saints would be shattered if they were hit by his punch. Using strength to prove one's Tao is indeed the most powerful path. Some old antique sighed. The path of martial arts was a path of using strength to prove one's Tao. It was extremely difficult. In order to achieve success in cultivation, one had to put in a lot more effort than others. Since the late period of primitive times, there were not many existences like Gu Fei in the world. You're not strong enough. You're destined to lose. Azure Dragon's voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. He was moving rapidly with the Blood Shadow formed by the power of his bloodline, not daring to leave the range of the Blood Shadow's power. At this moment, Gu Fei was strong enough to kill a half-saint. Even a quasi-saint would have to retreat. If it was not for the protection of the power of his bloodline, Azure Dragon would have been injured. Lose your head. Gu Fei roared. His long hair danced wildly. He was so ferocious that it made everyone's heart palpitate. Blood kept dripping from his fists. Even so, he still swung his fist at the blood-colored figure. Without any suspense, he was still firmly suppressed by the blood shadow. He could not lift his head and was sent flying by the blood shadow again and again. How could he be so strong? Although Gu Fei seemed to be attacking without a care for his life, he knew better than anyone else that he would be exhausted to death if this went on. One should know that there was a time limit to the secret skill of rising to heaven. He could not maintain this almost invincible state all the time. Once this state disappeared, he would lose without a doubt. Fortunately, he cultivated the secret skill of Ascension. This secret skill could heal injuries to the body and even the spirit quickly. He also realized that if he used the secret skill of Ascension and the secret skill of rising to heaven together, he could maintain his martial body in a strange state. In this marvelous state, the duration of his Ascension secret technique was greatly extended. Gu Fei hadn't expected this to happen. The duration of the Ascension secret technique had been extended, which allowed him to remain undefeated for the time being. However, this wasn't a long-term solution. Based on the current situation, his ending would be the same in the end. It was unchangeable. I don't want to kill you, but, the Azure Dragon spoke again. No one knew better than him how powerful the power of bloodline was. Unless there was another inheritance with the power of a supreme being's bloodline, he was already invincible among those of the same level. They could even challenge demi-saints. Cut the crap. Let's have a fair fight. I won't have any regrets even if I die. Gu Fei's fighting spirit had never weakened. Instead, it had become even more exuberant. He could feel that the bottleneck of his cultivation seemed to have loosened after he displayed his full strength. Very good. Azure Dragon was speechless. Killing a genius was not a pleasant thing to do. Bang! The blood-colored silhouette attacked. It was as powerful as an ancient supreme beast king. The laws of the Beast King shook the heavens and earth as if it wanted to trample on the great Tao of heaven and earth. Gu Fei fought against the blood-colored silhouette directly. His chest was pierced through and he was sent flying, blood splattering everywhere. In the end, they aren't on the same level. The spectators didn't think that Gu Fei would win. The bloodline of a supreme beast king was extraordinary. Even a true demi-saint might not be a match for the Azure Dragon. If Gu Fei was a demi-saint, he might be able to suppress the Azure Dragon. But now, it seemed that he would definitely lose this battle. Master is invincible. How could he lose to the Azure Dragon? Gu Zhong wasn't willing to accept such an outcome. One should know that a few hundred years ago, this Azure Dragon was defeated by his master. He didn't think that the Azure Dragon would win this time. But based on the current situation, the chances of Gu Fei losing were really high. Don't worry, He Tian was still calm. Even if Gu Fei lost, his life wouldn't be in danger. Boom! At this moment, countless Dao runes rushed out from Gu Fei's body. His chest that was pierced through rapidly recovered. The power of the Heaven Ascension secret art was healing his body. Even the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao can't change anything. The Azure Dragon's cold voice rang out. The blood-colored silhouette pressed forward and attacked again. This time, the power of the ancient Emperor Law shattered a small part of Gu Fei's body. I can be reborn from a single drop of blood. I can't be killed. Gu Fei said coldly. The small part of his body that was shattered was surging. The shackles of his flesh and blood regenerated in an instant, completely recovering. It's one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the Heaven Ascension secret art. The expressions of some of the old experts in the audience changed. This secret art had an unfathomable might. Legend has it that even if one's primordial spirit was shattered, one could use this secret art to reconstruct it. In the distant past, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the Heaven Ascension secret art was known as the Undying secret art. It was truly difficult to kill someone who cultivated this secret art. The Azure Dragon didn't say anything. Actions were more useful than words. Roar. The blood-colored silhouette of a dragon appeared. The blood silhouette unleashed a great art, transforming into countless dragons that lunged at Gu Fei. Each dragon silhouette was formed from the ancestral dragon runes. This was the power of a supreme beast emperor from the ancient era. Clearly, the Azure Dragon was getting impatient. He wanted to end this battle. However, would things really develop as he expected? Come! Gu Fei roared. His body suddenly turned faint and illusory, as though he was about to fuse with the void around him. Return to truth. Gu Fei unleashed these two secret arts. His body fused with the void. His illusory body emanated a heaven-devouring force that devoured the dragons coming from all directions. You're courting death. The Azure Dragon's heart couldn't help but tremble upon seeing this. His opponent actually wanted to devour his bloodline power? This was simply self-destruction. Could the bloodline power of a supreme beast emperor be devoured? He's insane. Outside the Valley of Gods and Demons, the spectators were all shocked. Gu Fei actually wanted to devour the bloodline power of an ancient beast emperor. This was too crazy. Big Gu, this fellow, this time, even Erebus, who had always been calm, could no longer remain calm. Swish. The heaven-devouring force was incomparably powerful. Countless dragon silhouettes rushed into Gu Fei's illusory body. He wanted to use one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the Return to Truth secret art, to transform the Azure Dragon's bloodline power. Return to truth. All energy can be transformed into their most primitive state. Chapter 1781. The 9 secrets of the immortal path were known as the invincible secret arts. Each of the 9 secret arts had its own heaven-defying might. The secret art of returning truth could transform all the power of heaven and earth into one's own. Rumble, Gu Fei's illusory figure was shaking, and even the void was shaking with it. The power of returning truth was circulating rapidly, and terrifying energy waves spread in all directions. Countless Tao patterns rushed out of his body, sealing the void between heaven and earth. Countless blood-colored dragon shadows were actually sealed in Gu Fei's illusory figure, unable to rush out. That was part of the ancient Supreme Beast King's power of laws, but it was sealed. How is this possible? Azure Dragon was dumbfounded, and even the spectators outside the Valley of Gods and Demons were dumbfounded. What happened was beyond their understanding. Azure Dragon was the one who felt it the most. He could feel that his bloodline power was rapidly weakening. The place where Gu Fei was turned into a vortex that could devour everything. It actually pulled the blood-colored figure into the vortex and swallowed it as well. This, Azure Dragon was truly shocked. He had never thought that Gu Fei had actually cultivated such a secret art. The power of the secret art of returning truth was beyond his expectations. Roar. Gu Fei roared. He was giving it his all. If he could refine this bloodline power, he could win. He could even use this power to break through the bottleneck of cultivation and become a half-step saint. At this time, the bloodline power of the Supreme Beast King that Gu Fei had swallowed into his body was struggling left and right, trying to break through Gu Fei's seal and escape. However, all of this seemed to be in vain. Gu Fei had sealed and refined this bloodline power, so how could it easily escape? I'll give it my all. It was either succeed or die. Gu Fei was gambling with his life. The secret art of returning truth could refine the bloodline power of the ancient Supreme Beast King. If he couldn't, he would die. Roar. Gu Fei roared. It was difficult for others to know what kind of pain he was enduring. That faint and incorporeal figure of his was pierced by bloody light from time to time. Countless blood-colored Tao patterns appeared in his body. Those Tao patterns were shaped like the ancestral dragon. They were the supreme dragon patterns of the Azure Dragon clan. Damn it! The Azure Dragon is borrowing the power of the sky. The Azure Dragon found it hard to remain calm. Gu Fei was currently refining his own bloodline power. If that bloodline power was really refined by the other party, then he might not be able to be the current Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan anymore. The four primordial forces of earth, water, wind, and fire appeared once again, crazily attacking Gu Fei. The entire valley was on the verge of collapsing, and even the blood-killing demonic Mark was almost unable to protect this valley. Both of them are monsters. Some of the elders watching the battle felt their hearts palpitate. The two of them had walked much further on the holy road than ordinary people, especially Gu Fei. Once he became a half-saint, he would probably be able to sweep away all opponents below the saint level. A martial body becoming a saint was something that had never happened since the late period of the Desolate Era. The place where Gu Fei was completely engulfed by the destructive power. However, the crowd was shocked to discover that Gu Fei was still devouring all the power around him. This is crazy. He's committing suicide. How could such a powerful force be dissolved? Even if that cultivator was a quasi-saint, his body would probably explode from the huge amount of energy. What is Master doing? Gu Zhong couldn't sit still when he saw this scene. Don't be impatient. Your master is using the four primordial forces of earth, water, wind, and fire to refine the Azure Dragon's bloodline power. He Tian's voice rang out. Azure Dragon had really miscalculated this time. He wanted to kill Gu Fei, but he didn't expect that he would provide four powerful primordial forces to Gu Fei instead. The four primordial forces of earth, water, fire, and wind were borrowed by Azure Dragon and not his own power. This kind of power could be easily refined by Gu Fei's secret art of returning truth into his own martialist chi and then used to resist the Azure Dragon's bloodline power. Azure Dragon was attacking with all his might, but his attacks were like clay oxen in the sea. He had never thought that he was providing energy to Gu Fei. So what if it's the power of the supreme bloodline? Gu Fei bellowed. His entire body swelled up as a terrifying and monstrous force collided within his body. If it wasn't for the fact that he cultivated the Ascension secret technique that allowed him to continuously heal his injured body, his martial body would have long exploded from the force within his body. The secret art of Ascension continued to operate. Although Gu Fei's martial body was swelled up by the power in his body, his martial body did not explode from the power in his body. How preposterous. Azure Dragon's bloodline power that was sealed in Gu Fei's body had a special connection with him. He could feel that the power was gradually weakening. In order to defeat Gu Fei, he had used a secret technique to draw out the bloodline power in his body, forming a blood shadow. Only then could he suppress Gu Fei. If Gu Fei refined the blood shadow, Azure Dragon would lose the power of his bloodline. He would lose any advantage before Gu Fei. What was more serious was that if he lost this bloodline power, he did not know when he would be able to recover the bloodline power in his body again. If that happened, his position in the Azure Dragon clan would be replaced by other powerful clansmen. Azure Dragon could not let that happen. He could only be the current Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan. He could not let others shake his position. However, this was a fair battle. He could not use any power other than his own. He knew very well that if he used his holy weapon, his opponent could also use his holy weapon. Just as Gu Fei had said, in a fair battle, even if he died in battle, there would be no regrets. However, once this balance was broken, the consequences would be unpredictable. Azure Dragon knew that Gu Fei had an extreme holy weapon. Once the cauldron of mountain and river appeared, even if it could not display the power of the extreme holy path, it could still suppress a part of the world. Azure Dragon was also someone with aspirations of the holy road. He had the right to be arrogant. Since it was a fair battle, he would die in battle without regrets. Gu Fei and Azure Dragon were both like that. They only wanted to fight with their own power. If they relied too much on external power, they would be stuck on the holy road in the end, and it would be difficult for them to become supreme experts. At this time, blood-colored divine light continued to rush out of Gu Fei's body. However, an extremely powerful aura gradually passed through Gu Fei's body. This is, oh no, he is actually using the bloodline power of the Azure Dragon clan to break through. Is he finally going to take that step? The change in Gu Fei's body shocked everyone. He had actually sublimated in a battle of life and death, making a breakthrough at the edge of life and death. Using his opponent's power to train himself. Not everyone had this kind of courage. Half-saint. Azure Dragon did not stop. 2 dragon swords appeared in his hands. He bit the tip of his tongue again and spat out a mouthful of blood on the 2 dragon swords. Virum. In an instant, the markings within the 2 dragon swords were all activated by Azure Dragon's blood. A terrifying holy level sword chi rippled from the dragon swords. Clang. Chapter 1782. Gu Fei and Azure Dragon were both fighting with their lives on the line. At this point, they had no choice but to kill each other even if they wanted to, because they had reached a point where it was either one of them or the other. No one wanted to die, so Azure Dragon wanted to kill Gu Fei. A shocking murderous intent rushed out of Azure Dragon's body, and the temperature of the entire area dropped rapidly under the impact of this murderous intent. Clang. The 2 dragon swords that were stained with Azure Dragon's blood vibrated and emitted the most powerful sword chi. Tens of thousands of rays of light illuminated the entire area. At this point, Azure Dragon had no other choice. Swoosh. Tens of thousands of rays of light shot out of Azure Dragon's hands and slashed towards Gu Fei. The powerful rays of light tore through the void, as if they were going to split the entire world in half. Master, Gu Zhong was shocked to see this. The 2 dragon swords were stained with Azure Dragon's blood, and the runes imprinted inside the swords were all activated. A strand of saint-level energy appeared in the air. Azure Dragon pushed the power of the dragon swords to the limit, displaying a trace of saintly might. It was as if a true saint was attacking. It was extremely terrifying. The dragon swords were only divine weapons that Azure Dragon had refined himself, but these 2 divine swords were extraordinary. They had the potential to transform into holy weapons and already possessed some of the characteristics of holy weapons. Swoosh. 2 frightening sword lights tore apart the layer of primordial chi around Gu Fei's body and flew towards Gu Fei, who was trapped within the primordial chi. What? Although Gu Fei was using his secret arts to protect himself, he was still extremely sensitive to the outside world. The fact that the chaotic aura around him had been torn apart was no small matter. However, his martial body, which had expanded due to the power in his body, was now covered with divine runes of the Great Path. There were even blood-colored ancestral dragon runes faintly visible. Boom! The 2 rays of light instantly slashed at Gu Fei's body. It was as if they had slashed at an indestructible piece of divine metal. They were sent flying. What? The Azure Dragon was alarmed. He had already used all his strength in this attack, but he was actually unable to split apart his opponent's martial body. How could his opponent's martial body be so tyrannical? However, the truth was right before his eyes. Azure Dragon had no choice but to believe it. Rumble. After receiving this attack, a thunderous sound suddenly rang out from within Gu Fei's body. The bloodline power that he had sealed within his body erupted. The Chaos Dao pattern that was imprinted on Gu Fei's body emitted a dazzling divine light. It drew the power of heaven and earth in the surroundings and suppressed his body. Kacha. The sound of bones breaking rang out. The pressure that Gu Fei's powerful martial body was enduring at this time was simply indescribable. Even his well-tempered bone body cracked. At this time, Gu Fei could only make such a sound. His throat was blocked by the energy that was surging out of his body. His eyes bulged out, and it looked like his martial body could explode from the energy in his body at any time. I can't die, Gu Fei threw caution to the wind. Ascension's secret technique, Ascension's secret technique, returning truth's secret technique, as long as it could save his life, he used all of them. The power of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao surged in his body. The bloodline power of the Azure Dragon clan was rampaging in his body. His martial body was constantly being injured. Blood seeped out of his pores and dyed his entire body red. Although the bloodline power of the Azure Dragon clan was powerful, if Gu Fei could survive, his martial body would once again transform and become even more powerful. Under the effect of the Ascension force, Gu Fei's injured martial body was rapidly recovering. The destruction and recovery were constantly repeating. The bloodline power of the Azure Dragon clan was destroying the vitality of Gu Fei's martial body, but the Ascension force could restore Gu Fei's martial body. These two forces were constantly fighting against each other. It was like two huge hammers constantly hammering on a piece of divine metal. Gu Fei's martial body was gradually transforming. No, after sensing the changes in Gu Fei's body, Azure Dragon was shocked and angry. Gu Fei was actually using his own power to refine his martial body. This was simply too crazy. However, if Gu Fei succeeded, the bloodline power that he had painstakingly cultivated would be lost. The bloodline power was sleeping in Azure Dragon's body. It was very difficult to stimulate it, but Azure Dragon managed to do it. However, if he lost the bloodline power that he released, although his bloodline power wouldn't completely disappear, it would take a long time to cultivate it to this level again. Azure Dragon was anxious. He frantically drove the two dragon swords to slash at Gu Fei. The sword light formed by the dragon's sword soared tens of thousands of feet into the sky, continuously breaking through the layer of primal chaos aura around Gu Fei's body. However, such a powerful sword light was unable to truly harm Gu Fei. Outside the Divine Demon Valley, everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Gu Fei's martial body was too strong. The two dragon swords could already emit a wisp of saintly might. Some of the quasi-sages present were also terrified. If such terrifying dragon swords were to slash at their bodies would probably be instantly minced by the sword light. How is this possible? Could it be that his body is already strong enough to be comparable to a holy weapon? The powerful physique that Gu Fei displayed shocked even the old antiques who had lived for countless years. It was hard to believe that there was actually such a strong cultivator in this world. In this great world of the mortal world, anything could happen. A physique that could compete with the martial body of the human race would most likely appear. The Holy Road wouldn't be lonely. There were bound to be intense battles on the Holy Road. Those who were interested in the Holy Road weren't just limited to the younger generation. Those old antiques who had lived for so long would also jump out and compete with the younger generation. Gu Fei's strength made those who were interested in the Holy Road feel extremely pressured. No wonder he could beat the younger generation of the southern wilderness into silence hundreds of years ago. The voice of the Vermilion Bird Princess came from the chariot of Lee Fire. She was muttering to herself. Hundreds of years ago, Gu Fei had already suppressed all the young experts of the southern wilderness. But now, Gu Fei could still sweep the entire southern wilderness. One should know that the Azure Dragon represented the strongest battle force in the southern wilderness. If the Azure Dragon was defeated, there would probably not be many in the southern wilderness who could suppress Gu Fei. What was even more terrifying was that Gu Fei was in the midst of a breakthrough. He was using the power of the Azure Dragon to break through and refine his martial body. The clanging sounds did not stop. At this time, the two dragon swords had already slashed thousands of times, but they still couldn't hurt Gu Fei at all. Chapter 1783. Azure Dragon was on the verge of going crazy. He had never expected to encounter such a monstrous opponent. His opponent had even devoured the bloodline power that he had cultivated. Could Gu Fei really be his nemesis? Azure Dragon's sword transformed into a sword light that constantly slashed at the bloated guy in front of him. He wanted to withdraw his bloodline power. However, no attack could hurt Gu Fei at this time, unless it was the power of a true saint. However, saints were extinct in this world, so it was impossible for a true saint to appear. On Gu Fei's body, chaotic Tao patterns interweaved, firmly suppressing the ancestral dragon-like Tao patterns in his body. The four primordial powers of earth, water, wind, and fire were drawn by him and obliterated the ancestral dragon-like Tao patterns. The ancestral dragon-like Tao patterns were condensed from Azure Dragon's bloodline power. It still doesn't work. Gu Fei felt that his power was still a bit lacking. He couldn't obliterate the ancestral dragon-like Tao patterns. He couldn't help but feel anxious. If he couldn't obliterate the ancestral dragon-like Tao patterns, then the unlucky one wouldn't be Azure Dragon. The ancestor of the Azure Dragon race was a Supreme Beast Emperor. This was the power of the Supreme Beast Emperor that had been passed on to the current Azure Dragon. The power of the Supreme Bloodline was hard to obliterate. This made Gu Fei feel a sense of danger. Outrageous. I still have a trump card that I haven't used yet. But if this move doesn't work, then, at this time, there was no time for Gu Fei to think too much. He directly operated the immortal Tao mystic art. A violet divine light shot out from his forehead. Swish. A small figure stepped out from Gu Fei's forehead. It was a thumb-sized miniature version of Gu Fei. This miniature person looked exactly like Gu Fei. How is this possible? How can a cultivator have a primordial spirit? When they saw the little person stepping out from Gu Fei's glabella, all the spectators outside the Divine Demon Valley, except for Gu Zhong and He Tian, were dumbfounded. Essence Soul. When the Azure Dragon saw a small person walk out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows, he was shocked and angry. Since ancient times, he had never heard of a warrior being able to cultivate a primordial spirit. Martial artists cultivated the strength of their bodies. They walked the path of proving their Tao through strength. They did not cultivate their primordial spirit, only cultivating their lives. This was the most difficult path to achieve Tao. Warriors who were truly determined to prove their Tao through strength would not bother to cultivate their primordial spirits. This was because the source of their strength was their physical body, not their primordial spirits. But now, a nascent divinity had emerged from Gu Fei's Naiwan Palace. That was something that surpassed everyone's understanding, and even the old-timers were shocked. How can a warrior have a primordial spirit? Some of the quasi-sages were confused as well. At that moment, Gu Fei's primordial spirit rushed out of his Naiwan Palace and entered his body. Soon, an astonishing sword aura erupted from within him. This was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the primordial spirit of the Wei sword. The power of Gu Fei's primordial spirit had transformed into a divine sword of the great Tao that could destroy all tangible and intangible things in the world. A great battle was going on inside Gu Fei's body. The primordial spirit of the Wei sword had appeared inside Gu Fei's body. This made the bloodline power of the Azure Dragon and Gu Fei feel a great threat. All of the blood-colored ancestral dragon Tao patterns converged and turned into a faint, blood-colored shadow. Buzz. The Wei sword hummed and pierced through the blood shadow. Some of the ancestral dragon Tao patterns were destroyed by the sword of the great Tao. The primordial spirit of the Wei sword displayed great power. The power contained in the destroyed ancestral dragon Tao patterns was immediately absorbed by Gu Fei's martial body. Damn it! Sensing that the bloodline power in Gu Fei's body was gradually weakening, the Azure Dragon could not help but change. His broken bones were reforming and his flesh was regenerating. A wisp of saintly might was gradually emanating from Gu Fei's body. His flesh, blood, tendons, and bones were transforming. The Chaos Tao patterns that were imprinted on Gu Fei's bones shone with dazzling divine light. The Chaos Tao patterns were devouring the bloodline power of the Azure Dragon clan. Gu Fei's martial body was transforming. The Chaos true power was vast and mighty. This was the Chaos martial body. All the impurities in his body gradually seeped out of Gu Fei's pores. His martial body was transforming into a spotless state. Every drop of blood and every piece of bone was devouring the Chaos true power. The shackles of cultivation seemed to have been broken. The martial body could contain more Chaos true power. The Essence Soul Tao swords could really destroy the ancestral dragon Tao patterns. This surprised and delighted Gu Fei. The secret art created by the Supreme Tao Ancestor had unfathomable divine might. It could even destroy the power of the Paragon bloodline. As such, it would be difficult for people with the Paragon bloodline to threaten Gu Fei. The situation was slightly better. Gu Fei made his move. Clang! He waved his hands and clashed with the 2 dragon swords over 1,000 times in an instant. The 2 dragon swords seemed to have been struck by a giant hammer over 1,000 times in an instant and were sent flying away. The 2 dragon swords were covered with cracks. It seemed like they could shatter at any time. The Azure Dragon's mind was shaken. These 2 dragon swords were refined from his dragon horns. Moreover, they had a trace of the aura of a sacred weapon. Even a quasi-sage artifact refined by a quasi-sage would not be able to destroy his twin dragon swords. Could it be that Gu Fei's hands were even more terrifying than a quasi-sage artifact? Rumble, a thunderous sound came from Gu Fei's body. His Essence Soul Dao swords were constantly destroying the Azure Dragon's bloodline power. As the bloodline power weakened, his martial body gradually began to recover. Streams of chaos true qi circulated rapidly in Gu Fei's body, fusing into his flesh, blood, and bones. The powerful qi and blood was vast and mighty. There seemed to be a giant dragon looming above Gu Fei's head. This was a strange phenomenon formed when the qi and blood rushed up and penetrated his body. It was a narrow escape. I actually succeeded. On a mountain peak outside the God-Fiend Valley, He Tian was muttering to himself. He knew very well that Gu Fei was in a very dangerous state just now. It seemed like his body was about to explode from the power in his body. If the power in his body really exploded, Gu Fei would be destroyed in both body and soul. The bloodline power released by the Azure Dragon was enough to destroy Gu Fei's bones and flesh. Even if he could be reborn from a single drop of blood, it would be useless. Roar! Gu Fei growled. Countless chaos Dao patterns bloomed with the brightest divine light. In his body, apart from the sound of wind and thunder, there was also the sound of his bones cracking. A sage-level Dao pattern appeared on Gu Fei's body. He broke through. Azure Dragon was truly shocked. To be able to ascend and break through in battle was simply too shocking. Could it be that this was the legendary martial artist? Buzz! The two dragon swords vibrated. The dense cracks on them gradually disappeared. These two divine weapons were really extraordinary. They could repair themselves automatically. The Dao patterns imprinted on them were not damaged. Chapter 1784. Roar! Gu Fei roared at the sky. His voice shook the 9 heavens and the entire valley cracked. Countless baleful blood marks were activated, sealing the void. In the sky above the God-Fiend Valley, an incomparably huge demonic shadow appeared. This was a demonic shadow condensed from the demonic laws of the God-Fiend Valley. It was faint and illusory. At this moment, even the leaders of the demons were incomparably shocked. Could the ancient legends be true? Did an unparalleled demonic ancestor really fall in that place? Baleful blood qi was vast and mighty. Beams of demonic light shot out from the ground of the God-Fiend Valley. It seemed like something was about to rush out from the depths of the God-Fiend Valley. This caused everyone to be shocked. Could it be that there was a powerful demonic creature hiding in the depths? This valley had existed for too long. No one knew what had happened here in the distant past. Buzz! Just as the demonic shadow appeared, the figure that had been sitting cross-legged in the sky moved at this moment. The yin-yang diagram emitted a mighty force. Bang! The void trembled. Under the suppression of the yin-yang diagram, the demonic shadow dissipated in the void. In the depths of the God-Fiend Valley, there was a powerful demonic force that wanted to rush out. But very quickly, this demonic force retreated. The fierce man from the extreme north made his move, shocking the demonic force in the depths of the God-Fiend Valley. Gu Fei, I don't believe that I will lose to you again. At this moment, Azure Dragon's eyes turned red. He held 2 dragon swords in his hands and directly rushed towards Gu Fei. The power of the true dragon was vast and mighty. The dragon swords hummed. Azure Dragon threw caution to the wind. His entire body seemed to be on fire. The power of the true dragon rose and danced on Azure Dragon's body like divine flames. Buzz! The dragon swords hummed. The tip of the sword streaked across the void at high speed. The void was directly torn apart. Wherever the dragon swords passed, 2 pitch-black spatial cracks were left. Swoosh! The Azure Dragon attacked with all his might. The powerful true dragon force was unprecedentedly strong. The 2 dragon swords directly split apart the chaotic aura around Gu Fei's body, and then pierced towards the center of his brows. The Mud Pill Palace was located between the eyebrows. As long as Gu Fei's Mudpill Palace was broken, the power of his primordial spirit would be greatly reduced, and it would be difficult for him to use that supreme secret technique again. Inside Gu Fei's body, a crucial battle was taking place. The primordial spirit Dao's sword was clashing, and the blood-colored figure was constantly being destroyed by the primordial spirit Dao's sword. The blood-colored figure that Gu Fei had sealed in his body gradually dimmed, as if it could dissipate at any time. Ding! At this moment, the tip of the dragon's swords instantly pierced the center of Gu Fei's brows. The two dragon swords both hit their target, but a scene that shocked the azure dragon happened. The two dragon swords actually could not pierce the center of Gu Fei's brows. The bodies of the two dragon swords were bent. No matter how hard the azure dragon tried to inject the true dragon force in his body into the dragon swords, the two dragon swords in his hands could not even cut through the skin of Gu Fei. How can this be? The azure dragon was completely stunned. The divine weapons that he had refined could not even pierce through the skin of his opponent. This was simply too unbelievable. Gu Fei was only a pinnacle mighty figure. How could there be a pinnacle mighty figure in this world with such a strong physical body? It was impossible. Even if Gu Fei was a warrior, it was still impossible. However, the truth was enough to explain everything. Swoosh! A dazzling divine light shot out from Gu Fei's eyes. The divine light seemed to have materialized and swept towards the azure dragon, causing him to have no choice but to retreat. His martial body that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times was about to break through to another realm at this moment. The aura of the sage realm lingered around. Although he was not a sage, he already possessed some of the characteristics of a sage. Gu Fei's martial body was transforming into a sage martial body. As his martial body was transforming, even Gu Fei's primordial spirit was becoming stronger. Swoosh! Within Gu Fei's body, the primordial spirit Dao's sword was rampaging, constantly destroying the ancestral dragon Dao patterns. The power contained in the ancestral dragon Dao patterns was constantly being absorbed by his martial body. His martial body was getting stronger and stronger, but the bloodline power released by the azure dragon was getting weaker and weaker. Under such circumstances, it was only a matter of time before the bloodline power was destroyed. Azure dragon, you should just admit defeat. Gu Fei already had the absolute advantage. Once the primordial spirit Dao's sword completely destroyed the bloodline power in his body, he would be able to free up his hands to deal with the azure dragon. Rays of primal chaos divine light circled around Gu Fei's body, causing everyone to feel an immense pressure. Heavenly tribulation. The entire world seemed to be pressing down. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was suffocating. Some people could feel that there was a power gathering in the sky. Tribulation clouds began to gather in the sky above the God-Fiend Valley. Is he really going to break through to the sage realm? Everyone who was watching the battle was shocked. This Gu Fei was too crazy. He actually went through the tribulation under such circumstances. He was simply courting death. Boom! A dazzling bolt of lightning appeared in the sky, illuminating the dark world for a moment. This was the might of heaven and earth. As long as one was not a sage, they would forever be bound by the great Tao of heaven and earth. It really is the heavenly tribulation. Anyone who could enter the demon domain and come to the valley of gods and demons was no weakling. All of the powerful beings present had felt the ripples of the might of heaven and earth. In fact, many of them had even gone through multiple heavenly tribulations. As for those old antiques, they were extremely familiar with the power of the heavenly tribulation. One must know that in the distant past, the laws of heaven and earth had yet to change. If a cultivator wanted to break through a bottleneck, they would definitely be sensed by the heavenly Tao and send down a heavenly tribulation. But now that the human realm had arrived, the laws of heaven and earth had changed once more. The great Tao of heaven and earth was no longer ethereal and could be touched. And when a cultivator wanted to break through a bottleneck, the heavenly tribulation would descend. This was a form of training for a cultivator. But at the same time, it was also a tribulation that concerned one's life and death. If one couldn't pass through the heavenly tribulation, there would only be one outcome, death in body and soul. Most people would prepare everything beforehand before summoning the heavenly tribulation. Nobody would be like Gu Fei, summoning the heavenly tribulation while he was still in the midst of breaking through. The azure dragon retreated immediately. He did not want to be dragged into the heavenly tribulation by Gu Fei. If you can survive, I'll admit defeat. The azure dragon rushed out of the valley of gods and demons. Gu Fei was about to undergo his heavenly tribulation. If Gu Fei could pass it, then he would definitely not be a match for Gu Fei. But if Gu Fei couldn't pass this heavenly tribulation, his body and soul would be destroyed by it. At that time, the azure dragon would still be the current azure dragon of the Azure Dragon clan. Very well. Gu Fei's voice rang out from the valley of gods and demons. His tone was filled with confidence. No one could have imagined that the battle would develop to this point. Gu Fei was really about to make a breakthrough. The heavenly tribulation was brewing high up in the sky, and dazzling bolts of lightning kept appearing in the tribulation clouds. Chapter 1785. Gu Fei had broken through and transformed at the edge of life and death. He was a martial artist, a natural-born god of war. The heavenly tribulation of the half-sacred realm was incomparable to that of an ordinary heavenly tribulation of the half-sacred realm. The tribulation clouds gathered above the valley of the demons from all directions, shrouding the entire heaven and earth. The destructive power was brewing as the tribulation clouds continued to spread. In the end, half of the demon domain was shrouded by the tribulation clouds. It was too shocking. The power of the heavenly tribulation forced all the experts in the vicinity of the valley of the demons to retreat, afraid of being implicated by it. The heavenly Tao could sense it and send down the heavenly tribulation. This kind of feeling could also trigger the heavenly tribulation of other cultivators, which was not a good thing. Even the figure sitting on the yin-yang diagram had instantly left the area shrouded by the tribulation clouds and appeared at the edge of the demon domain. The fierce man from the extreme north didn't do anything special. He didn't excessively provoke the demons either. It seemed like this fierce man also had some concerns. Because this was only a clone of the fierce man, it couldn't be compared to his real body. The demon domain in the 100,000 mountain range was the origin of demons between heaven and earth. Legend had it that the most ancient demon was sleeping here. Obviously, the fierce man from the extreme north didn't want to disturb such an existence at this time. Rumble, dull thunder sounds resounded. The black tribulation clouds in the sky almost touched the ground. Huge lightning bolts the size of mountains dashed out from the tribulation clouds, tearing apart the void of heaven and earth, wreaking havoc in the sky above the valley of the demons. The destructive power spread across the heaven and earth. The might of heaven and earth shook the entire place. Countless demons fled into the depths of the demon domain, seeking the protection of the demons there. They didn't dare to expose themselves to the heavenly tribulation. This human, a few figures appeared in the depths of the demons. The successor of the martial progenitor. An old demon sensed the fluctuation of martial Tao true force from Gu Fei and couldn't help but be startled. A supreme martial progenitor was an invincible existence. Countless demons had died under his fists. This human can't be left alive. One of the demon race's powerhouses said. However, the other leaders of the demons did not respond because the fierce man from the far north had locked onto them. If they dared to attack Gu Fei, the fierce man from the far north would certainly not sit idly by. The strength of that fierce man from the extreme north was obvious to all. Just a while ago, a leader of the demons was crippled by this fierce man and was almost beheaded on the spot. With this as an example, how could the demons dare to act rashly? Roar. Gu Fei roared. He could sense the extremely powerful destructive power of the heavenly tribulation. This power was stronger than all the heavenly tribulations he had faced before. At this moment, his condition was truly terrible. The Azure Dragon bloodline power sealed in his body had yet to be completely destroyed, and the heavenly tribulation had descended. Even someone as powerful as Gu Fei felt a great deal of pressure due to the internal and external troubles. The chaotic true force was constantly strengthening. The bloodline power released by the Azure Dragon was gradually absorbed by Gu Fei's martial body and transformed into his martial Tao true force. The chaotic Tao pattern on his body was getting brighter and brighter. The chaotic true force was constantly tempering his martial body. The Tao pattern was branded into every inch of his bones and flesh. The impurities in his body were constantly being discharged from his pores. Even his blood was seeping out. The blood in his body was transforming, becoming brighter, and the vitality it contained became stronger. Changing blood, changing bones, Gu Fei's martial body was undergoing a complete transformation. He had taken that step and his martial body was transforming into the sacred martial body. However, this was a long process. He had taken this step and the sacred martial body would appear sooner or later. This required time. The strength of the half-sacred martial body had already been verified. Even the dragon sword refined by the azure dragon could not pierce through Gu Fei's skin. It could not break through Gu Fei's defense. Rumble, the tribulation clouds continued to press down. A terrifying destructive force was approaching Gu Fei. The half-sacred heavenly tribulation was about to begin. The entire God-Devil Valley was enveloped by tribulation clouds. There seemed to be several indistinct figures within the pitch-black tribulation clouds. This, Gu Fei couldn't help being shocked. Such powerful tribulation clouds definitely couldn't have any life. It was filled with destructive power. Only a saint could ignore the threat of the heavenly tribulation. Heavenly tribulation phenomenon. Some of the old antiques also noticed the changes in the tribulation clouds. They were incomparably shocked. They had never imagined that the legendary heavenly tribulation would appear in front of them. Legend had it that in the distant past, there were heaven-defying characters who could trigger heavenly tribulation phenomena when they underwent their tribulation. Who would have thought that it was true? This was too shocking. Those who could trigger heavenly tribulation phenomena were all heaven-defying characters who had the qualifications to contend for the throne of the world's supreme experts. Come. Gu Fei completely released his powerful aura, causing a strand of saints' might to appear in the heavens and earth. The moment this strand of saints' might appeared, a huge figure charged out from the tribulation clouds in the sky and pounced towards Gu Fei. Even Gu Fei was stunned. This was a dragon formed from interweaving lightning. It was incomparably real, and its draconic might shook heaven and earth. 4 primordial spirits. The moment Gu Fei saw the dragon, he immediately understood what it was. It was an azure dragon formed by the power of the heavenly way. The appearance of this azure dragon shocked even the members of the Azure Dragon clan. There was nothing more to say. Gu Fei directly attacked, and a powerful force slammed into the incoming azure dragon. Boom! The void trembled as Gu Fei's fist blocked the incoming azure dragon. Moreover, the head of the azure dragon formed from the heavenly Daos exploded. Dragon blood splattered everywhere. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts exploded, illuminating the entire dark world. The heavenly tribulation had just begun and he was already met with such a powerful attack. This forced Gu Fei to be cautious. He didn't want to die just like that. Damned heavens, what can you do to me? Gu Fei roared. His blood and bones were transforming, and his chaotic martial body was gradually forming. The heavenly Daos sensed that the heavenly tribulation was about to begin. Bang! Another beast rushed out of the tribulation clouds. It was a vermilion bird, and it was surrounded by boundless flames. The moment the vermilion bird appeared, flames burned the sky. The 4 primordial spirits all jumped out of the tribulation clouds and attacked Gu Fei. Boom! A golden hand struck from below. The power of the metal element was vast, and the 4 primordial spirits were all blown away. The powerful shockwave even destroyed some of the blood Tao patterns in the valley. What? Chapter 1786. Gu Fei had triggered the heavenly tribulation of a half-step saint. This was a heavenly tribulation so powerful that it made everyone's heart palpitate. This was not an ordinary heavenly tribulation. The endless tribulation lightning had condensed into the 4 ancient divine beasts. They were the legendary supreme divine beasts born from the heavens and earth. Legend had it that the 4 ancient clans of the southern wilderness were the descendants of the 4 ancient divine beasts. The blood of the 4 ancient divine beasts flowed in their veins. This kind of bloodline was hidden in the disciples of the four ancient clans. This kind of heavenly tribulation has only appeared a few times since ancient times. Some old antiques murmured. The heavenly tribulation that Gu Fei had triggered was too terrifying. This was the most powerful and terrifying heavenly tribulation among all the heavenly tribulations. This was a manifestation of the will of the heavens and earth. The four ancient divine beasts were connate divine beasts. They were supreme existences born from the heavens and earth. This was why the heavenly Tao could send down such a heavenly tribulation. To a certain extent, all connate lifeforms were inextricably linked to the heavenly Tao. All connate lifeforms that had appeared before would leave their mark on the heavenly Tao. If these connate lifeforms were to die, there would only be one outcome. They would return to the heavenly Tao. Gu Fei was extremely powerful. Even though the heavenly Tao had sent down such a heavenly tribulation, he did not retreat. His battle intent was still as strong as before. So what if it was the heavenly Tao? There was no hesitation, no retreat, and no fear. Right now, Gu Fei was fighting the heavens and challenging the heavens in order to survive. The heavenly Tao had sensed this and sent down a heavenly tribulation that made all cultivators despair. If it was any other cultivator, they would have lost the courage to resist the heavenly tribulation. However, Gu Fei was different. The stronger the heavenly tribulation, the more power his martial body could unleash. Of course, the strength of the four ancient divine beasts formed from the tribulation lightning was only on par with Gu Fei. The heavenly Tao was heartless, but there was still a chance of survival. Roar! The azure dragon divine beast roared. This azure dragon that was condensed from tribulation lightning seemed to be even stronger than the azure dragon's bloodline power. It was like a real ancient azure dragon had descended. With a single roar, the entire world shook. The four primordial spiritual beasts seemed to be living beings with flesh and blood. Even the scales on their bodies could be seen clearly, and a towering dragon might fill the sky. How is this possible? Is this the power of the azure dragon patriarch? Quite a few experts from the azure dragon race had also arrived. When they sensed the dragon roars coming from the heavenly tribulation, their expressions changed. The other ancient race experts were the same. In the center of the heavenly tribulation, the vermilion bird, the white tiger, and the black tortoise's power rippled out, shocking the heavens. They were the ancestors of the four great ancient clans, the supreme divine beasts of the mythological era. This is unbelievable. Even the experts of the four great ancient clans found it difficult to become supremes. How could the heavenly tribulation that Gu Fei had triggered have the fluctuations of their ancestors' power? It must be known that the ancestors of the four great ancient clans had already disappeared during the desolate times. Kill! A loud roar sounded out from the center of the tribulation as a shocking battle intent exploded out, causing the heavens and earth to change color. This was Gu Fei's boundless battle intent. He wanted to challenge the heavens and break the legend. Roar! The four great ancient beasts roared as well. They seemed to have a life of their own, as though they could feel the threat that Gu Fei posed to them. At the same time, they pounced towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei soared into the sky and began fighting against the four great ancient beasts. At this time, the bloodline power in his body also rose up, making a final struggle. His Yuan spirit Tao sword heavily injured that power. Under the attacks from both inside and outside, Gu Fei's martial body was almost crippled. Blood constantly dripped from his body. However, he was an unyielding warrior and still fought with his life on the line. Bang! His fist landed on the huge body of the azure dragon. The dragon's scales shattered and dragon blood splattered everywhere. This scene was incomparably real, as though it wasn't an illusion. The azure dragon was sent flying by Gu Fei's fist. That 30,000-meter-long dragon body was almost broken as it was heavily injured. And just as Gu Fei sent the azure dragon flying, the vermilion bird and the white tiger rushed over. Towering divine flames instantly engulfed Gu Fei, wanting to turn Gu Fei into ashes. Gu Fei allowed the divine flames to engulf his body. He didn't block them at all. He was actually guiding the vermilion bird divine flames to temper his martial body. Countless chaos Tao patterns appeared on his body. Traces of fire energy seeped into his body through his pores, tempering his muscles, bones, blood, and flesh. The white tiger divine wind howled angrily. If one was hit by that divine wind, even a peak stage mighty figure would be destroyed in body and soul. Formless astral winds swept through the void, leaving behind pitch-black spatial cracks. This was simply like an invisible heavenly blade chopping down. The wind increased the intensity of the flames. The vermilion bird divine flames burned the entire world red. Flames soared into the sky, and terrifying heat spread out. This place was like an oven. Even those who were thousands of miles away could feel the scorching heat waves constantly assaulting their bodies. It was truly hard to imagine what would happen to Gu Fei within the divine flames. Even if divine metal was thrown into the divine flames, it would still be burned into smoke. Master, Gu Zhong couldn't help but worry when he saw this scene. However, he believed that his master wouldn't die so easily. A mere heavenly tribulation wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Boss Gu can't come. If he can successfully pass the tribulation, I'm afraid very few people in this world can be his opponent. He Tian sighed in admiration. The heavenly tribulation that Gu Fei triggered was too rare. There were only a few people who could trigger such a heavenly tribulation since ancient times. Moreover, those few people eventually became the strongest existences in this world. From He Tian's point of view, Gu Fei had limitless potential. He even had the qualifications to contend for the supreme throne. However, all of this required time. Boom! Suddenly, the monstrous fire exploded. The endless fire dissipated like ice and snow, turning into flame essences that frantically converged towards a figure in the sea of fire. How delightful! In the sea of flames, Gu Fei bathed in the divine flames. His entire body was glowing. The power of the vermilion bird was guided into his body and absorbed by his martial physique. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Not only was the power of the vermilion bird absorbed by Gu Fei's martial physique, even the power of the white tiger was no exception. Even the black tortoise was riding on Gu Fei's back. The power of the azure dragon was also shaken. Right now, Gu Fei's martial physique was like a bottomless black hole that was devouring spiritual energy from all directions. This was a scene that everyone would never be able to forget for the rest of their lives. The four great ancient supreme divine beasts were actually struggling, wanting to escape. However, the four great divine beasts were being sucked in by a heaven-devouring power, unable to escape at all. He's devouring the power of the heavenly tribulation. This is insane. Everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded and shocked to the extreme. Gu Fei's actions were truly unbelievable. He actually wanted to devour such a powerful heavenly tribulation. At this moment, Gu Fei was in a difficult situation. He had no choice but to do this because he wanted to trigger the power of the heavenly tribulation to destroy the bloodline power in his body. The effect of this was obvious. After the power of the four ancient divine beasts surged into Gu Fei's body, it immediately suppressed the bloodline power. Especially the power of the azure dragon. It actually resonated with the bloodline power in Gu Fei's body, devouring the bloodline power. Although the azure dragon formed by the heavenly tribulation was just a mark, the bloodline power was the source energy. It actually fused with the mark. This was something that Gu Fei never expected. The bloodline power of the azure dragon was dissolved just like that. This made Gu Fei feel a little unreal. This was too easy. After the power of the azure dragon fused with the bloodline power, it instantly became stronger. However, this true dragon power was immediately suppressed by Gu Fei. Buzz! The primordial spirit Dao sword slashed out and killed the four ancient beasts in the void. Four imprints shot up into the sky and disappeared in the sky. It was as if the four ancient beasts had never appeared before. Rumble, the power of the heavenly tribulation was still increasing. It didn't show any signs of stopping just because Gu Fei killed the four ancient beasts. Powerful silhouettes appeared once again in the lightning tribulation. The marks left behind by other connate lifeforms. Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved when he saw those silhouettes in the heavenly tribulation. Was he fighting against connate lifeforms of the past? This was too crazy. Connate lifeforms were incomparably powerful when they were born. If the heavenly tribulation evolved all the connate lifeforms, even Gu Fei would probably be exhausted to death by this tactic of overwhelming numbers. One must know that the number of connate lifeforms born in the world was definitely a number that would make Gu Fei feel despair. Those silhouettes walked out of the tribulation clouds. They were 12 faint and illusory silhouettes, but each of them emitted a powerful half-saint aura. 12 half-saint connate lifeforms. Gu Fei's pupils shrank. This wasn't the true body of the connate lifeforms, but a mark that the connate lifeforms had imprinted on the heavenly Tao. Although it wasn't their true bodies, the ripples of power that emanated from these 12 silhouettes shocked Gu Fei. None of the connate lifeforms that could leave their mark on the heavenly Tao were weak. They were all heaven-defying geniuses. Even one of these opponents was enough to give Gu Fei a headache. Not to mention that there were 12 of them. Damn the heavens, Gu Fei didn't retreat. His battle intent was raised to the limit. At this time, the bloodline power in his body had been dissolved. He could finally attack without any reservations. The experts outside the range of the heavenly tribulation saw this scene and broke out in cold sweat for Gu Fei. They could already see that the 12 silhouettes that walked out of the tribulation clouds were all extremely powerful. Chapter 1787. The appearance of the 12 made Gu Fei feel an incredible pressure. This pressure was far greater than what the 4 primordial beasts had felt. Boundless tribulation lightning power seemed to converge on the 12 figures, causing terrifying fluctuations to spread out. Even some of the old-timers who saw what was happening were flabbergasted. Of the 12 Xiantian lifeforms formed from the power of tribulation lightning, some were humanoid, while others were strange. However, all of them had one thing in common, and that was that they were powerful. 12 indistinct figures walked out of the tribulation clouds, their powerful auras causing heaven and earth to tremble. These 12 were all half-saints. The aura of the sage Tao was vast and mighty, shaking heaven and earth. This was the will of the heavenly Taos. If Gu Fei wanted to become a half-saint, he was challenging the heavenly Taos. The heavenly Taos wouldn't let Gu Fei become a half-saint so easily. Ordinary people would have long since given up when the 12 connate lifeforms appeared in the midst of the tribulation. The heavenly Tao's brand was far too powerful to resist. This is a sure-death situation. One of the old-timers said. Even a true half-saint would most likely be turned to ash by the heavenly tribulation. It would be very difficult for Gu Fei to take this step. He could die at any moment, but he had no other way out. Die. The 9 esoteric secrets of the immortal Tao revolved furiously, pushing Gu Fei's combat prowess to the limit. He shot into the sky, attacking the 12 figures. Boom! An intense battle erupted. Gu Fei clashed head-on with one of the connate lifeforms, causing the void to shatter and the explosive power to reach the heavens. Gu Fei and the connate lifeform were both sent flying. That's just a brand of the heavenly Tao. Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. These connate lifeforms weren't true bodies, but just brands branded into the heavenly Taos. And yet, they were still incomparably powerful. In a battle of the same level, not a single one of them was weaker than Gu Fei. Living beings born from the world were already blessed by the heavens. Connate lifeforms had a much higher starting point than other living beings. Some connate lifeforms were already comparable to immortals and gods the moment they were born. The 12 connate lifeforms were definitely the most powerful beings in all of history. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left their imprints on the heavenly Taos. Rumble, the other Xiantian lifeforms made their moves, and a terrifying half-step saint-level power enveloped Gu Fei in an instant. An intense battle broke out, and Gu Fei encountered the most dangerous heavenly tribulation he had ever faced since he started cultivating. Everyone was stunned. That place was covered by the power of the heavenly Tao, so no one could see what was happening inside. Only a saint could ignore the heavenly Tao. Master, you must survive. Yi Futian said. On the mountain peak, Gu Zhong clenched his fists. This great tribulation was too powerful. It had greatly affected him. He wondered if he would also trigger this tribulation when he tried to break through to the half-step saint realm. He Tian stood beside Gu Zhong. At this moment, he had already put away his frivolous demeanor, and his expression had become incomparably solemn. He activated the Yin-Yang divine eyes, but it was useless. Even the Yin-Yang divine eyes couldn't see into the battle. The space there was covered by the power of the heavenly Tao. Unless one became a saint, everyone was just an ant under the power of the heavenly Tao. And cultivators were just ants that were a little stronger than other ants. Bang! Gu Fei's martial body exploded. It was destroyed by the joint attack of the few connate lifeforms. His broken flesh and bones seemed to be burning. However, before Gu Fei's martial body was destroyed, a connate lifeform created by the heavenly Tao was torn in half by him. Blood splattered everywhere. All of this seemed so real, as if what Gu Fei had torn apart was a real connate lifeform with flesh and blood. As long as my battle intent is not extinguished, my soul shall not be extinguished. Gu Fei's divine will spread out. The countless pieces of his martial body quickly gathered together. Chaotic Tao runes interweaved as a figure appeared under the heavenly tribulation. After paying the price of having his martial body destroyed, Gu Fei had successfully killed a connate lifeform. However, there were still 11 connate lifeforms staring at him. Again. The Heaven Ascension secret art was activated. Gu Fei's injured martial body instantly recovered to its peak state. Swoosh. A humanoid connate lifeform made his move. A large number of destructive Tao runes rushed out from his hands, imprinting themselves on the sky. In the blink of an eye, the void around Gu Fei was sealed by the Tao runes. The sealed void seemed to have solidified into a piece of godly metal. Gu Fei could feel the changes in the space around him. He couldn't help but be moved. These connate lifeforms could actually use the mystic arts they cultivated when they were in the half-step saint realm. Boom! The space that was sealed by the humanoid connate lifeforms suddenly shattered into thousands of pieces. They looked like transparent ice cubes. Gu Fei's martial body also shattered. This mystic art, Gu Fei's heart trembled. This was using the destructive power of the shattered space to kill the opponent in an instant. Roar! Gu Fei roared. Countless chaotic Tao runes rushed out from his shattered flesh and bones, dispersing the destructive power of the void. The powerful martial body was hard to destroy. In just a few breaths' time, Gu Fei's shattered body reformed. Bang! Gu Fei immediately made his move. He attacked that humanoid connate lifeform. At this time, the other connate lifeforms joined the battle again. They could feel Gu Fei's strength and wanted to join forces to kill Gu Fei. Gu Fei's blood was becoming more and more vigorous. The Tao runes he had comprehended were changing. Countless Tao runes started to regroup. Finally, only 9 Tao runes were left. With 9 chaotic Tao runes imprinted on his body, Gu Fei was like a god of war, fighting against the 11 figures. He didn't know how many times his martial body had been shattered. Each time, he could use the Heaven Ascension secret art to recover. It had to be said that this secret art was truly heaven-defying. If it wasn't for this secret art, Gu Fei would probably be in danger. After his martial body was destroyed once, the reconstructed martial body would be slightly stronger. The martial body's power was gradually released. The human body's treasures were endless. Roar! Gu Fei kept roaring. This heavenly tribulation was too powerful and abnormal. His primordial spirit had been shattered countless times. However, under the power of the Heaven Ascension secret art, the shattered primordial spirit reformed again and again. Buzz! In the end, Gu Fei's glabella emitted a dazzling divine light. The void trembled. A small figure sat cross-legged in his Niwen palace. It was like a sovereign of the immortal Tao. Its entire body was radiating with immortal light. Similarly, 9 Tao runes appeared on Gu Fei's primordial spirit. Chapter 1788. Gu Fei was the first person in history to combine both the immortal path and the martial path. There had never been such a person before. Of course, it was not that there were no dual cultivators. However, most of these people found it difficult to truly grow up, and it was difficult for the world to know of their existence. And Gu Fei was definitely the only immortal cultivator who had achieved success. However, in Gu Fei's view, he was still a cultivator. The immortal path was only a supplementary function to him, not his foundation. Buzz! A blinding divine light shot out from Gu Fei's brow, and a violet gold sword aura soared into the sky. Everyone felt this fluctuation and a chill. Swish! A violet gold divine sword rushed out from Gu Fei's Niwen palace. This was a sword formed from his primordial spirit, a divine sword of the Great Path. The sword light shot up into the sky and slashed at the 11 blurry figures. A connate life form was cleaved in half by the primordial spirit Tao sword and dissipated into the void. Roar! The remaining 10 figures sensed the danger. Like true connate lifeforms of flesh and blood, they let out angry roars and charged at Gu Fei. Clang! Endless tribulation lightning turned into a chaotic divine saber that cut through the void and slashed at Gu Fei. The terrifying saber light was no weaker than Gu Fei's primordial spirit Tao sword. Gu Fei's eyes narrowed when he saw this. This was a great technique from a connate lifeform, and it was very frightening. It called upon the chaotic power of heaven and earth. These connate lifeforms were all extremely powerful. Even in the half-saint realm, they were powerful enough to sweep through an area. They were the kings of half-saints, invincible in the same realm. Come at me. Gu Fei was a natural warrior. The stronger his opponent was, the more his fighting spirit would be aroused. He had an invincible heart, and no one could shake his Tao heart. Buzz! The primordial soul Tao sword sent out countless sword lights, blocking all the chaos saber chi. The chaos divine saber and the primordial soul Tao sword clashed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Gu Fei's primordial Tao sword had clashed with the chaos divine saber conjured by the connate lifeform no less than 10,000 times. The entire void was torn to shreds by the sword light and saber energy. Even the other Xiantian lifeforms were affected by the shockwaves and fled far away. Chaos Fist. Gu Fei soared into the sky, directly pouncing towards the Xiantian lifeform. His fists continuously smashed through the blade chi of primal chaos as he charged towards the Xiantian lifeform. Kill! Gu Fei unleashed his strongest punch. The fist force was so violent that it shook the heavens. This punch definitely had the power to break the heavens. 9 primal chaos Tao patterns appeared on Gu Fei's fist. Bam! The Xiantian lifeform also punched out, meeting Gu Fei's attack head-on. Boom! The two fists instantly collided, causing a loud explosion. The earth-shattering collision caused the void within a radius of 1,000 miles to be annihilated. The remaining 9 figures were all swallowed up by the annihilated void. This collision even shook the heavenly tribulation of the half-sage. The tribulation clouds that covered a radius of a few thousand miles were actually dispersed by half, and the power of the heavenly tribulation was greatly weakened. Gu Fei and the Xiantian lifeform were moving at high speed, fighting in the annihilated void. Drops of blood splattered out. This was the battle blood in Gu Fei's body. The 9 figures of the Xiantian lifeforms that were swallowed up by the chaotic void were also closing in on Gu Fei. The heavenly tribulation was about to end. However, some people could already tell that the power of the heavenly tribulation was no longer able to suppress Gu Fei. A half-sage was about to appear in the world. This was one of the few newly advanced half-sages in this world. In the past 100 years, only the Azure Dragon of the 4 ancient clans of the southern wilderness and a few others had reached the half-sage realm. After a few hours, an extremely weak aura of the divine path appeared in the world. No one knew what had happened in the heavenly tribulation. Gu Fei did not die, and the tribulation clouds in the sky began to disperse. Let's go. He Tian and Gu Zhong rushed over before the tribulation clouds had completely dispersed. In fact, with the incarnation of the extreme north guarding this place, no one dared to attack Gu Fei. However, He Tian and Gu Zhong did not care about this. He actually survived. Even though he survived, he is most likely half dead. It will not be easy for him to recover. We have to eliminate him when he is at his weakest. No one dared to act rashly. The incarnation of the extreme north was still there. Attacking Gu Fei at this time was undoubtedly a challenge to the extreme north's dignity. Rumble. The shattered space gradually repaired itself under the effect of the power of the world. Within 1,000 miles of the battlefield, there were terrifying spatial holes everywhere. Even the sky and earth were pierced and torn. From this, one could see how fierce the battle between Gu Fei and the 12 connate lifeforms was. The air was filled with the smell of blood. The connate lifeforms formed by the power of the heavenly tribulation could not have a body of flesh and blood. The smell of blood here meant that it was Gu Fei's blood. Master Gu, Gu Zhong and He Tian sensed a weak aura of life. They followed the aura and found Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei was extremely miserable. His body was broken, and only his head was intact. Next to his forehead, there was a bloody hole that was oozing blood. The broken pieces of his body floated around Gu Fei's head. Even though Gu Fei had cultivated the heaven transformation's secret technique, he could only gather the broken pieces of his body around his head. It was difficult for him to reassemble his body. He's weak to this extent? Gu Zhong and He Tian couldn't help being shocked when they sensed Gu Fei's state. This was a narrow escape. If the bloody hole on Gu Fei's forehead had been a little more to the side, his Naiwan palace would have been pierced. Of course, Gu Fei was a cultivator. Even if his Naiwan palace was pierced, his life wouldn't be in danger. However, the Naiwan palace was where the primordial spirit resided. Once it was pierced, the primordial spirit inside would definitely be scattered. At the final juncture of the heavenly tribulation, Gu Fei couldn't even reform his martial body, let alone his primordial spirit. If his primordial spirit was scattered, Gu Fei's immortal Tao primordial spirit would be destroyed. At this time, Gu Fei's immortal Tao primordial spirit was sleeping in his Naiwan palace. Gu Fei's martial body and primordial spirit were both heavily injured. It was definitely not an exaggeration to say that he had a slim chance of survival. Gu Fei had almost died. It was almost impossible to defeat the 12 connate lifeforms one by one. However, Gu Fei still managed to accomplish such an impossible feat. Let's go. He Tian opened his inner world and put Gu Fei's head and broken body into it. Then, he took out the teleportation formation and directly boarded it with Gu Zhong. They moved through the void and left. Chapter 1789. Gu Fei's survival was a miracle in everyone's eyes. Such a heavenly tribulation was rare since ancient times, and the number of times it had appeared could be counted on one's fingers. However, Gu Fei had managed to carve out a path of survival in the face of such a deadly heavenly tribulation. He had firmly grasped the slim chance of survival. However, even though he had survived, Gu Fei's life aura had weakened to the extreme, and he could only preserve a tiny bit of his true spirit. It would not be easy for him to recover. No one could have imagined that the battle between Gu Fei and Azure Dragon would develop to this point. Gu Fei had actually sublimated in the middle of the battle and attracted the heavenly tribulation of a half-step saint. Taking this step was extremely difficult. No one knew better than those old fogies who had been stuck at the peak of the almighty realm for their entire lives. Half-step saints had the word saint attached to them, and they were on two different levels compared to peak almighties. Half-step saints could easily kill peak almighties. Some people would find it difficult to take this step in their entire lives, and they would remain peak almighties until they died. However, Gu Fei had successfully taken this step. Moreover, he was a martial artist, and once he took this step, there would not be many half-step saints in the same realm who could be his opponent. Even Azure Dragon would find it difficult to suppress Gu Fei. Moreover, the bloodline power that Azure Dragon had stimulated had been obliterated by Gu Fei. At this time, Azure Dragon might not even be able to maintain his position in the Azure Dragon clan. The heavenly tribulation ended, and the crowd gradually dispersed. That fierce man from the extreme north also left. Half a day later, the experts of the demons slowly approached the battlefield. The shattered void hadn't been completely restored, and there was primal chaos energy seeping out from the pitch-black chaos. Seeing this scene, even the demons' leader's expression changed. That heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. It had actually destroyed the void to such an extent. This kind of heavenly tribulation was probably the strongest heavenly tribulation of a half-step saint. Gu Fei survived. This result made Gu Fei's enemies very uneasy. They knew that once Gu Fei recovered, they would be out of luck. The people from the primordial Zhao clan could no longer sit still. Gu Fei had a great enmity with them, and this enmity could no longer be resolved. The two sides were destined to fight. Someone wanted to take advantage of the fact that Gu Fei was severely injured to eliminate him. Some of the old-timers set out to find Gu Fei and get rid of him. Otherwise, if Gu Fei continued to grow, it would be a disaster for them. In the distant past, a successful martial artist could be said to be an invincible existence. Although Gu Fei's cultivation had not reached that level, he had already taken the most crucial step. Half-step saint realm martial artists could do whatever they wanted in the human realm and compete with demi-saints. I didn't expect him to survive. Outside of the 100,000 Great War, a war chariot stopped high up in the sky. Leaf flames curled about it, and fiery energy surged. It was as if a divine sun was hanging there, releasing terrifying heat. This was the Vermilion Bird clan's Leaf Fire Chariot. It was a saint artifact refined by a reorganized ancestor. This chariot was currently the Vermilion Bird clan's princess's personal carriage. The descendant of the martial ancestor's bloodline has appeared. How interesting. Another voice came from the Leaf Fire Chariot. The human realm is in a great era. Perhaps it's time for those who have disappeared to return. The Vermilion Bird princess sighed. The arrival of the human realm was a sign that a storm was about to sweep through the entire cultivation world. Right now, this superstorm was still brewing. Just one more fuse would be needed to trigger it. Let's go. We need to prepare as well. Another voice sounded. No one would have thought that there was another person on the Vermilion Bird princess's carriage. Soon, the Leaf Fire Chariot disappeared into the distance. Just as the Leaf Fire Chariot left, a figure appeared in the sky. This person was the madman of the White Tiger clan, the Tiger Emperor. Humph, the Tiger Emperor looked at the direction where the Leaf Fire Chariot disappeared. He then snorted coldly and turned around to leave. The four ancient clans of the southern wasteland were not as united as they seemed on the surface. The competition between them was extremely intense as well. There seemed to be some sort of conflict between the Vermilion Bird Princess and the Tiger Emperor. The Vermilion Bird Princess and the Tiger Emperor were definitely two of the most outstanding characters within the four ancient clans. Roar. Just as everyone was leaving the demonic realm, a horrifying demonic roar came from the depths of the realm. A powerful figure of the demon clan walked out as a torrential demonic aura shrouded the entire world. A gigantic demonic figure could be vaguely seen within the demonic aura. None of the powerful figures of the demon clan dared to come out under the intimidation of the Extreme Northman. Once the Extreme Northman left, these powerful figures would no longer have anything to worry about. Find that human and kill him. A powerful figure of the demon clan uttered. Demons and the bloodline of martial ancestor were mortal enemies in the distant past. The powerful figures of the demon clan didn't want to see the successor of the bloodline of martial ancestor grow up. On this day, the entire cultivation world was in turmoil. Even the demons clan dispatched powerhouses to hunt down Gu Fei. These people only had one thought, to kill Gu Fei while he was severely injured. It should be noted that once Gu Fei recovered, he would be a supreme semi-sage level knight. It was not a legend that a martial artist was unrivaled among the same level. Gu Fei's performance was enough to prove it. When these forces dispatched their powerhouses to hunt down Gu Fei and the others had long left the innumerable huge mountains. They didn't even return to Dragon Emperor City. The current Dragon Emperor City was not safe anymore. South Wilderness was the territory of four ancient clans. Even the force of Zhou clan of remote antiquity could barely extend into Dragon Emperor City. Additionally, an unrivaled figure appeared in Zhou clan of remote antiquity. It was not because of luck that Zhou clan of remote antiquity could occupy a region in innumerable huge mountains. Instead, it was because of their great power. As the descendants of ancient human emperors, Zhou clan of remote antiquity had a profound background. Even the demon domain in innumerable huge mountains dared not offend Zhou clan. That unrivaled figure of Zhou clan was very mysterious. Nobody had seen his face. However, his military exploits were extraordinary. This person once deepened into the demon domain and killed more than one great demon. As a result, the powerful figures of the demon's clan chased after him. However, even the powerhouses of the demon race couldn't stop this person from the Zhou clan of the primordial desolation. He easily escaped the demon realm. This mysterious man had a title, and that was Emperor Zhou. Some people compared him to the young human emperor of ancient times. This Emperor Zhou was indeed not much inferior to the young human emperor of ancient times. Boss, why did we come to this place where birds don't shit and turtles don't lay eggs? Chapter 1790. There were basically no trees in this desolate mountain range. Even if there were only a few short, withered trees swaying in the wind. Along the way, Gu Fei and the rest could only see rocks and sand. There were no flowers or plants, and there were many withered trees standing between the mountains. These withered trees only had their trunks left, and they were almost rotting. How did this place end up like this? Gu Fei and the others saw bones scattered among the withered trees. This place used to be full of life, but now, it was dead. This desolate mountain range occupied 1,000 miles of land. Compared to the endless mountain range in the southern wasteland, it was insignificant and inconspicuous. Furthermore, there was no spiritual qi here. The spiritual qi was so thin that it was almost negligible. Everything seemed a little strange. This is the place. Gu Fei decided to stay here. No one would have thought that he would come to a place with such thin spiritual qi to cultivate. Normally, Gu Fei would need to find a place with abundant spiritual qi to recover his vitality because his life force was extremely weak. His body had been drained dry. What he needed the most now was spiritual qi. They then walked into the depths of the mountain range. Over there was a cliff. Below the cliff, countless rocks were scattered. They discovered that behind the rocks, there was a pitch-black cave entrance. Very good. Seeing this, the others couldn't help but nod their heads. This place was indeed not bad. He Tian then began to arrange a formation around the cliff. Runes flew out from his hands and branded themselves into the surrounding void of heaven and earth. In the entire human realm, only He Tian was able to create a formation out of thin air. Gu Fei walked into the black hole and saw that there were quite a few traces of animal activity inside. On the surrounding rock walls, there were also many scratch marks. It was obvious that a ferocious beast once lived in this cave. In order to recover his vitality, Gu Fei needed an enormous amount of heaven and earth's essence. His martial physique was still intact, but the martial force in his body was almost depleted. There was only a speck of chaotic spiritual light in his dantian. He was not lacking in heaven and earth spiritual qi. What he needed to do now was to try his best not to be discovered before he recovered his yuan qi. He knew that there were many people outside who wanted to take advantage of his weakness to take his life. However, how could Gu Fei's life be taken so easily? Up until now, those who wanted to take Gu Fei's life had all been killed by him. After Gu Fei entered the cave, He Tian and Gu Zhong stood guard outside. Although this place was inconspicuous, there was no guarantee that no one would be able to find their way here. He Tian was a very careful person. It was precisely because of his carefulness that he was able to survive until now. Inside the cave, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the ground. The surrounding spiritual energy was extremely thin. It was too unrealistic to absorb spiritual energy from this side of the world. What he needed to do now was to activate the power of the three great inner worlds in his body to replenish his yuan qi. At this time, his condition was very bad. He could barely reconstruct his martial body. Now, only one immortal spirit was needed to take Gu Fei's life. Too weak. Gu Fei couldn't help but shake his head when he sensed his own condition. The yuan spirit in his glabella had also completely quietened down. It had sunk into a deep slumber. Only when his martial body recovered to its peak would the Yuan spirit in his Naiwan palace have a chance to awaken. Gu Fei adjusted his martial body and began to guide the heaven and earth spiritual qi in his inner world. The place where his dantian was located gradually lit up. It was a spiritual light visible to the naked eye. Countless spiritual lights spread from his dantian to his whole body. Gu Fei's martial body was like a withered tree that had come back to life. Under the nourishment of the spiritual lights, it once again glowed with vigorous vitality. This feels great. Under the nourishment of the spiritual energy, Gu Fei was so comfortable that he almost moaned. The vitality in his body was rapidly recovering, and the martial way true power was gradually growing. At first, the true power was like a stream, but later it became a river. The martial way true power flowed rapidly in his body, and the sound of wind and thunder gradually came from his body. His muscles, bones, blood, and flesh were vibrating. Some of the hidden injuries in Gu Fei's body began to heal. He did not dare to be careless. He began to operate the emergence secret technique and retempered his martial body. All the hidden injuries disappeared, and his martial body was completely restored. His mind gradually immersed in cultivation. He forgot the world, forgot where he was, and let his thoughts drift above the ninth heaven palace. Rumble, just as Gu Fei entered a state of cultivation, a chariot surrounded by demonic energy appeared thousands of miles away from the barren land where Gu Fei and the others were. A vague demonic shadow stood on the chariot, and a pair of blood-colored pupils swept around. Under the cliff in the depths of the barren land, He Tian laid down the heaven-deceiving great array, which concealed all auras. Even if someone passed by the cliff, they would not be able to find someone hiding under the cliff. Where the hell is that human martial artist hiding? On the chariot, the demonic shadow muttered to himself. This was a great demon that came out of the depths of the 100,000 mountains. He was incomparably powerful. On the ancient chariot, there were traces of blades, spears, swords, and halberds. The owner of the chariot was definitely an expert of the demons who had experienced hundreds of battles. Old demon, how dare you walk out of the 100,000 mountains? Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. A figure appeared in the distance and walked towards the demonic shadow step by step. There were 9 divine lights of the immortal path lingering around this person. Like an immortal descending from the 9th heaven, this was a black-bearded middle-aged Taoist with a purple crown on his head, a purple ribbon immortal robe, and a floating sword in his hand. Reckless. The demonic shadow standing on the chariot laughed coldly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed towards the middle-aged Taoist. A pitch-black hand appeared in the void, instantly covering a radius of tens of miles, and slammed down towards the middle-aged Taoist. The void was collapsing, and a powerful demonic force was surging. This great demon had displayed his formidable combat strength. The middle-aged Taoist was taken aback. This great demon was not simple. The first move he made was a great mystic art of the demons, the heavenly demon hand. The demonic might was incomparably strong. Buzz. The void trembled, and a purple divine sun appeared behind the middle-aged Taoist's head. A god mirror appeared in the Taoist's hand. He held the god mirror and shot it towards the incoming demonic hand. Swish. The purple golden light instantly pierced through the demonic hand, and the middle-aged Taoist rushed out. Purple sun mirror.